Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 476 Connection. The Boeing 767 took off from Honolulu International Airport at 8 a.m., and after accounting for flight time and time difference, it arrived in Los Angeles at around 3 p.m. on Monday. There were less than 2 hours left until the Oscars red carpet ceremony at 5 a.m. On the runway, Joan Severance, Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista and Nicole Kidman hugged Simon and said goodbye at the door of the cabin one after another, and walked to the gangway one by one. Nicole Kidman was the last one to come. Thinking of the ridiculous weekend that had just passed, she glanced at the other women who had already walked down the gangway. She finally mustered up the courage and said to the man in front of her, "Simon, I hope this is the last time, and in the future. Anyway, this is too messy." "Okay," Simon smiled and replied, "actually, if you said you didn't want to before, I wouldn't force you." Nicole was stunned. Recalling the experiences of the past 2 days, it was true that this man had never had any intention of forcing them from beginning to end. It was just that a few of them either took the initiative, or went with the flow, or... Anyway, she didn't have any resistance at all. Seeing Nicole in a daze, Simon gestured outside the cabin and reminded her, "The red carpet ceremony will begin soon. You don't have much time." She nodded subconsciously and was about to follow the man's instructions to walk out of the cabin, but he asked inexplicably, "Are you really not going to attend the Oscars? And the Gucci party after the awards ceremony?" Simon shook his head and didn't explain anything. Inexplicably disappointed, he went forward and hugged Simon again, and walked towards the gangway outside the door. 2 cars had already parked beside the runway. The one that came to pick up Nicole was an RV. Her personal assistant and stylist were already in the car, so they could race against time to style her. Just after getting in the car, Pat Kingsley also called and explained the details that needed to be paid attention to at this awards ceremony. Joan Severance, Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista were not eligible to attend the awards ceremony. However, they also had to prepare for the Gucci party after the Oscars. The 3 women left the airport in a stretched Rolls-Royce. Linda Evangelista took one last look at the Boeing 767 that disappeared from her sight, and then looked at the RV that was not far behind their car. She felt a little envious and a little dissatisfied, and couldn't help complaining to the other 2 women, "Why doesn't ours have an RV, and we have to ride in one with you too?" Cindy Crawford picked up a bottle of red wine from the car's wine cabinet. Hearing this, she looked up at her and said incisively, "Because you are too low class." Linda Evangelista was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately retorted, "Aren't you the same?" Cindy slowly turned the bottle opener in her hand. "I'm not complaining." At this time, the RV accelerated unknowingly and passed the Rolls-Royce. Linda Evangelista looked at the figure in the RV passing by, and couldn't help saying, "I don't know what Simon likes about her. There's almost nothing on her chest, and she always looks reluctant even though she's willing in her heart." Joan Severance took the red wine handed over by Cindy, took a sip, and said, "Many men like women like this." In that case, Linda glanced at Cindy Crawford and said, "Cindy, you're so proactive, you obviously miscalculated." Cindy Crawford leaned lazily on the leather seat of the car with a wine glass in her hand, and said casually, "I was actually trying to stimulate you, and the effect is very good." Seeing that Cindy had no intention of pouring red wine for herself, Linda was about to do it herself. She was stunned when she heard the words, and then she suddenly realized it. She glared at Cindy fiercely and blurted out, "Bitch." Cindy was not angry, but gave Linda a warning look. "If you scold me again, I'll beat you." Linda Evangelista opened her mouth in a somewhat unyielding manner, but after noticing Cindy Crawford's narrowed eyes, she did not dare to provoke her again. She poured herself a glass of red wine in frustration and changed to a very comfortable position to lean back on the leather chair. After a short silence, Linda could not help but say again, "But that guy is really powerful." As if she remembered something, she could not help but add, "And he is also very strong." Cindy said faintly, You have a big mouth too. Linda's eyes widened and she immediately retorted, you are the same. Cindy said, I mean, if you talk about things on the weekend in front of other people, be careful to be silenced. Knowing that she had misunderstood Cindy's meaning, Linda would certainly not admit her mistake and said stubbornly, I'm not a fool. Joan Severance watched the two women bickering, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and gently stroking the outside of her shoulder bag with the fingertips of the other hand. A card in the bag had Simon's private email address written on it. The man said that if there was anything in the future, he could contact him via email. Email, this is a very new thing. Joan Severance had never even touched a computer before. However, the man said that he would check his email every day. From this point of view, getting an email address is obviously more useful than a personal number. After all, making a phone call takes time. The man can't have too much time to deal with women. Too many phone calls will only backfire. Sending an email occasionally probably won't cause this problem. Joan Severance is 34 years old this year, and is actually not much older than Linda Evangelista, 27, and Cindy Crawford, 26. It's just because she debuted very early that she is a generation away from them. The renewal speed of the modeling industry is very fast. If you start entering this circle at the age of 14 and can't make a name for yourself before the age of 20, you basically have no future. With more experience, Joan Severance understands the value of the email address Simon Westeros left for her. This is equivalent to a promise. Of course, if managed properly, this network may bring her unexpected gains. Just this point alone, this weekend is not considered wasted. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, except that the four women are a bit absurd together, this experience is not too bad. This year's Oscars ceremony was held at the Dorothy Chandler Theater in the Los Angeles Music Center. At 5 p.m. Western Time, the red carpet ceremony officially began. This year's Oscars are centered on the 5 Best Picture nominees, The Piano, The Silence of the Lambs, JFK, Thelma and Louise and the Fisher King, as well as technical awards for blockbuster projects such as Batman, The Dark Knight, Terminator 2 and The Flash. The red carpet ceremony lasted for an hour, and the most popular male and female stars in recent years appeared one after another. Nicole Kidman stepped onto the red carpet around 5:40. The audience obviously still remembered her performance in Pulp Fiction. The heroine of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, April O'Neil, also increased her popularity because of the box office success of the film. Therefore, as soon as Nicole appeared, cheers immediately rang out from the viewing stands on both sides of the red carpet. After more than half a month of careful preparation in advance, she was just in a rush again, just for the next few hours. Feeling the cheers in her ears, Nicole Kidman quickly adjusted her state, smiled and waved to the crowd on both sides of the red carpet, and then attracted more enthusiastic feedback. It was not until Pat Kingsley on the edge of the red carpet signaled to her that Nicole reacted and walked forward slowly. Screams, cheers, applause, spotlights, and the attention of the public. These are what she wanted. At a certain moment, she also thought of a guy. Everyone spared no effort to squeeze into this event, worried about being forgotten, worried about the decline in popularity, and worried that others would catch up, but he flew to New York at this most important moment in Hollywood without caring. Unconsciously walked across the red carpet. After being interviewed by ABC reporters and briefly greeting some familiar people in the waiting area, it was almost time for everyone to enter the theater lobby. Nicole Kidman will be the presenter of The Brink of Time, one of the 5 best films tonight. This is a small part of the awards ceremony. 5 stars will introduce the 5 best film nominees to the audience at different time periods. In addition, WMA and Deaneries Entertainment arranged that she has a fairly prominent position in the 6th row of the hall, which happens to be next to the crew of The Piano, and it is easy to be scanned by the camera. At 6 o'clock, the awards ceremony started on time. After hosting the Oscars for 2 consecutive years and receiving very good audience feedback, Billy Crystal will still be the host this time. The comedian also had a great harvest last year. After When Harry Met Sally, Crystal starred in the box office Dark Horse City Slickers last year, which cost $27 million to produce and achieved a box office of $123 million in North America, becoming his second movie in recent years to break the $100 million box office. Because of the huge sales of the 2 films, Crystal has also become the most popular comedy A-lister under WMA. The opening talk show will be a joke as usual. Last year, Warren Beatty, Woody Allen envied so much that he wanted to be on his fingertips, finally got married, and the whole of Hollywood celebrated. This is a big event. It is completely comparable to the big event at Hollywood. 7 majors became 8 majors, 8 majors became 7 majors, and 7 majors seemed to become 6 majors. Batman saved Gotham City again. The Flash also appeared in Central City. Suddenly, I found that there seemed to be no famous superheroes in Los Angeles, which was really dangerous. Looking at the big screen, you can see how unstable Hollywood is. A madman assassinated the president, JFK, a woman suffered from aphasia, the piano, a beggar could not get out of the shadow of the bombing, the Fisher King, a poor man had to receive psychological counseling, Thelma and Louise, and 2 women who were out of their minds drove their lives, Thelma and Louise. Of course, this year is a groundbreaking year for the Oscars. An unprecedented 3 female directors were nominated for Best Director at the same time. In the theater lobby, listening to Billy Crystal's jokes on the stage, many filmmakers in the audience couldn't help but sigh. Hollywood, which has been around for nearly a century, has indeed undergone many obvious changes in recent years. It's just that this time, 3 female directors were nominated at the same time for the Oscars. This unprecedented thing really surprised many people. For more than 2 months after the Golden Globe Awards, many media have been discussing this matter. Especially after 3 films were nominated for the Golden Globe Best Picture but none of them won, the media attacked the Golden Globe Awards for discrimination against women. In this context, many people inside and outside the hall realized that the 64th Oscars, with a probability of more than 90%, will give birth to the first female Best Director in Hollywood history. Behind all these changes, the figure of a young person is clearly visible. After Billy Crystal's opening, the current president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Carl Malden, came on stage to deliver a speech at the ceremony, and once again specifically mentioned the fact that 3 female directors were nominated at the same time. Then, the award ceremony officially began. The first award was for Best Supporting Actor. Whoopi Goldberg, who won the Best Actress award for Ghost last year, took the stage, and the award went to Jack Palance, a veteran actor in City Slickers. Nicole Kidman would not appear for more than an hour to introduce The Last Thing. Watching the results of the awards come out one by one on the stage, Nicole had an idea that she didn't know if it was interesting or not when Whoopi Goldberg presented the first award. She planned to list the presenters or award results of these awards, and how many of them could be related to Deanery's entertainment. The first one, Whoopi Goldberg, Ghost, was obvious. +1. The second one, Kathleen Turner, introduced the Best Picture nominee The Piano. +2. The third one, Rebecca De Mornay and Christopher Lloyd jointly presented the Best Makeup Award, and the winner was Batman, The Dark Knight. Rebecca De Mornay also starred in Deanery's collaboration with Disney, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, 2 years ago. +3. Fourth, Joe Pesci, who won the Best Supporting Actor award for Goodfellas last year, presented the Best Supporting Actress award to Kate Nelligan, the actress who starred in The Young and the Restless. +4. Fifth, the newlyweds Warren Beatty and Annette Bening presented the Best Art Direction award to The Young and the Restless. Unrelated. Sixth, Adam Baldwin and Valeria Golino, the male and female protagonists of the Batman series, presented the Best Film Editing award to JFK. +5. Seventh, Mike Myers and Dana Carvey, the 2 male protagonists of Kids and Kids, presented the Best Short Film award. +6. Eighth, Nicole Kidman introduced The Young and the Restless, a nominee for Best Picture. +7. Ninth, Tom Hanks presented the Best Visual Effects award to The Flash. +8. 10th, Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon, the 2 female protagonists of Thelma and Louise, jointly presented the Best Foreign Language Film award to Raise the Red Lantern. +9. When Nicole Kidman counted to the 10th, she saw the Oriental director who was on the stage thanking Simon Westeros and excitedly giving his acceptance speech, and suddenly she lost the desire to continue counting. Although she didn't win any award for Deanery's Entertainment's nominations after 10 times of listing, Nicole still had a certain feeling in her heart again. A feeling of being surrounded. She vaguely remembered the rumors in the circle that The Last Thing, directed by Barbra Streisand herself, actually had a team under Highgate Pictures to assist in the Oscar award public relations. Therefore, even the 5th option of irrelevant was not really irrelevant. Chapter 477 Cultivating the Market. In this award ceremony watched by tens of millions of viewers, There are not many people who really feel bored and dull. 3 hours seem to fly. As more and more important awards are awarded, people in the theater hall, whether they know some inside information or not, find that except for the Best Actress award and a Best Foreign Language Film Oscar for The Piano, all 23 nominations of Deanery's Entertainment this year are almost all lost. The last two heavyweight awards. Best Director, unexpectedly but expectedly, fell to Barbra Streisand for The Brink of Time. This versatile actress, who debuted as a musician, became famous as an actress, and then switched to directing, became the first female Oscar winner for Best Director in Hollywood history. The next Best Picture was also won by The Brink of Time. In summary, The Brink of Time became the biggest winner at the 64th Academy Awards with 8 nominations and 6 Oscars for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Artistic Effects. This year's post-Oscar Gucci party was held in cooperation with the Grit Portal, and the venue is chosen to be the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills. After fully investing in information services, Grit Portal, which almost monopolizes the user content interface of the World Wide Web, has unknowingly become one of the most important news and information platforms in North America. Nicole Kidman and many other stars who were going to the Gucci party arrived at the Hilton Hotel at about the same time. When I came to the media area, I happened to see Joan Severance, who left the airport together in the afternoon, standing in front of the media wall to take pictures. I thought Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista should have arrived as well. Because of the experience of the weekend, it was still a little awkward, and I just nodded politely to Joan Severance. After taking the photo, Joan Severance just smiled at Nicole, without any intention of talking, and turned to walk towards the party hall. The party venue is chosen in the banquet hall commonly used for the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, which was large enough to accommodate the guests who flocked in. ICM President Jeffrey Berg, who was chatting with a middle-aged man, saw Joan Severance appear, greeted the other party, and walked towards Severance. "Joan, you are so beautiful tonight." "Oh, thank you." Joan Severance politely hugged Jeffrey Berg, and obviously felt the change in the attitude of the ICM head towards her. In the past, this executive would not be so polite to her. After greeting, Jeffrey Berg said, "There is one thing. I have asked Adam to turn down the movie The Hottest Man for you. You should continue to work hard on mainstream commercial films instead of low-cost erotic films like this." The first few films that Joan Severance tried, whether it was the original Love Hearing or Mel Gibson's The Frightened Bird, were all very mainstream big-screen commercial films. However, for a big vase like her, Hollywood really doesn't have much room for her to develop. After several years of being in this circle without much progress, Joan Severance no longer thought she would have the same luck as Rene Russo, so she decided to participate in the thriller pornographic film that has become very popular and even flooded in recent years because of Basic Instinct. As a model, she is not that difficult to accept exposing her body. Of course, if there is a chance to return to the mainstream, she will definitely not miss it. However, the already finished film Almost Pregnant, in which she starred with Tonya Roberts, the actress of Charlie's Angels, is actually very explicit. Jeffrey Berg obviously thought of this and continued, "There is also Almost Pregnant. I just talked to Danny Morris of New World Pictures. He will try to contact Anna to buy the distribution rights of this movie." Without Jeffrey Berg saying anything else, Joan Severance understood. After New World Pictures bought the distribution rights of Almost Pregnant, Simon Westeros could easily influence the distribution of this movie, and even directly shelving it would only take a word. However, Joan Severance did not intend to contact Simon to shelve Almost Pregnant. After spending a weekend together, she had more or less understood the character of the little man. If she asked, he might really do it, but then there would probably be no more. Moreover, there were probably not many actresses in Hollywood who had never exposed themselves. Before Stallone became famous, he even made adult films. However, after listening to Jeffrey Berg's arrangement, Joan Severance still said, "Thank you, Jeffrey, I know what to do." Jeffrey Berg smiled and said, "If you like, I can personally help you as an agent next time. I believe your development potential is no worse than Renee." Renee Russell, who also started out as a model, was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for Goodfellas and starred in Spielberg's blockbuster Jurassic Park. It can be said that she has successfully gotten rid of her vase status and will at least be a second-tier actress in the future. Joan Severance certainly would not refuse the ICM president to be her agent. Last year, Cindy Crawford transferred her agency contract to Nancy Josephson, daughter of ICM chairman Marvin Josephson. ICM is not like CAA, which is a cross-agent, but still has a traditional talent agency structure. The higher the level of the agent, the more resources he has. Extending her hand generously, Joan Severance said, "Well, Jeffrey, I'll have to take care of you in the future." Jeffrey Berg shook hands with Severance and smiled. "In fact, I have a few roles that are more suitable for you. Of course, it's a party now, so you should enjoy it. We'll talk about it at the company tomorrow." After the two chatted for a few words, Jeffrey Berg walked away. Joan Severance is such a conspicuous target, so of course there is no shortage of men around her. However, the incident on Friday has probably spread, and no man will dare to chat with her in the short term. It can be felt that the indifferent little man in his bones does not have much possessiveness towards them. However, others obviously don't think so. Good cheese party. Women who tease Westeros in such occasions probably don't want to mix in Hollywood. Taking a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, Joan Severance looked around and walked directly to Amy Pascal, CEO of Deanery's Entertainment. She didn't think of borrowing the momentum of a little man to bully others, but just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chat with this powerful female executive in Hollywood. It can't hurt. In the past few years, it was not easy for her to participate in a party of this level. When she came to Amy Pascal, she saw that she was discussing something with a man in his 30s with a serious expression, and Joan Severance patiently did not step forward immediately. What Simon meant was that Raise the Red Lantern won the award, and this is a great opportunity. We must take the opportunity to push a few movies to the Chinese market. You should fly to the other side of the ocean with Zhang and the others in person. Remember, we are not looking for returns, we are just cultivating a possibility. Like Hasbro giving away the Transformers cartoon for free. Of course not. We can't give it away for free, even if it's just a symbolic price. But, Amy, I still think it's a shame to use Batman Begins, Ghost and Toy Story to expand the market almost for free. 5 or 10 years from now, Mark, do you think these movies can still make money in theaters? They can be released on videotapes or sold for TV broadcasts. Given the situation in that country, do you think it's possible? Amy Pascal shook her head and solemnly warned, "Before you leave, you'd better talk to Simon again. Simon takes this matter more seriously than you think." "I understand." Mark Belford remembered that his boss could speak Chinese, and nodded seriously. As the two chatted, they noticed that Joan Severance looked at him and Amy from time to time. Mark Belford recognized that this was his boss's latest gossip, nodded and smiled at her, and then walked away. Amy Pascal actually noticed Joan Severance. When she approached, she took the initiative to extend her hand and greeted her. "Hello, Ms. Severance." "Hello, Ms. Pascal, if you don't mind, you can call me Joan." Joan Severance shook hands with Amy and complimented her. "It's a great party." "Yes, I hope you have a good time." Amy responded and took the initiative to find a topic. "Your dress is really beautiful. What brand is it from?" "I designed it myself." "Wow, that's so unexpected." The two women chatted casually for a while, and Amy hesitated in the end, but still gave Severance a business card. Sophia Fessy was socializing in the crowd, and when she came over, Joan Severance happened to walk away from Amy. After taking a look at Severance's back, Sophia asked curiously, "Amy, who is that just now?" Sophia obviously didn't know the gossip about that guy, so Amy certainly wouldn't say anything more, and just said, "A female star, came over to say hello." Oh, Sophia didn't think much about it, waved to the waiter, changed a glass of red wine, and said to Amy, "Just now I was chatting with Nancy, and we suddenly thought about whether we should change next year's Gucci party to Melisandre's party. This seems better." Amy smiled and said, "In this way, Melisandre, Ygritte, and Daenerys, 3 women will be complete." Sophia didn't expect this, and now she also found it interesting, and said, "Yes, if you count Cersei, it's 4. 4 women." Amy glanced at Sophia with a strange look. Indeed, what a coincidence. Sophia keenly noticed the change in Amy's expression and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "There must be something hidden from me," Sophia said, and looked at Amy for a few more times, and suddenly asked, "About Simon? If you want to know, go ask him yourself." "I won't ask, it's Jenny's business to ask." Sophia shrugged, and noticed that 2 tall girls appeared at the entrance of the hall, and said, "That's it, Nadja and the others are here, I'll talk to them about the CK endorsement. Amy followed Sophia's gaze and said with some envy, "It's really the waist beauty and leg beauty." Sophia smiled and said, "Yes, it's a pity that you're a woman." The two separated. Sophia walked towards Nadia Oman and Yasmin Gary, and Amy greeted Kathryn and others from the Thelma and Louise crew, and then walked towards the main creators of tonight's big winner, The Last Thing. Deaneries Entertainment seems to have won almost nothing this year, but the fact is that in order to ensure that The Last Thing won the award, Barbra Streisand and Warner Brothers Pictures paid the Gay Omen Films team $8 million in public relations fees, of which $3 million was the commission of the Gay Omen Films public relations team. Anyone in the industry who knows the general inside story knows that this year was just a proactive concession by Deaneries Entertainment. Chapter 478 Aftermath. As in many previous times, the results of the 64th Academy Awards have once again sparked controversy in the media. 3 women were nominated for the Best Director Oscar at the same time. In the politically correct atmosphere of public opinion in the previous few months, no one would think that this year's Best Director Oscar should not be awarded to a woman. However, in the eyes of many media, Barbra Streisand is too watered down compared with the other 2 female directors nominated this time. You know, Young and Dangerous, which was nominated for 6 out of 8 Oscars, only received a media rating of 6.8 points, which is barely good. The other 2 films, Thelma and Louise, received 7.4 points and The Piano received as high as 9.2 points. Even if the media's wind direction cannot represent the Oscar judges' intentions, and even if Barbra Streisand's qualifications in Hollywood exceed those of the other 2 directors, it would be fine if Young and Dangerous won the Best Director Oscar, but even the Best Picture was taken away, which makes the Oscars too unfair. Of course, there are also media that are very knowledgeable and have made analyses from another perspective. These media believe that the 3 works directed by women, Thelma and Louise and The Piano, are all produced by Deaneries Entertainment, which is the key to the results of this Oscar award. Because in the past few years, the 61st Oscars, Best Picture, Rain Man, produced by Deaneries Entertainment. The 62nd Oscars, Best Picture, Driving Miss Daisy, produced by Deaneries Entertainment. The 63rd Oscars, Best Picture, Dances with Wolves, produced by Deaneries Entertainment. For 3 consecutive years, Deaneries Entertainment has won the Oscar for Best Picture 3 times in a row. If the Best Picture and other awards are still awarded to Deaneries Entertainment this time, then the Oscar will become the exclusive Oscar of Deaneries Entertainment Group. Even though the previous Rain Man, Driving Miss Daisy and Dances with Wolves have excellent qualities that are enough to win the Oscar for Best Picture, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences of the United States certainly does not want the Oscar to become the private domain of Deaneries Entertainment. Therefore, this time, the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment, not counting those released by other labels, still received 23 nominations, but only won 2 Oscars. This result was completely expected. Simply put, the Oscars are all about balance. The Academy naturally strongly deny the media's view of balance. Some Academy executives and Oscar judges who knew that The Silence of the Dragon was operated by the public relations team of Gay Omen Pictures were even more mixed. Since it is still an award operated by itself, Deaneries will certainly not manipulate public opinion to question the fairness of the Oscar. It just slightly fueled the controversy between the 3 films in order to stimulate the commercial potential of the 3 films. The Piano and The Silence of the Dragon were both released in December last year and have not been taken off the shelves at this time. As of last Friday, The Piano took advantage of the attention of the awards season that started at the beginning of the year and was screened on a small scale for more than 3 months, with a cumulative box office of $36.32 million. Compared with the film's production cost of $7 million, The Piano is expected to hit a box office of $40 million before it is taken off the shelves, which is definitely a big hit. As of last Friday, the cumulative North American box office of Thelma and Louise reached $71.51 million. This mainstream movie directed and starred by Barbra Streisand has won multiple awards such as Best Picture, and the total North American box office is expected to exceed $80 million before it is withdrawn. Thelma and Louise was released on September 6 last year and was withdrawn in early December. The total North American box office was $45.36 million, which is also a hit. After a 3-month window period, Deaneries Entertainment officially released the film's videotape before the Oscars in early March. Taking advantage of the popularity of the awards season, Thelma and Louise has sold 730,000 copies in 3 weeks, and the total sales volume is expected to reach 1.5 million to 2 million copies in the future. At an average videotape price of $30, the film's sales revenue in videotapes may reach up to $60 million, which is better than the box office. With the holding of the Oscars and the media controversy surrounding the award results, the box office and videotape sales data of the 3 films have shown a significant increase in the new week. In the final analysis, the Oscars are both a Hall of Honor and a commercial feast for Hollywood. On March 30th, KKR, a competitor of Cersei Capital, made a bid of $2.15 billion to Victoria's Secret Parent Company Limited. Therefore, Simon flew directly to New York after leaving 4 women in Los Angeles. The results of this year's Oscars were basically within Simon's expectations. Deaneries Entertainment's Best Foreign Language Film Golden Figure in addition to the Best Actress in the Piano was also a layout made by Simon in advance. Many years later, the reason why the live-action movie Transformers once broke a box office record on the other side of the ocean was that in 1987, Hasbro gave the Transformers cartoon to local TV stations for free, thus creating the national popularity of the Transformers image. The public relations difficulty of a marginal award such as the Best Foreign Language Film is actually not great. There were no other outstanding foreign language films nominated this year. The public relations team of Gay Omen Pictures easily pushed Raise the Red Lantern to the podium. While Hollywood was still immersed in the afterglow of the Oscars, Simon entertained some thank you calls the next day and put the matter in the past tense. After KKR's bid, Blackstone also proposed a cooperation proposal to the Apollo Asset Management team of Cersei Capital, hoping that both parties would jointly invest in bidding for Limited. If you don't have enough confidence in Limited, or if you don't have enough financial strength, choosing a partner is also a good choice. However, this time is different from Simmons, which chose to cooperate with other capital to acquire Limited. For Limited, Cersei Capital has neither confidence nor funds, and does not intend to give half of its future potential profits to Blackstone Group. 2 private equity firms have already made offers, and another private equity giant is also eyeing it. Many arbitrage capitals have entered the market to buy Limited stocks, causing Limited's stock price to rise further rapidly. On the day KKR made the offer, Limited's market value broke through $2 billion. From $1.3 billion 2 months ago to $2 billion at this time, the market value has increased by more than 50%, which makes Limited's board of directors and major shareholders feel quite complicated. If Limited had such a market value before the acquisition news leaked, relying on the confidence of the market, whether it was issuing additional shares or financing with bonds, the company would be able to easily overcome the cash crisis, which was not serious. The current situation is that Limited's acquisition is almost a foregone conclusion. Otherwise, once the acquisition fails, Limited's stock price will definitely not fall much slower than the rise. Even though Cersei Capital's acquisition made many shareholders realize the potential of Limited, they would rather choose to cash out directly at a high price than see the stock price plummet again. KKR has not yet gotten rid of the shadow of the Reynolds-Nabisco acquisition. I personally think that the main reason why Henry Kravis of KKR is bidding with us for Limited this time is that he hopes to revive KKR's morale through a successful acquisition, and perhaps also wants to divert investors' attention. In the conference room of Cersei Capital's headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, Leon Black, president of Apollo Management under Cersei Capital, is introducing the progress of the acquisition. Because the negative impact of RJR Nabisco is too great, the U.S. economy has not yet fully recovered, and facing the pressure from the KKR board of directors and investors, KKR will never make an unlimited offer. Therefore, $2.5 billion should probably be KKR's limit. The RJR Nabisco acquisition case was a disaster because of the out of control of the bids under irrational competition among all parties. Limited's market value was only about $1.3 billion before the acquisition news leaked in February. If KKR's offer exceeds $2.6 billion, a 100% premium will undoubtedly make investors question again whether this private equity company will suffer the same fate as the RJR Nabisco acquisition. Therefore, KKR is indeed very likely to control the premium cap to within 100%. On the Cersei Capital side, $2.5 billion is also the upper limit set by Simon. Even if he cannot get Limited, Simon will not allow the price to rise by even $1. In fact, at the end of the bidding, When the transaction price is not much different, everyone is more likely to compete on specific transaction plans. Simon thought about all this, and then asked Leon Black, "What about Blackstone?" "Not sure for now, but since Blackstone has failed to cooperate with us, they may turn to cooperate with KKR. Both companies chose to bid largely because we are interested in Limited, and they probably don't have enough confidence in the future of Limited. Of course, if KKR also rejected Blackstone's invitation to cooperate, Steve Schwartzman is more likely to give up completely. He is a very cautious and conservative person. The current economic situation does not allow Blackstone to take too much risk. In addition, the fashion industry is not Blackstone's forte." Simon was playing with a pencil in his hand, thinking for a moment, and said, "Well, you try to contact some media to spread the news that KKR and Blackstone are just blindly following Cersei Capital, and try to make as much impact as possible. Any company that loses its own judgment and just blindly follows others will obviously not gain the trust of investors." Leon Black said, "There are already media comments like this. We can indeed add fuel to the flames. However, Simon, doing so may also attract other bidders. Just keep the upper limit of the offer of $2.5 billion, Simon said. Even if it really fails, we still hold about 5% of Limited's shares. Well, how much profit can we make if we sell it? At least $50 million US. So, that's it. Let's talk about your specific acquisition plan." In the following hour or so, in addition to the basic acquisition offer, everyone also readjusted the future payment form, management arrangements, and means to alleviate Limited's cash pressure. Simon finally agreed to the request that the Wexner family, the major shareholder of Limited, retain 10% of the shares and that the current chairman and CEO Leslie Wexner continue to hold his current position. Leslie Wexner officially became the founder of Limited Group, and the Wexner family still held about 30% of Limited's shares at this time. In the original time and space, Limited was controlled by Leslie Wexner until many years later, and the subsequent development of Limited also proved the ability of this founder. Cersei Capital's acquisition was more of an investment, and Simon had no intention of taking control of Limited. The meeting was over, and it was past 5 in the afternoon. Simon and Janet returned to their apartment on Fifth Avenue, and on the way they made a special trip to the construction site of Westeros Tower. Today is Wednesday, April 1st. April Fool's Day. After the official start of construction in January, the original buildings have been demolished, and the foundation is being excavated. The workers have all gone off work, and they just took a quick look at the construction site, and the couple left. It took a long time to negotiate with a New York subway company before they agreed to add a subway station next to our building, but we have to pay for the renovation, which is about $10 million. In addition, there are actually many illegal workers from Eastern Europe among the workers employed by Tishman Speyer. I talked about this with James, and he said it's not a big problem. Janet and Simon talked about some trivial matters about the construction of the building, and soon returned to the apartment on Fifth Avenue. Simon didn't care too much when he heard about the illegal workers. There is probably no construction site in New York that doesn't use illegal workers, because there are simply not enough workers locally. Moreover, even if something goes wrong, the Speyer family of Tishman Speyer can handle it. They have been in this business for almost 100 years. As he spoke, he entered the apartment and was greeted by Alia Mukherjee, the yoga teacher that Janet found from India. After a few months of training, Janet's figure has been better than before she got pregnant. However, this Indian girl who is very good at yoga and has a first-class appearance and figure has stayed. Simon has seen with his own eyes that Alia's body is as flexible as that of an acrobat, and the unlocking scale is 100%, so he jokingly asked her if she had any plans to develop in Hollywood. There are actually many stars in Hollywood who have turned from fitness coaches to actors by relying on connections. Steven Seagal was once Michael Ovitz's judo coach. Alia obviously has this idea, but it seems that she is not lacking in patience and ambition to go further. Simon didn't care about it, so he let this charming Indian girl continue to stay. After taking a shower with Janet, the woman went to the kitchen to arrange dinner. Simon changed into a casual sweater and casual pants, and sat on the sofa in the living room, watching CNN's breaking news while casually sketching with a sketchbook. A special fragrance came. Simon stopped to brush, looked up and saw Alia put a cup of coffee in front of him, just smiled, and turned his attention back to the storyboard drawing in front of him. After a while, The fragrance still did not dissipate, and a voice came from his ear. "Sir, you are really good at drawing." Simon turned his head to see the Indian girl squatting beside him, her arms resting on the armrests of the sofa, her eyes filled with just the right amount of curiosity and admiration. P.S. There is only one chapter today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Small Vase. Without responding to Alia's compliment, Simon remembered something and asked, "By the way, how tall are you?" 5 feet 9 inches. The Indian girl didn't understand why Simon suddenly asked this, but answered immediately. She stood up and showed Simon. Alia was wearing only a light blue pullover sweater and white jeans in the apartment. The slightly loose sweater still couldn't hide the girl's well-proportioned and graceful figure. Even though it was easy to tell her ethnicity from her black hair and facial features, if she walked on the street, she would definitely attract a high rate of turning heads. Simon gave up the idea of pulling the girl over to play with her, shook his head and said, "It's a pity, she's too tall." Seeing Simon withdraw his gaze, Alia squatted down next to the man again, and continued to keep his arms on the armrest of the sofa and asked, "Sir, is there any problem with this?" Simon said, "If you are under 5 feet 6 inches tall, there happens to be a role that is very suitable for you." Alia's face did not show any disappointment. She glanced at the storyboard drawing in Simon's hand and asked, "Is it the movie you are preparing?" "No." Simon shook his head and said, "Another movie, called Scent of a Woman. There is a tango dance in the movie that I believe will be very colorful. The male protagonist needs a dance partner, but unfortunately you are a little tall, so it's not suitable." Gabrielle Anwar, the tango girl in the original Scent of a Woman, is actually half Indian. If Alia was not too tall, Simon would be looking forward to trying this girl who is much better in appearance and temperament than Gabrielle Anwar. However, 5 feet 9 inches, which is more than 175 centimeters, is a model-level height. Al Pacino is barely 1.7 meters tall. If Alia wears high heels during the filming, the picture will be very inconsistent. Alia did not ask about Scent of a Woman again, and looked at her with a pair of amber eyes. "Actually, I dance well. If you have time, I can dance for you." Simon did not speak, but just raised his head slightly and gestured in a direction. Alia turned her head. Janet was standing at the door of the living room, looking at her with a smile. Ordinary Manhattan residents can own a 120 square meter apartment in various skyscrapers, which is already very spacious. This 3-story duplex apartment has a total area of more than 1,200 square meters, so you can imagine how big the internal space is. The living room where Simon and Alia are located is on the 2nd floor of the duplex apartment, and the kitchen is on the 1st floor. The Indian girl thought that the hostess would not appear suddenly, so she dared to get close to Simon. But unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed. Standing up calmly, Alia tried to look Janet in the eye and said, "Madam, well, I'll go downstairs first." Although she said so, under Janet's gaze, the girl did not dare to move for a while. Simon just wanted to play a little prank and did not remind the Indian girl Janet at the door. At this time, feeling Alia's obviously frightened tone, he took the initiative to say, "Go downstairs to help Bob and the others prepare dinner." The host spoke, and Janet at the door turned sideways again. Alia finally felt as if she had been pardoned. She lowered her head slightly and walked out quickly. As soon as the girl left, Janet pounced on her with her teeth and claws. Simon quickly threw away the drawing folder in his hand and reached out to grab Janet's waist. Janet rode on Simon and nibbled him for a while, and soon they were softly hugging each other, but she continued, "I haven't settled the score with you for taking a few women to Hawaii a few days ago. You sleep on the sofa tonight." Simon kissed Janet lightly on the lips and smiled, "Okay, let's experience the taste of sleeping on the sofa together tonight. You sleep on the sofa yourself. Then I will miss you so much that I can't sleep. Well, little bastard." After pestering for a while, Janet finally talked about business. "Dad asked us to go back to Australia for Easter." "Okay, by the way, see the children." Janet touched Simon's forehead with her head and teased, "When you go back to Los Angeles tomorrow, do you want to take Alia with you and let her dance for you?" Simon stretched out his hand and scratched Janet's ribs twice, and the woman giggled and softened again. After redetermining the acquisition strategy for Limited, Simon returned to Los Angeles the next day. Many recent projects of Deanery's Entertainment require Simon's personal intervention. After the Oscars, Al Pacino's Scent of a Woman started filming on April 6. Since Aaliyah was not suitable, Simon personally selected the original Gabriel Anwar in order to restore the classic tango clips in memory as much as possible. In addition, Deanery's Entertainment has also launched some other important projects. One of them is Forrest Gump. Due to the importance of this project, Simon has been using his spare time to write the script of Forrest Gump recently, and personally drew many movie concept maps and storyboards. However, because Tom Hanks has signed a contract with Deanery's Entertainment and Disney for Sleepless in Seattle, the project schedule has been confirmed to be next summer. Forrest Gump can only be scheduled for the end of 1993. Counting Pixar's second 3D animation The Lion King and Mission Impossible in cooperation with Paramount Pictures, there will be 3 blockbusters related to Deanery's Entertainment by the end of 1993, and the competition will be fierce by then. In addition to Forrest Gump, 2 other novels by John Grimson, the original author of A Time to Kill, which will be released this summer, have also been approved. One is The Sugar-Coated Trap and the other is The Pelican Assassination Order. Deanery's Entertainment signed a priority agreement with John Grimson for the 3 novels. In the original Time and Space, A Time to Kill, The Sugar-Coated Trap and The Pelican Assassination Order were all very popular film projects in the 1990s. Unlike A Time to Kill, which was released in the 1980s, the novel The Sugar-Coated Trap was just released last year, and The Pelican Assassination Order has not yet been officially published. According to the practice of the studio, it is usually decided whether to produce other adaptation projects of the other party's works after the film adaptation of an author's work is released. However, after The Sugar-Coated Trap was published last year, it quickly became one of the best-selling novels of 1991. Such popularity is enough to directly approve the project. The original version of The Pelican starred Julia Roberts and Denzel Washington. The project was established before publication, mainly to occupy the schedules of the 2 stars. In addition, signing a formal adaptation rights agreement with the author of the novel before the release of A Time to Kill will also help Deanery's Entertainment get the project at a lower price. Otherwise, once A Time to Kill is a big hit at the box office, even with a priority agreement, Deanery's Entertainment will have to pay a higher price. On the other hand, before Easter, Deanery's Entertainment's projects such as Wonder Woman, Indecent Proposal, A Time to Kill, and The Last of the Mohicans that will be released in the summer have completed the final cuts one after another, and Simon also needs to devote a lot of energy to personally review these films. Deanery's Cinema. In Simon's office, a meeting has just ended here, and the last of Deanery's Entertainment's 10-film plan has been officially finalized. So far, including the films that have not been released this summer, Deanery's Entertainment has completed 9 of the 4 films originally planned, including The Hand That Rocks the Cradle in cooperation with Disney, Sleeping with the Enemy and Terminator 2 in cooperation with Fox, Dangerous Days and A League of Pink in cooperation with Columbia Pictures, A Few Good Men and A Time to Kill in cooperation with MGM, and The Fugitive and The Last of the Mohicans in cooperation with Warner Brothers. The last spot belongs to Warner. Terry Semel chose the latter between The Trap and The Pelicans, which were recently launched by Deanery's Entertainment. Semel believes that Julia Roberts and Denzel Washington are more guaranteed to be box office hits. As for The Trap, the original male lead of the film was Tom Cruise, and Simon plans to use Keanu Reeves this time. After playing Sandra's boyfriend in Run Lola Run, Keanu Reeves has achieved good box office results in recent years with Abby and Daredevil and Point Cry. In addition, this summer, Keanu will also release Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula, which is also a blockbuster movie with a global box office of over $200 million. Therefore, even if his popularity is inferior to Tom Cruise, Keanu Reeves is already a popular Hollywood A-list actor. In the original Time and Space, Keanu Reeves only impressed most people with Neo in The Matrix, but in fact, this actor has a wide range of acting skills. For example, now, Abby and Daredevil is a comedy, Point Cry is an action movie, and Bram Stoker's Dracula is a fantasy horror movie. In the original timeline, Keanu Reeves also starred in the same type of movie as The Sugar Trap, The Devil's Advocate. Both films tell the story of a young lawyer who has just entered this society and struggles between money and justice. Both movies are very popular. After the incident, Simon told many people that he would never work with the 3 main creators of Rain Man again, unless it was a special case like Meg Ryan, Otherwise he did not intend to make an exception for a movie. Now Deaneries Entertainment has enough confidence to maintain Simon's persistence, and even if a movie fails, it will not hurt the bones. What's more, Simon is full of confidence in letting Keanu Reeves star in Sugar-Coated Trap. If Cruise does not participate, the production cost of the film can be reduced from more than $40 million in the original version to $25 million, which further reduces the risk that Deaneries Entertainment needs to bear. After sending Terry Semel away, Simon rushed to a conference room in the administrative building to attend the production meeting of Desperate Housewives. In addition to several main creators, a series of supporting roles for Desperate Housewives have been basically finalized these days, and the Wisteria Street set of Universal Studios has also officially started construction. In the conference room, Simon listened to Robert Iger's introduction of the project's production plan while looking through some supporting role materials. Then, Simon was attracted by a name. This is the actress who plays Julie Meyer, the daughter of Susan Meyer, among the 4 housewives. In the original version of Desperate Housewives, Susan's daughter Julie was supposed to be 14 or 15 years old, but the actress who looked like she might be in her 20s and had very mediocre acting skills basically did not leave any impression on people. The one in front of Simon at this moment, at least for Simon, is much more famous than the original actress. Sarah Michelle Gellar. This 15-year-old actress was the heroine of the famous Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the 1990s in the original timeline. She was also the star of some popular youth horror movies in the 1990s. She was considered an actress that Simon liked very much. Looking at the information, Sarah Michelle Gellar was only 5 feet 2 inches at this time, about 1.57 meters tall. Compared with the original actress who was almost as tall as Terry Hatcher, Sarah Michelle Gellar was more in line with the image of a daughter. When the meeting ended, Simon casually took out Sarah Michelle Gellar's information and handed it to a producer of Desperate Housewives, asking the other party to send a copy of the girl's audition video to his office tomorrow. It was just a casual order, but unexpectedly, when Simon attended a party hosted by Barbra Streisand in Beverly Hills that night, a little girl appeared in front of him. The 15-year-old girl wore a black dress that looked a bit mature and put on makeup. Although she was short, she gave Simon a very precocious feeling. An agent from WMA personally brought the girl to Simon, introduced her, and then left. "Hello, Mr. Westeros, it's nice to meet you. I've seen all your movies, especially Batman Begins, which is so cool." Sarah Michelle Gellar spoke very casually, looked at Simon's expression, and approached like a cat, trying to get up carefully. Seeing that Simon did not refuse, she really got up, looking like a little bird. Simon is now about 1.85 meters tall, and being held by a girl who is only 1.6 meters tall in high heels, there is a very special height difference. There were quite a few guests at the party, but everyone looked as if they had not noticed the young vase next to Simon. Or, they must have noticed it but were just pretending to be used to it. This kind of thing is indeed common in Hollywood. Simon greeted everyone and was about to talk to the girl when Madonna came over. Queen Madonna was also very sharp-eyed. She took a look at the vase next to Simon and asked directly about her own business. "Simon, have you read the script?" Chapter 480 Rejection. Madonna's pursuit of Hollywood can only be described as a repeated failure. Golden Raspberry Awards, it doesn't matter. The box office failure is the loss of the producers anyway. The few good reviews, such as the guest appearance in Pulp Fiction, are not the key to Madonna's success. In short, Madonna, whose singing career has reached its peak, always misses Hollywood. The singer has recently found a very large-scale project, Naked, which tells the story of a woman who caused the death of her lover during sex and was charged with murder, and then gradually acquitted in court. Generally speaking, Naked is a mixture of Basic Instinct and Presumed Innocent. Basic Instinct is needless to say. Presumed Innocent is a crime drama starring Harrison Ford. 2 years ago, a prosecutor is accused of murdering his lover, and after going through ups and downs in court to acquit himself, he finally finds out that the murderer is actually his wife. The total box office of Presumed Innocent in North America exceeded $86 million. Compared with a production cost of $22 million, it is also a box office dark horse. Deaneries and MGM collaborated on A Few Good Men last year, which roughly followed a trend of Presumed Innocent. Basic Instinct picked up the femme fatale setting of Basic Instinct and the courtroom confrontation elements of Presumed Innocent. In the original time and space, Basic Instinct made a lot of noise, and Simon also had many memories of it. The selling point of this film is basically Madonna's passionate scenes. However, it turns out that the audience is not that interested in Madonna's naked body. The film, with a budget of $30 million US, only recovered more than $13 million US at the box office. Maggie, I've read the script, but I don't quite understand, apart from your own large-scale participation in the film, what else is this movie going to use to attract the audience? Madonna noticed that Simon's tone was obviously not very interested, and immediately said, Simon, don't you think this script is very similar to Basic Instinct? Moreover, the type of film is still a court crime film that has been very popular in the past 2 years. Okay, let's analyze it. Simon saw Madonna subconsciously move closer to him, with her face raised as if she was going to get closer, and took a step back slightly, and said, the success of Basic Instinct is largely due to the controversy it caused. The highly intelligent heroine played the police in the palm of her hand. This strong plot conflict is also a major selling point. Presumed innocence sold well because of the exciting interlocking plots and the big reversal at the end of the film. So, you see, these two movies, well, may have passionate scenes, but the audience bought tickets not for the passionate scenes. Seeing Simon retreat, Madonna moved closer again. After divorcing Sean Penn and parting ways with Warren Beatty, the Queen is now single. But, Simon, all of what you said isn't naked. Unfortunately, Maggie, some elements may exist, but they are not obvious. Simon shook his head and said, all I saw was that the heroine slept with all the key people in the film, and finally asked them to help her get rid of the crime. Compared with Kathryn in Basic Instinct, this is very inferior. Kathryn used her high IQ, and desire is just desire. She even used desire to put herself in a more dangerous situation, playing heartbeat games with a male protagonist with confidence. How about, Simon, how about you help me revise the script, or you can direct it yourself? Madonna said. A small hand reached out, and the index finger hooked Simon's suit pocket, with obvious teasing in her eyes. Simon stopped retreating and watched Madonna's movements with interest, saying with a smile, Maggie, I have a female companion tonight. Sarah Michelle Gellar, who had been carefully holding Simon's arm, raised her chin slightly when she heard the man mention her, and looked at Madonna, who was also not very tall. Madonna just glanced at the girl and said directly, little guy, can Simon and I be alone for a while? Queen Madonna's aura was too strong, and the tone of her voice made Sarah Michelle Gellar feel guilty, and she subconsciously looked at Simon. Simon shook his head slightly at the girl, turned to Madonna, and gestured to Sydney Pollack not far away, saying, Maggie, Sydney and I have something to discuss. Daenerys is not planning to do the project of naked. You can talk to other people. What a pity. Madonna saw Simon's direct refusal, and her tone became much colder. She did not pester him anymore, but still looked resentful and said, besides, men are really unreliable. I didn't expect your taste to change so quickly. After Madonna walked away, Simon took Sarah to Robert Redford, Sydney Pollack and Barbra Streisand, who were chatting. The three old Hollywood big names all rose in the 1960s and 1970s. The three had collaborated on The Way We Were, which was one of the classic movies of the 1970s. Robert Redford and Barbra Streisand also had a romance. In addition, the three were all artists under CAA at this time. After saying hello, Simon talked to Sydney Pollack about The Trap. Sydney Pollack is the original director of The Trap. To be honest, Simon doesn't think Pollack is suitable for this kind of lawyer-themed suspense thriller. Pollack's famous films Out of Africa and Tootsie are both romance films, and The Way We Were is even more so. However, considering the directorial skills of this veteran director and the original factors, Simon still invited Pollack. Simon, I can be the director of The Trap, but I have a condition, Sydney Pollack said directly. The casting of the film must be decided by me. Redford and Streisand are both shrewd people. When Pollack mentioned this, both of them found an excuse to walk away. Simon was equally straightforward and said, of course, Sid, but the male lead has been confirmed. Apart from this, you can choose any other person as long as they are within the budget. I know Daenerys has contacted Keanu Reeves, Sydney Pollack said, but, Simon, I don't think Keanu is suitable. Simon raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? Keanu is more suitable for comedy, but Point Break is a very serious drama. Maybe you should take a look at Keanu's performance in Point Break, a crime drama, last year. Keanu plays a policeman and his performance was widely recognized by critics. Okay, Simon, let's be honest. I hope Tom Cruise can play the leading role in Point Break. Simon narrowed his eyes slightly, and the figure of Michael Ovitz suddenly appeared in his mind. Sydney Pollack is one of the first veteran filmmakers to join the talent agency during the rise of CAA. The two films, My Fair Lady and Out of Africa, that pushed Sydney Pollack's directorial career to the peak in the 1980s were both CAA packaged projects. For this reason, Sydney Pollack can be said to be Michael Ovitz's most hardcore supporter. In the infantryman incident 2 years ago, when Michael Ovitz clashed with the famous screenwriter Joe Esterhaus, Sydney Pollack was one of the few Hollywood filmmakers who publicly expressed firm support for Ovitz in the media. This time, Sydney Pollack obviously hopes to use the opportunity of the trap to help Tom Cruise, who is under CAA, get rid of the dilemma of being banned by Deaneries Entertainment. Although CAA terminated the agency contracts with several filmmakers at the beginning, in fact, probably out of compensation or something like that, Michael Ovitz has always maintained very close contact with several people, and Simon just turned a blind eye to it. After Rain Man, Tom Cruise's recent commercial films Born on the 4th of July and Days of Thunder have both been successful at the box office. However, as Deaneries Entertainment's influence in Hollywood has further increased, major studios have inevitably become more cautious in their cooperation with Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. Barry Levinson's Bugsy, which should have been a hot candidate for an Oscar nomination in 1992, disappeared. After Deaneries reached a cooperation agreement with Paramount last year, the major studio that was originally closely connected with Cruise also abandoned him, resulting in Cruise having no movies released in 1991. In fact, Simon did not say anything about not allowing other studios to cooperate with the three. Dustin Hoffman also starred in Captain Hawk last year, and Far and Away, which Tom Cruise cooperated with Columbia Pictures after leaving Paramount, will also be released this summer. On the surface, the careers of these filmmakers are actually normal. Last year, when Dustin Hoffman was cast in Captain Hawk, Peter Guber even persuaded Terry Semel to come forward and speak for him. Simon was a little relieved at the time, but he did not change a fundamental attitude. Deaneries Entertainment still would not cooperate with the three filmmakers. Meg Ryan's unbanning also began with signing a film contract with Deaneries Entertainment, which is probably the reason why Sydney Pollack made the request today. Michael Ovitz probably hopes that Tom Cruise will reach a cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment in order to send a signal to the outside world that Cruise and Deaneries Entertainment have completely reconciled, so as to avoid the career decline of this popular young actor due to the studio's concerns. Simon did not show any displeasure at Sydney Pollack's straightforward request. He just shook his head and said, "Sid, if you insist on this, I can only say that I'm sorry. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate again in the future." Seeing Simon's statement, Sydney Pollack suddenly became angry and said, "Simon, that happened a long time ago. I don't understand why you are still holding on to it. You are already a big shot and shouldn't be so fussy about these little things." Sid, I have always believed that the idea that some people should be generous and should take the initiative to forgive because they are big shots is simply a form of blackmail, a kind of public opinion blackmail of the weak against the strong. For those I don't want to forgive, I'm sorry, I won't forgive any of them. Moreover, I think I have been generous enough. I didn't target them directly. Until now, they have actually been living very well, haven't they? So, don't ask me for more. After Simon finished speaking, he didn't wait for Sydney Pollack's response. He raised his glass to the other party and walked away. Sarah Michelle Gellar has been following Simon, from Madonna at first, to Sydney Pollack, Barbra Streisand, Robert Redford, and many other big names at the party that she used to only dream of. During the more than 2 hours of the party, the girl seemed to have entered another world. It's incredible to think about it. Sarah's mother is a small actor who has never been able to make a name for herself, so she can only pin her hopes on her daughter. Since she was 4 years old, the girl has been constantly participating in various auditions. Being exposed to the world of fame and fortune too early has also made Sarah more precocious than girls of the same age. The role of Susan's daughter Julie in Desperate Housewives is Sarah's first more important TV series resident role in more than 10 years. In addition, this project is said to be created by Westeros himself, and both mother and daughter think this will be a breakthrough for Sarah. Then, this afternoon, the agency suddenly sent a message that the mother and daughter initially thought was a joke. Westeros wanted to meet Sarah. After repeatedly confirming that it was not a joke, Sarah clearly felt her mother's excitement, almost crying. After Rosalind Geller had a heart-to-heart talk with her daughter, WMA made another arrangement, and Sarah was sent to Simon's side this evening. Simon left the party at Barbra Streisand's house with Sarah Michelle Gellar at about 10 o'clock. Originally, I felt that Sugarcoat Trap did not completely match Sydney Pollack's style. In the original time and space, the reason why this project was directed by Sydney Pollack was obviously another CAA package project in Simon's opinion. Michael Ovitz often uses diversity as an excuse to let directors who are accustomed to style direct areas that the other party has never set foot in. Many directors have their own style, so Simon thinks that this is a bit messy. Moreover, Michael Ovitz's forced piece together is often a big-budget movie with a high budget, which inevitably causes the failure of some blockbusters. Because it can save a lot of energy for the studio, the project packaging mechanism is still popular in Hollywood, but Deanery's Entertainment is a very strong exception. Unless Simon thinks it is really suitable, neither CAA, WMA or ICM can force a whole team's packaged project into Deanery's Entertainment. Since Sydney Pollack failed to reach an agreement, Simon decisively decided to choose other directors. It was not until he returned to Cape Dumay Manor that Simon, who had been thinking about something on the way, realized the girl next to him. Although she was not very old, Sarah Michelle Gellar obviously knew what was going to happen. Not only did the girl not show much stage fright, she even tried to tease the man next to her in a clumsy way. Chapter 481 Quarterly Financial Report. The car stopped in front of the Shell Villa in Cape Dumay Manor. Simon did not intend to get out of the car immediately, but said to Sarah beside him, "I'll have someone take you back." Sarah Michelle Gellar was stunned for a moment, and looked at Simon with some confusion and disappointment. Simon gave an order to the driver in the front seat, and seeing that the girl quickly turned into a pitiful expression, he stretched out his hand to pinch her little chin and smiled, "It's not convenient tonight. If you have time, I'll take you to Europe to play." Sarah still didn't quite understand, but she grabbed Simon's big hand that he wanted to take back and shook it, looking up and said, "Then, Simon, we've made a deal." Simon smiled and nodded, "Of course." The driver opened the car door outside, and seeing Simon was about to get out of the car, the girl leaned closer, "But, Simon, how can I contact you?" "I will contact you." After Simon got out of the car, he gave another order to the driver and walked towards the villa. Sarah Michelle Gellar wanted to muster up the courage to chase him out, but before she could make a move, the driver closed the car door. She had to sit back and watch Simon walk through the car window to the Shell Villa that often appeared in newspapers and magazines. The driver in the front seat politely asked, interrupting Sarah's gaze. The girl responded quickly, and when the car started, she could not see the man, and looked at the manor that was destined to be only a glimpse in the night with some longing. Simon knew that there were always countless eyes watching him. This was California, and Sarah Michelle Gellar was only 15 years old. Even if the girl herself was willing, there was no guarantee that she would not be caught by someone in the future and cause some trouble. There was no shortage of women around him, so there was no need to bury such a time bomb. In fact, he was too busy recently, otherwise he could take the girl to other states tonight as he did in the past. The laws of different states in the United States are different. In many areas such as Utah or Washington State, girls can get married at the age of 12. A, B, and D are taking care of Janet on the East Coast. In Cape Dumay, the baby-faced Zoe Parks and the busted Isabel Dunn are in charge of Simon's daily life. When Simon entered the villa, Isabel came to greet him. After saying hello, Isabel took Simon's suit and folded it to her chest, and said, "Boss, Alice is back." Although she is still serving as the housekeeper of the Westeros family, Alice Ferguson spends more of her free time in San Francisco because of the Amazon online store. Zoe and Isabel were recently arranged to take care of Simon's daily life at Cape Dumay Manor. In fact, the housekeeper is training her successor after getting tacit approval. The Westeros family has a team of more than 30 maids in North America alone. However, after several adjustments, many girls were directly arranged to live in the city where Simon's property is located. The first batch is still the one who can get close to Simon and his wife. After taking a look at Isabel, who seemed to be deliberately squeezing her suit against her chest, Simon asked with a smile, "Where's it?" Isabel straightened her waist slightly under Simon's gaze, but her expression was as if she didn't notice anything. She pointed in a direction and said, "In the living room. There is an activity area specially arranged for maids in Shell Villa. The bedrooms are usually on the second floor, and there are also exclusive rooms such as kitchens, cloakrooms, gyms and living rooms on the first floor. Of course, this treatment is limited to a few girls such as ABCD and the housekeeper who can stay with Simon and his wife. Most of the others can only live outside the manor even in Los Angeles. Today is April 9th, and some operating data of Ygritte Company in the first quarter of 1992 should have been released. Thinking of this, Simon walked straight to a living room on the east side of the villa hall, pointed by Isabel. Seeing Simon's action, Isabel was slightly stunned, and hurriedly followed. Simon rarely took the initiative to go to their rooms in the past. As soon as he arrived at the door of the living room, Simon heard a burst of coquettish laughter. Standing at the door and looking inside, Alice Ferguson was sitting on the sofa holding a laptop, and Zoe Parks was leaning beside her, with her arm around the housekeeper's waist, her chin still on her shoulder, and she was smiling and whispering something. A baby-faced girl was beside a short-haired beauty with a cool temperament. This picture, well, is beautiful. But Simon couldn't help but feel that he was being pried off. This is the little vase I work hard to earn money to support every day. Isabel Dunn followed Simon, and she also heard Zoe's chuckle. She carefully looked past Simon into the living room, and then looked at the male host's reaction, and immediately felt a little bit of gloating. You always look indifferent to us. Humph. However, in order to avoid the plot from being too embarrassing, Isabel took the initiative to cough lightly as a reminder. The living room was brightly lit, but there were only yellow wall lamps in the corridor, so the housekeeper and the other person did not notice Simon's arrival at the first time. Suddenly hearing a voice, the two girls looked over. Seeing that it was Simon, Zoe Parks, who was still clinging to the housekeeper, was the first to react. She jumped off the sofa like a frightened kitten and stood up. Her eyes flickered left and right in panic before she said calmly, "Good evening, boss." The housekeeper looked very calm. She also stood up and said hello, and then took the initiative to send Zoe, who was guilty of being a thief, to prepare coffee for Simon. Watching the baby-faced girl run out of the room, Simon walked into the living room, sat down on the single sofa next to the housekeeper, crossed his legs, looked at the cold beauty in front of him, and said nothing, looking like a wicked boss who said, "You can explain it yourself." Isabel actually wanted to come in and join in the fun. However, seeing Simon's appearance, the girl just stepped into the door a few steps and quietly retreated. The housekeeper sat down on the sofa again, picked up the laptop again with a calm look, tapped a few times, and then handed the laptop to Simon, saying, "Boss, the basic revenue data of the online mall in the first quarter has been preliminarily counted. Do you want to take a look?" Simon took the laptop handed over by the housekeeper and put it on his knees, looking at the documents on the screen, and said, "Aren't you going to explain?" The housekeeper's tone was still calm. "Boss, you didn't say that office romance is not allowed." Simon frowned slightly and seemed to try to recall, and then said, "Well, I shouldn't have said that." Seeing that Simon's attention was focused on the laptop screen, the housekeeper quickly and seriously looked at the expression of the man in front of her, and then she felt relieved. Her boss obviously didn't really care about these things. After working for Simon for so long, Alice could roughly tell when this young man who seemed to always look calm was really angry. However, she suddenly realized that for such a long time, this man who was indifferent to his bones had been angry so many times that he couldn't count them on one hand. It seemed that there were not many things in this world that he cared about. Indeed, at the age of 24, he has already reached the peak that most people in this world may not reach in 10 lifetimes. It is too easy to get everything he wants, so naturally it is difficult to care. I can't help but wonder, what if it is me? After having this thought, the housekeeper suddenly realized that perhaps her thoughts just now were not accurate. It's not that he has too much and doesn't care. It's more likely that this man is just like this by nature. Geniuses are often lonely and indifferent. The man in front of him can't even be described as a simple genius. It's completely a miracle. A miracle that easily makes people have a strong desire to find out the truth. What kind of person is he? How did he do everything he has now? And where is his limit in the future? Ellie, do you know? When a woman has a strong curiosity about a man, she often falls in love with him unconsciously. A voice suddenly came from her ear, and the housekeeper woke up and suddenly realized that she had been staring at her boss for an unknown period of time. There were 2 cups of hot coffee on the coffee table in front of her. Obviously, Zoe had brought the coffee and then left quietly. He looked away in a panic and retorted subconsciously, "I won't fall in love with you." He regretted it as soon as he said it. This sentence is simply the standard response of the soap opera heroine when she says one thing and means another. Simon smiled and continued to look through the financial report data on his laptop. Amazon's online store opened on January 23 at the beginning of the year. In the first quarter, it actually only ran for about 70 days. After the first-day order explosion caused by users' desire to try new things and extensive publicity and marketing, the subsequent sales of the online store began to decline rapidly. Compared with the astonishing 1.32 million book purchase orders on the first day, the average daily order volume of the online store, after stable operation, was only between 50,000 and 100,000. This sharp decline in sales figures was actually expected. In Simon's memory, the number of orders per day on shopping carnivals such as Double 11 was often more than 10 times that of normal days. The first day of the opening of Amazon's online store was equivalent to a small shopping carnival under the unremitting marketing of the Westeros system. The subsequent sharp decline in orders is the normal state in the early stages of e-commerce development. Even so, in the first quarter, Amazon's online store had a total of 5.03 million orders, sold 6.19 million books, and achieved sales of $135.71 million. In Simon's memory, Amazon was founded in 1995, but it was not until 1998, 3 years later, that it achieved annual sales of $600 million. The new version of Amazon has achieved sales of $135 million in just the first quarter of its opening. With a continued growth of performance in the following quarters, it will not be a problem for the annual revenue to exceed $600 million. In the early 1990s, the annual sales volume of the U.S. book market was about 500 million copies. According to the sales data in the first quarter, in just 1 year, Amazon's online store's share of the book market is expected to exceed 5%. This performance growth rate has made the entire physical book retail industry feel threatened. On the other hand, the amazing sales performance achieved by Amazon's online store is actually a matter of course. Unlike the original Amazon, which Jeff Bezos had to start from scratch, the Amazon online store, which is now based on Ygritte, has the traffic import of tens of millions of users on the entire World Wide Web platform almost as soon as it went online. This is a huge consumer group with a scale of more than 20 million, and they are all high-end consumers with the best economic conditions and the highest education in the United States, so they have the habit of reading and often buy books. In addition to the large-scale high-quality user group, the new Amazon store also has an increasingly perfect pay online payment system, which is far beyond the reach of the former Amazon. Even in terms of platform capacity, the former Amazon could only expand its scale step by step, from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and then to millions of users, because it started from scratch. This time, the Amazon online store can support 5 million simultaneous access capacity at the beginning of the platform opening. Moreover, because of the use of cloud computing technology, Amazon can support 5 million users at the same time in a single section when it exploded on the first day of opening, but at the same time, after the user traffic drops, it can very flexibly reduce the server resources to the corresponding scale, thus greatly saving costs. This technology is simply amazing to some technology companies in the industry that have seen the clues. Computing resources have always been an indispensable and very expensive cost for information-related high-tech companies. If Amazon Online Wall did not use cloud computing technology, the huge server costs would become a great burden for them all. In order to adapt to the peak traffic, the server equipment would be greatly expanded, which would also cause a large amount of computing resources to be wasted during unpopular periods. In another key logistics aspect, Simon also used his foresight advantage based on the impression of blockbuster model and many other information to let Amazon establish a close cooperative relationship with the United States Postal Service, the largest logistics network in the United States, in advance, to ensure the user's online shopping experience to the greatest extent. In short, the success of Amazon Online Mall should actually be regarded as the result of the continuous large-scale investment of Ygritte Company in the past few years since its establishment. You know, in 1991, Ygritte Company's total operating income in US services, online advertising, e-store and browser sales reached $491 million, which is also a big innovation in the industry. However, on the other hand, behind Ygritte's annual revenue of nearly $500 million, there is a net loss of up to $387 million. In the history of American business, there are few capitals that dare to spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year on an industry with no clear prospects. You know, the entry threshold for the Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States in 1991 was only a little over $300 million. Moreover, the loss of $387 million does not only mean that Ygritte only burned $387 million in 1991. The revenue of nearly $500 million was basically reinvested in Ygritte's talent recruitment, technology research and development, publicity and marketing, data center construction and other aspects. Many technology companies that are already familiar to us at this time, such as Intel, Microsoft, Apple, Oracle, etc., only raised hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in financing in the early stages of their development, and then grew step by step. With Simon's investment at all costs, Ygritte is a leapfrog development with super high growth. Moreover, unlike the early flourishing of the internet industry in the original time and space, it is precisely because of Simon's unremitting investment that the current World Wide Web, even though it has always been under the banner of open sharing, anyone can see that this is a network platform basically monopolized by Ygritte. In the past few years, Westeros has directly created a new high-tech industry by joining forces with a large number of technology companies such as Intel, Microsoft, Cisco, and AOL, and by spending a lot of money. After reading the information, Simon casually glanced at the time on the lower right corner of the laptop. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Glancing at the side, the housekeeper was still sitting upright. With a smile on his lips, Simon put down the laptop, stood up and walked to the housekeeper. In the panic of the girl, with a slightly different meaning in her flashing eyes, he said, "I suddenly want you to fulfill your original promise." After Simon finished speaking, like a robber, he directly picked up a stiff woman and turned to walk out of the living room. Chapter 482 Easter. After carefully serving Simon breakfast, they respectfully escorted their boss out. When the car disappeared from view, Zoe Parks and Isabel Dunn looked at each other and ran upstairs to the villa together. At the door of a bedroom on the second floor of Shale Villa, the two women simultaneously stepped lightly, quietly pushed the door open, walked through the outer living room, and came to the bedroom, where they saw the situation in the room at a glance. The big bed was obviously messy after the event. The housekeeper was still sleeping soundly, lying on her stomach, with her head slightly tilted, her arms still hugging the pillow, revealing a wide and round shoulder. However, the two women's attention was attracted by the many strawberries on the housekeeper's exposed skin. On the neck, arms, shoulders, or, inside the quilt, it must be the same. Isabel looked at Zoe beside her with her mouth slightly open, and whispered in a trembling voice, "It can't be, dead." She was immediately given a cold look. Sensing the movement beside her, the housekeeper quickly opened her eyes and noticed the two heads beside the bed. After a brief daze, she subconsciously pulled the quilt to cover her body, and stared at Isabel and Zoe with a little momentum. "What are you doing?" Seeing the housekeeper wake up, Zoe jumped on the bed and approached her, with a bit of teasing in her tone. "Ellie, have I been dumped?" Alice wanted to reach out and knock Zoe on the forehead, but when she realized the marks on her body, she gave up the idea and said unhappily, "Yes, now, can you guys go out first?" "Alice, women are really unreliable." Zoe's beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly reached out. The housekeeper was prepared, and Zoe's attempt to pull the quilt off her body failed. She entangled and played for a few times, and when she saw that Alice seemed to be angry, she gave up and left the bedroom with Isabel. Still curled up in the quilt, she waited for a while. After confirming that the two guys would not break in again, the housekeeper got out of bed, quickly locked the bedroom door, and finally felt relieved. She turned around and wanted to go to the bathroom. Because she had just relaxed from her alertness, her body suddenly became weak and her steps staggered. She entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet to run hot water, hesitated for a moment, and walked to the washstand to look in the mirror. Then she couldn't help but dodge. Bastard. The scene of last night emerged in her mind. I only remember biting him hard at the end. But it seems, well, at least, I must have used the greatest strength I could at that time. An hour later, after taking a shower and cleaning up all traces, she went downstairs fully armed, glared at Zoe who was staring at the scarf around her neck, sat down in the dining room, and started to eat breakfast. After a while, she realized something. She looked at the sumptuous food on the table, and glared at the two women sitting next to her who refused to leave. Two guys. Obviously intentional. So much food was prepared. But I'm really hungry. Isabel remembered something and asked curiously, "How did you seduce the boss?" How? Alice paused while eating and thought carefully. It seemed that she had no clue. Last night, because she was curious about him, she stared at a guy in a daze for a while. But it didn't seem to be seduction. It's just that she was a little guilty at the time and didn't remember some details. Or it was just that a guy suddenly got interested. She had expected this day to come a long time ago, and she didn't mean to refuse. But she couldn't remember how it happened. She recalled it carefully and vaguely. At a certain moment in the living room last night, his eyes looked at her a little wrong. What was wrong? It's hard to say. In the end, she could only regard it as a man's interest. If she couldn't figure it out, she would stop thinking about it. After breakfast, it was already past 9 in the morning. This time I went back to Los Angeles to discuss something with him. The idea of embedding the instant messaging software developed by a team of Ygritte into the Amazon online mall as a communication tool. I talked to Jeff Bezos and others in advance. Bezos thought that doing so would greatly increase the labor service costs of the online mall because a large number of service personnel would be hired. Although everyone did not object and thought it was very necessary, in the short term, the entire Ygritte company was already operating at full capacity. Suddenly adding another team would greatly increase the pressure in all aspects. Moreover, the instant messaging software named ICQ by Simon himself is said to have a longer-term layout than being an interactive tool for online walls in the description of a certain guy. It seems a bit wasteful to just use it as a tool for online walls to communicate with customers. However, now, I decided to tell him these things via email, so as not to be bullied again. Since I didn't plan to stay any longer, after breakfast, the housekeeper hurriedly flew to Houston, Texas. This was a trip to poach people. Ygritte's demand for high-end computer talents has been increasing, and the company has been lobbying the California government to increase the visa quota for overseas senior technical talents. Amazon Online Mall is currently developing a new recommendation system to recommend books that may be of interest to users browsing the mall. Because the internet industry is emerging, there are not many professional technical talents, and we can only recruit people according to their corresponding abilities. In addition to basic programming, the planned recommendation system also requires some developers to have strong mathematical calculation ability. After several searches, Alice found that NASA has quite a few similar talents. The operation of the space shuttle and the calculation of satellite orbits are more professional than Amazon's recommendation system, so she had the idea of recruiting people directly from NASA. After this period of contact, some people responded because of Ygritte's generous salary. This time, the housekeeper flew to the Johnson Space Center in Houston for an interview in person, and then she would fly to Washington again. As Easter approaches, many students in North America have started their annual spring break, and the Easter season has officially begun. On April 10th, a week before Easter, 2 new films were released in North American theaters, namely Columbia Pictures horror film The Bloody Night Demon and Fox Pictures 2D animated film The Last Rainforest. The Last Rainforest is another adaptation of Stephen King's novel, telling the story of a half-human, half-cat sleepwalking ghost who kills people. The film opened on 1,864 screens. The Last Rainforest opened on 1,401 screens, which is a test for Fox in the field of animated films. From April 10th to April 16th, the box office of The Last Rainforest in the first 7 days of the film was finally $12.4 million, winning the single-week box office championship. The film's opening was neither high nor low, and the specific trend can only be seen from the subsequent box office curve. The Last Rainforest failed to rouse the response Fox wanted. The opening scale of 1,401 screens was only $5.14 million in the first 7 days of the week. Taking advantage of the family atmosphere of Easter, the best box office potential is probably only a total box office of $20 million in North America. However, the production cost of this animated film is also $20 million. Fox can only expect to earn back the cost through subsequent channels. Easter this year is April 19th, and Simon and Janet set off for Australia on April 16th. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 was also released on April 17th, with 2,976 screens. The success of the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is more likely to be attributed to the wide popularity of this animation IP and the curiosity of the audience. However, the live-action Ninja Turtles are not very pleasing. After repeated consideration by the production and distribution team, the market positioning of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 has been locked in the youth audience from the beginning, so it focuses on exciting action design and exciting adventure elements. MTV and other media platforms for teenagers have also become the focus of the promotion of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. The risk of this adjustment is actually very high. Because in the first part, a large part of the children who bought tickets to enter the theater because of their love for the cartoon accounted for. However, Simon personally approved this adventure. After all, following the original route is likely to repeat the mistakes of the new line in the original time and space, and the box office of the sequels will be worse than the previous one. Even if the new positioning and attempt are unsuccessful, with the popularity of the first film and the popularity of the Ninja Turtles IP, at most they will end up in the same situation as the original time and space. In addition to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Warner Bros. Also released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, starring Patrick Swayze, the male lead of Ghost. The film tells the story of an American doctor practicing medicine in an Indian slum. Simon had read the information about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in advance. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was directed by Roland Joff, who was nominated for the Oscar for Best Director twice. During the filming of the film in India, it was obstructed by the authorities more than once, which was considered to be a bumpy road. However, compared with Roland Joff's previous two Oscar-nominated films, The City of Fire and The Life of the Ninja Turtles, the film critics and reputation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were mediocre. Warner Bros. Pictures also arranged only 811 screens for the opening of this film. Simon was in Australia, and the relevant data of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 was passed to him as soon as possible. After the film was released, even with a public relations component, the North American media generally gave this sequel a relatively positive evaluation, with an overall score of 7.1 points. The film review article of Variety magazine also specially praised the breakthrough of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 in the plot mode. As the most watched and most heavily promoted movie during the Easter period, the opening box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 also met expectations. In the first 3 days of the weekend, 2,976 screens finally earned $26.13 million. Although it failed to achieve an average of 10,000 in 3 days, the box office of $26.13 million in the first 3 days of the opening was enough for all other films of the same period to look up to. Fun City, which opened on the same day, had a budget of $27 million, almost the same as the $30 million production budget of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, but the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend was only $3.39 million. Simon and his wife arrived in Melbourne on April 17 and did not leave for the United States until April 23. In addition to visiting the little guy, the Johnston family also agreed on another thing during this trip to Melbourne, about the wedding of David Johnston and Leslie Wickett. Although reluctant, Raymond Johnston finally gave in at the insistence of his son. The wedding of the two was finally scheduled for November at the end of the year, and the location was naturally in Melbourne. Back in the United States, the first week box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 was officially released. In 7 days, the box office revenue of this popular animated adaptation movie finally reached $37.38 million. It was a very bright start, exceeding the box office of $32.16 million in the first week of the first film by a full $5 million. For Simon, this data also broke the trend of the box office of the sequels of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series that New Line and Paramount failed to break through in the original time and space. Therefore, although with the passing of Easter, Deanery's entertainment distribution department predicted that the box office of the film in the second week may drop by 40% based on the box office on April 24, which is far less than the 17% drop in the second week of the first film, Simon is still not dissatisfied with it. With a start of $37.38 million, even if the 40% drop in the second week is calculated, the total box office in North America is still expected to break through the $100 million mark. Compared with a production budget of $30 million and the investment of $15 million in publicity and promotion, Deanery's Entertainment can achieve profitability only in the North American box office. The reputation and box office in North America exceeded Simon's expectations, and the box office in overseas markets will certainly rise. However, after Easter, the most eye-catching thing is Apollo Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital. It was in the competition with KKR and Blackstone that it successfully won Victoria's Secret parent company limited with a bid of $2.45 billion. Since February, this acquisition case that has been entangled for more than 2 months has finally settled. In the final game, KKR's offer was $100 million higher than that of Cersei Capital's acquisition team, reaching $2.55 billion. However, compared with Cersei Capital's one-time full payment, KKR provided a 3-year cash plus bond combination payment model. KKR has not yet been able to get rid of the shadow of the Reynolds Nabisco acquisition. Its financial health is difficult to reassure limited shareholders. Even if the offer exceeds $100 million, its competitiveness is actually not comparable to Cersei Capital. Moreover, in terms of corporate management rights, KKR's requirements are more stringent than Cersei Capital. Not only does it disagree with the request of the family of Limited founder Leslie Wexner to retain some shares, it also requires the other party to resign immediately after the acquisition. As the founder of Limited, the current chairman and CEO Leslie Wexner not only holds a large number of voting rights, but also has a strong influence on the company's shareholders and board of directors. KKR's strong attitude on corporate control undoubtedly pushed Wexner to Cersei Capital. In addition, after Blackstone tried to cooperate with KKR and Cersei Capital to acquire without success, it also made a private offer to Limited. According to the news that was revealed later, the total offer of this plan was only $2.4 billion, so it was naturally eliminated. Finally, the Limited board of directors voted and finally decided to accept Cersei Capital's plan. Chapter 483 Spider-Man. Unlike the leveraged buyouts that were common in the 1980s, Cersei Capital did not intend to split and sell Limited in a short period of time to quickly cash out, but preferred to conduct a secondary listing after long-term operation. Therefore, in terms of funds, Cersei Capital could not adopt the short-term high-interest borrowing and junk bond financing model that was common in the 1980s. In order to raise the funds needed to acquire Limited, Cersei Capital was already preparing to issue a new fund specifically for this acquisition before the formal acquisition began. The acquisition transaction was completed, and Cersei Capital also basically completed the fundraising work for this fund. Although the acquisition of more than $2 billion is far from comparable to the acquisition of Reynolds Nabisco, with a total transaction amount of $33 billion, this acquisition is already the largest private equity acquisition in the past 2 years, given that the United States has not yet completely recovered from the aftermath of the bond market collapse a few years ago. In order to give investors confidence and for the investment considerations of the Westeros system itself, after the transaction was reached, Westeros Company quickly announced that it would purchase 10% of Limited shares at the agreed price. After deducting the other 10% of the shares retained by the Wexner family, Cersei Capital actually bought only 80% of Limited shares, and the amount of funds required to be paid was $1.96 billion. The direct involvement of Westeros Company enabled the investors who had previously signed the subscription agreement to quickly fulfill their fund subscription shares, thus ensuring the smooth completion of the acquisition. The specific acquisition process will take another 2 months to complete, but Simon quickly got in touch with Leslie Wexner, the founder of Limited. Leslie Wexner's history of wealth is very typical in this industry. It started with a fashion store, and then continued to increase the chain scale in the next 20 years, eventually creating Limited, which now has a total of thousands of chain stores. The Victoria's Secret that Simon cares about most is actually a lingerie chain brand that Leslie Wexner bought from another businessman in 1982. Because it was not the foundation of the company, although Victoria's Secret has developed very rapidly in recent years, and later when Limited is mentioned, people will only think of Victoria's Secret, but in fact, Leslie Wexner still regards Limited sub-brands such as women's fashion and sports fashion as the core of its business. Therefore, compared with a proportion of more than 60% of the parent company's sales of Victoria's Secret later, Victoria's Secret at this time only accounted for a little over 20% of Limited sales in 1991. The economic downturn, overexpansion, abandonment of the original Limited brand's business strategy, and unrestrained pursuit of more fields eventually caused Limited to fall into business difficulties after the collapse of the U.S. bond market. Speaking of which, Leslie Wexner, the founder of Limited, is a very radical businessman, which is actually very similar to the impression Simon gave to the outside world. The Westeros system rose rapidly like a miracle in just 6 years. Simon's various big-handed and risky moves in this process cannot even be described as simply radical. However, Simon, who has lived 2 lives, has always been very clear about what he is doing. Many of Westeros's layouts, which seem unreasonable to outsiders, such as the crazy investment in Ygritte in the past 2 years, are just to Simon to seize the opportunities of some industries destined to explode in advance. Leslie Wexner cannot have Simon's foresight advantage. In the past 20 years, Limited's continuous expansion is more of a natural move for a businessman who dares to take risks. The fashion field has long been a very competitive red ocean market. Limited's continuous overexpansion has also led to the inevitable homogeneity problem of many fashion companies. After all, it is difficult for the fashion industry to come up with too many new tricks. The serious homogeneity of clothing products, the excessively bloated scale of enterprises, and the increase in relative costs inevitably lead to a decline in brand competitiveness. In recent years, the sales of Limited's women's fashion and sportswear have continued to decline with the sluggish economic situation. The only one that has risen against the trend is Victoria's Secret, which focuses on underwear. Simon privately wondered if this was the legendary lipstick effect. However, the original Limited company has turned its attention to the operation of Victoria's Secret since the 1990s, and returned to the Limited brand business strategy of focusing on the core brand, which was probably inspired by the market performance of Victoria's Secret in the early 1990s. Limited's headquarters is in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio is located in the northeastern United States, bordering Pennsylvania to the east and the Great Lakes to the north. Unlike the winding and mountainous western states, Ohio is located in the endless eastern plains. As the capital of Ohio, Columbus is located right in the center of this plain. After Simon and Janet returned from Australia, they quickly accepted Leslie Wexner's invitation and rushed to Columbus, Ohio as guests. Of course, there are other reasons. Simon's butterfly effect on the world is becoming more and more obvious, but it has not changed the occurrence of things. For example, the Los Angeles riots at the end of April 1992. The cause of the incident was that in March 1991, the black youth Rodney King was violently treated by Los Angeles police because of his drunk driving and resisting arrest. The incident was filmed by passers-by and sold to TV stations. As a result, the major TV stations, which were used to creating topics, edited out Rodney King's various acts of resisting arrest in the first half of the videotape, leaving only the scene of him being beaten on TV. On April 28, the Los Angeles District Court acquitted the 4 police officers involved based on the complete record of the incident, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the black community and triggered large-scale riots. Although the riots only occurred in the central and southern parts of Los Angeles in memory, who knows if there will be any abnormal changes this time. As soon as the incident happened, Simon quietly left Los Angeles and joined Janet, who came from New York and Columbus. Due to habit, Columbus had already purchased a 50-acre farm-style manor in advance. Unlike Los Angeles and other large cities along the coast where riots occurred one after another, Columbus, located in the Central Plains, seemed very calm. This is actually not without reason. Located in the conservative northeastern United States, the proportion of people of color in Ohio is much lower than that of the states on the east and west coasts. The proportion of white people in this area is still above 90%. Simon didn't have much feeling about the riots, and it wasn't the first time such a thing happened in this country. In the farm estate in the northern suburbs of Columbus, Leslie Wexner had no intention of talking about this sensitive incident. For politicians, it was wrong to lean towards either side, so President Bush didn't come out to smooth things over until 2 days after the riots, making a few insincere appeals. It was an election year, and the candidates were surprisingly tight-lipped about the riots. They were all about votes. Simon and Leslie Wexner were both public figures, and even if they didn't have the scruples of professional politicians, talking too much would only make more mistakes. Although it was clear that a country's move towards a certain extreme political correctness was often the result of this constant silence and concession, Simon had no intention of trying to change anything. A deep-rooted pessimism in his bones made him more accustomed to watching too many things with a cold eye. Politics can't be discussed too much, of course. Business is still the best thing to talk about. Today is May 1st, and it's already late spring and early summer without knowing it. Walking on the busy farm road, Ignoring the disturbances of the outside world, Simon's mood has become very comfortable without realizing it. During the few days in Columbus, Simon has been discussing the next development of Limited with Leslie Wexner. Limited's difficulties in recent years have proved that the company must make changes. In the original time and space, Limited abandoned many peripheral brands and focused on the operation of Victoria's Secret, which was the result of this change. However, combined with the information in his memory, Simon found that Limited could actually make another attempt. Since it has been proven to be very successful, the promotion of the Victoria's Secret brand through the sexy marketing method of the Victoria's Secret show must be retained, but for Limited's women's fashion and sports fashion businesses, Simon also proposed to Leslie Wexner another fast fashion concept that has been gradually taking shape in recent years but has not grown. Many years later, the world's most famous affordable fashion brands, Zara, H&M and Gap, all adopt the fast fashion operation model. Simply put, fast fashion is to quickly promote the fashion trends shown in major fashion weeks in relatively cheap consumer areas in a very short period of time. First-rate design, second-rate brand, third-rate price. This is a very vivid summary of fast fashion brands. To put it bluntly, the so-called fast fashion is actually a rapid imitation of the popular trends created by major top luxury brands. In Simon's memory, the Spanish Zara brand was sued every other day for plagiarizing designs, and the infringement fees paid each year reached tens of millions of dollars. However, this company has never meant to reform itself and still tirelessly sends its large team of designers to major fashion shows. Compared with the huge profits, the infringement fees of tens of millions of euros each year are indeed not worth mentioning. Zara's boss Amancio Ortega once squeezed out Warren Buffett with this world-class fast fashion brand and ranked among the top 3 in the world's richest list with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Whether it is Spain's Zara, Sweden's H&M or the United States Gap, the 3 major fashion giants have been established many years later, but the 3 companies are still a long way from their peak. Limited already has a deep foundation in the fashion industry. It is not too late to transform in the fast fashion field before the rise of the 3 giants. When the affordable fashion chain develops to a certain extent, further breakthroughs in the brand have been a problem that has troubled Leslie Wexner for a long time. Unlike luxury brands, affordable fashion is too easy to be homogenized. The biggest problem is that it is difficult to maintain its distinctive brand characteristics for a long time. This problem cannot be solved by large-scale marketing alone. The concept of fast fashion proposed by Simon in recent days has made Leslie Wexner feel suddenly enlightened. Since it is impossible to maintain a certain fashion brand feature that is enough to attract consumers for a long time, it is better to do the opposite and always pursue the latest and fastest fashion trends. As for the moral risks such as plagiarism and imitation that may be involved, for a businessman who has been struggling in the business world for decades, there is no psychological burden at all. After several days of discussion, Leslie Wexner also accepted Simon's suggestion. In the next step, while focusing on promoting the Victoria's Secret brand, Limited plans to integrate its fashion business and use the foundation of a brand called Express that Limited first established to create a fast fashion brand. In addition, Limited will also sell some non-core businesses, and this kind of sale is certainly not the kind of sale after the leveraged buyout in the 1980s. The funds obtained from the asset sale will be used to develop the 2 major brands of Versus and Express. Simon, I seriously thought about the idea of the underwear fashion show you mentioned yesterday last night. It is a very good idea. However, according to your idea, inviting the top models in the fashion industry and broadcasting it on TV, the budget seems too high. Maybe we can keep it a little simple at the beginning. I have also considered the budget issue. Simon smiled and said, Len, how about this? This show will be jointly produced by Deaneries Entertainment and Limited, and both parties will share 50% of the budget. Deaneries Entertainment will be responsible for the distribution of channels such as TV platforms and videotapes. Walking along the green farm roads, the scenery is pleasant, but people are not drunk. Leslie Wexner quickly calculated. Simon had learned about Limited and Leslie Wexner. Similarly, after the 2 sides met, Leslie Wexner also carefully studied the rise of this young man. Deaneries Entertainment was able to sell a Gucci brand documentary for tens of millions of dollars, to make Madonna's concert documentary a big hit, and to make a documentary about Antarctic scenery a box office dark horse. So, it is hard to say whether this lingerie fashion show will have the same value. Thinking of this, Leslie Wexner quickly asked, "Simon, we share the budget, so the profits should also be shared, right?" Simon glanced at the middle-aged man in his 50s next to him and said, Limited only has to spend half of the budget to get a large promotion of the Victoria's Secret brand. Isn't that enough? But after all, we are bearing half of the budget." Leslie Wexner hesitated, and finally did not agree that Limited could bear the entire production budget. According to the idea of the young man next to him, such a big show cannot be taken without tens of millions of dollars in funds. It is really risky to invest tens of millions of dollars in a fashion brand show. Moreover, it seems that the matter is not just about money. Simon must plan this matter personally, including inviting those top supermodels. It will be difficult to do without Simon. Although Victoria's Secret itself has very good performance and popularity, it is only a low-priced underwear brand after all. For many supermodels, walking for such a brand is a bit of a loss of status. If you are still in a group with other supermodels, it will be even more of a loss of status. However, if it is a show for a project planned by Simon Westeros, it will probably be easier to accept. Leslie Wexner still knows the two waist beauties and leg beauties who suddenly rose in the fashion circle last year. Westeros created two supermodels who rose rapidly just for fun. With the strong influence of this young man in Hollywood and the fashion industry, it is absolutely very easy to gather a team of supermodels to walk for Victoria's Secret. This is something that Limited cannot do at this stage. The Victoria's Secret fashion show in the original time and space began in 1995. However, unlike the increasingly grand show after the new century, the initial show could only invite one or two quasi-first-line supermodels as the main stars. It was not until 10 years later that the Victoria's Secret fashion show finally reached a peak state of gathering of gods. Chapter 484 Spider-Man 2. After a brief bargaining, Simon and Leslie Wexner agreed that the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show would be jointly held by Deaneries Entertainment and Limited, and the two parties would share the investment in the budget of the fashion show. Deaneries Entertainment would also receive routine distribution fees for future promotion of the fashion show in film and television. In addition, Simon also agreed to personally serve as the producer of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The riots in Los Angeles lasted for 4 days until thousands of National Guard and Marine Corps soldiers entered the City of Angels and the chaos was suppressed. After spending the first weekend in early May in Columbus, Simon returned to Los Angeles on May 4th. Unlike the mess in the south-central part of the city, the Santa Monica Mountains in Los Angeles were basically unaffected. The incident subsided and Hollywood quickly returned to its former prosperity. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, which was released on Thanksgiving Day on April 17, has been released for 2.5 weeks. In the second week of its release, the box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 fell by 41% as expected, earning another $22.31 million. During the third weekend of its release from May 1 to May 3, the film's decline narrowed to 27%, and it continued to earn $11.39 million in 3 days, with a cumulative box office of $71.08 million. In 2.5 weeks, the cumulative box office was $71.08 million, and the single-week box office remained above $10 million, which means that the total North American box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 is expected to reach a high of $110 million to $120 million. Although it is still slightly lower than the first film, it also exceeded Simon's initial expectations. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was therefore successfully put on the production schedule. In order to avoid a too fast pace, the third film was still scheduled for 2 years later, that is, in 1994. However, these days, what Simon is most concerned about is no longer Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, but the Marvel 2D animated film Spider-Man, which was also released directly through the video channel during the Easter period. Spider-Man was officially released on April 10, a week before Easter. With a total budget of $15 million for production and distribution, this 2D animated film needs to sell 1 million boxes to basically break even. Deaneries Entertainment's distribution department expected the sales of Spider-Man videotapes to reach 2 million to 3 million. If this number is reached, Marvel's animation department can continue to produce 2D animated films of other superheroes. If the sales bottom line of 2 million is not reached, even if it still makes a decent profit, Simon does not intend to let 2D animated films consume the popularity of Marvel superheroes. However, with limited production and publicity resources, The first batch of 300,000 videotapes of Spider-Man were quickly sold out in just 3 days after being put on the shelves. Deanery's Family Entertainment, which is mainly responsible for the distribution of videotapes and TV channels under Deanery's Entertainment, quickly replenished the stock while investigating the cause of the matter, and soon discovered that it turned out that a group of Marvel fans had launched an activity on the internet forum that had just emerged in the past 2 years to support the Spider-Man animation and promote Deanery's Entertainment to produce a live-action movie. Spider-Man, who was born 30 years ago, is as popular as DC's Batman and Superman and other superheroes, so he has a very wide group of comic fans. The activity on the online forum was just a beginning, and it was not very eye-catching at first. However, this activity was passed on by word of mouth by the majority of comic fans, and it had spread offline before the release of Spider-Man, and eventually created the grand occasion that the first batch of 300,000 videotapes of this animated film were quickly sold out. The team of Deanery's Home Entertainment did not initially anticipate the influence of this event. However, the distribution team then made good use of this opportunity, and hyped up and guided through the media platform, publicizing how difficult it was for the Marvel team to make this 2D animated film under the shadow of the DC movie universe, how the senior management of Deanery's Entertainment deliberately suppressed Marvel in order to maintain the interests of the DC movie universe, and how they did not even allow Spider-Man to make a 3D version while trying to control the budget. Various half-true and half-false gossips, and thus quickly produced an event effect. Although the budget was only $12 million, the reputation of the Spider-Man 2D animated film was indeed widely recognized by the media under the careful production of the Marvel team, and the comprehensive film review score reached 8.3 points, which also became the most solid foundation for the success of this 2D animated film. Driven by various factors, the final first-week sales of the Spider-Man 2D animated film reached 1.09 million. During the Easter week, the sales of the film's videotapes increased again, reaching 1.23 million. In just 2 weeks, the total sales of 2.32 million boxes have reached Deanery's Entertainment's initial sales expectations for this 2D animated film. Moreover, with 2.32 million boxes sold in 2 weeks, the final overall sales of Spider-Man are expected to exceed 10 million boxes. According to the average selling price of videotapes of about $30, 10 million boxes means sales of $300 million. This is just in North America. Although the DC movie universe has been successfully promoted overseas, as an American superhero, Spider-Man's 2D animated film has no plans for theatrical release, and Deanery's Entertainment does not have much expectations for overseas. However, even so, the expected return brought to Deanery's Entertainment by this 2D animated version of Spider-Man will far exceed the original idea. The retail price of a videotape is $30, and the factory wholesale price is usually around $15. Excluding the material transportation costs of the videotape, the gross profit margin is over 40%. Therefore, based on the total sales of 10 million boxes in North America, this 2D animated film can at least bring Deanery's Entertainment a net profit of $100 million. Even if the film's subsequent overseas distribution and TV platform revenue is not much, it must be very considerable under the background of popularity driven by the hot sales of videotapes. The final net profit is expected to be at least 10 times the initial budget of $15 million. Hollywood's film projects that can bring $150 million in net profit to the studio on the omni-channel platform every year can often be counted on one hand. Therefore, it can be seen that the Spider-Man 2D animated film is definitely another super dark horse that other studios envy. Even if there are some accidental factors in the success of this project, Simon has to pay more attention to it because the profit is here. The first is to put out the fire with public opinion. In order to promote the big sales of Spider-Man, the distribution team has created a lot of black materials that are very unfavorable to the top management of Deanery's Entertainment. Making the most of unfavorable factors to release a movie is the philosophy Simon has held since the beginning of Deanery's. Spider-Man is so successful, and the previous operation of the distribution team has certainly received positive affirmation. However, we cannot let Deanery's Entertainment's public opinion of suppressing Marvel for DC spread at will. Anyone who is a little rational should be able to easily figure out that even if it has the copyright of the DC Big Three, DC superheroes can't be Deanery's Entertainment's sons after all, but Marvel, which is 100% owned by Deanery's Entertainment. Even from a purely profit perspective, Dina Reese and Time Warner jointly created the DC movie universe. After careful calculation, in the entire movie universe, Warner can share the profits of the big three and independently hold the copyrights of superheroes such as Flash and Cyborg. Therefore, Warner's overall income should be more substantial. If Dina Reese develops the Marvel movie universe, the benefits will be entirely hers. Therefore, as long as it is feasible, Dina Reese Entertainment has no reason to deliberately snub Marvel. Since no live-action movie project of Marvel superheroes has been launched, the senior management of Dina Reese Entertainment must have their own considerations. Later, as the CEO of Dina Reese Entertainment, Amy Pascal personally explained in an interview with The Hollywood Reporter why Dina Reese Entertainment did not develop live-action movies of Marvel superheroes for the time being. Compared with DC, Marvel superhero movies often require more complex special effects technology support. The special effects technology at this stage cannot reach a satisfactory level. For example, Spider-Man wants Peter Parker to shuttle back and forth in the urban forest of New York. It is very difficult. Dina Reese Entertainment will therefore suspend the development of Marvel superheroes. Choosing to cooperate with DC Comics under Time Warner is also to lay the foundation for the future Marvel superhero movie universe in advance. Amy Pascal's explanation has been affirmed by most fans, and coupled with other operations of Dina Reese public relations department in private, the public opinion noise previously created by the Spider-Man distribution team quickly disappeared. Although, there are also some not-so-good results. Because of Amy Pascal's exposure, the current DC movie universe project is entirely for Dina Reese Entertainment to develop Marvel in the future, which casts a faint haze on the prospects of the DC movie universe. In the future, perhaps one day, in order to launch the own Marvel movie universe, Dina Reese Entertainment, which holds the copyright of the three DC giants, will deliberately suppress the direct competitor, cold storage. After similar concerns in the media appeared, Time Warner's stock price fell for several consecutive days. Therefore, it is inevitable that there will be another round of chaos. After the public opinion is extinguished, the next step is the subsequent animation film development plan. Although the Marvel movie universe will not be launched for a few years, Simon actually has a general plan for this because of his memories of his previous life. The sales performance of the Spider-Man videotape is so good that the animation film will definitely continue to be produced, and it will also be made into a long-term crossover series. However, Simon will not let the animation film affect the live-action film. In short, the plot of the animated movie universe and the planned live-action movie universe cannot overlap too much. Otherwise, the audience will have a trip to the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the animated film. If the storyline of the live-action movie universe is similar to that of the animated film, even if they are still looking forward to it, more people will probably not want to see a simple plot copy. Fortunately, as a comic book company that has been established for more than half a century, Marvel has accumulated enough materials to explore over the years. In the roughly agreed plan, the animated movie universe will be based on the story accumulation of Marvel Comics before 1990 as much as possible. At the same time, in order to pave the way for the future live-action Marvel Cinematic Universe, Marvel will restart a series of major event plans this year. These major events basically revolve around the main line of the Marvel Cinematic Universe in Simon's memory, including the superhero Civil War, the invasion of the Skrulls, etc., and some superheroes will be restarted. Speaking of which, the comic industry in North America has become increasingly depressed in recent years. As people's entertainment activities increase, comic sales continue to decline. The recession is almost irreversible. Whether it is Marvel or DC, in the basic comic business, they have been eating their old capital in the past 2 years, and increasing revenue by hyping comic collections and issuing classic replicas. Simon also hopes that this large-scale reboot of Marvel superheroes will boost the declining comic sales. As May approaches, the 1992 summer season in North America is approaching. The most important movie project in this summer season is undoubtedly Wonder Woman, which will be released on June 5th. In recent months, with Dina Reese Entertainment's unremitting promotion, Wonder Woman has become the most anticipated movie of this summer season. With only 1 month left before the release, the creators of Wonder Woman have started a non-stop promotion schedule, and Dina Reese Entertainment has also more intensively released promotional materials on various media platforms. In order to avoid the edge of Wonder Woman, many studios have moved up the key projects of this summer season to May. Mel Gibson's new film Lethal Weapon 3 chose the May 15th schedule. Columbia Pictures' production of Far From Home starring Tom Cruise is also scheduled for May 29, a week before Wonder Woman. There is also Sister Act produced by Disney and starring Whoopi Goldberg, which is scheduled to be released on May 22. As a black comedy, Sister Act cost $31 million, far exceeding Disney's initial expectation of $20 million. None of Disney's senior executives have the foresight advantage of Simon, and it is impossible for them to know that Sister Act will become a box office dark horse, so they are quite worried about the box office prospects of the film. It is said that Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg had a big quarrel over this and tried to shirk responsibility. With a continuous recovery of Disney, the rift between the two Disney executives who had worked closely together at the beginning became more and more obvious. Of course, this kind of secret in the circle will definitely not be known to outsiders. With the 3 movies leading the way, Wonder Woman completely occupied the week starting on June 5, and even in the week of June 12, there were no heavyweight movies released. Under the hot promotion of summer movies, after Cersei Capital finalized the acquisition of Limited, another news soon came out in the circle. Deaneries Entertainment will cooperate with Limited to create a large-scale lingerie fashion show. It is said that Simon Westeros will personally serve as the producer, and the fashion show will also be broadcast on the TV network. Subsequently, various news were confirmed one by one. The matter is true. Apparently, in order to promote the Victoria's Secret lingerie brand under Limited, Simon Westeros intends to personally take part. People of this era obviously cannot imagine what the Victoria's Secret show looks like in Simon's memory. In the inherent impression of most of the public, a group of models walking around on the catwalk, how much can this be worth seeing? However, because of the confirmation of the news, more media began to pay attention to the Limited acquisition case that Cersei Capital had just completed, and the Victoria's Secret brand also became famous because it was mentioned many times. Leslie Wexner was originally a businessman who was very good at marketing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly launched a new round of brand promotion. As for Hollywood and the fashion industry, even if they still wondered what kind of tricks a fashion show could play, it did not prevent major model agencies from contacting Deaneries Entertainment one after another, trying to get their own models to ride on the towering tree of Simon Westeros. Chapter 485 Opening. The sudden exposure of the Victoria's Secret fashion show has made the fashion circle very lively. For Simon, this can only be a small hobby after work. On May 6, after 3.5 months of shooting, Jurassic Park was officially completed. Although the film was directed by Spielberg in the original version, Simon rushed to Hawaii again to follow up for a few days in person a week before the completion of the film. After the shooting was completed, the project team returned to Los Angeles and quickly invested in the intense post-production. In addition to Jurassic Park, the other 2 key projects at the end of 1992, The Ring in the Halloween schedule and Home Alone 2 in the Thanksgiving schedule, are also in the post-production stage. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. It was already Wednesday, May 13. Simon spent the morning discussing the post-production of Jurassic Park with Spielberg, had lunch together, and started 3 consecutive production meetings at 1 p.m., namely Forrest Gump, Sleepless in Seattle and Superman. The preparation progress of the 3 films is different. As for Forrest Gump, Robert Zemeckis and Tom Hanks have just agreed to participate in the project, and the company is still discussing the salary issue with the 2. In addition to Meg Ryan, Tom Hanks will also participate in Sleepless in Seattle, and Hanks' schedule has become a key issue that the 2 project teams need to coordinate. The final Superman is already ready. After the Oscars in March, Deaneries Entertainment officially announced the main creators of the 2 major projects Superman and Cyborg. Simon had already determined the director of Superman Roland Emmerich a long time ago, and the male lead was Brad Pitt. As for the female lead Lois Lane, Simon finally gave the female lead to the other party after several requests from Courteney Cox. Participating in the superhero series can gain high popularity, but it will also greatly limit the future development of the actors. Simon doesn't care if the careers of Brad Pitt or Will Smith have changed because of this. As an old friend who had known Courteney since the early days of Hollywood, even though they didn't have much affection at the beginning, Simon actually hoped that Courteney could have a better development. He even gave her some special advice for this. With an agent like Jonathan and the popularity accumulated from the Scream series, Courteney was not short of resources and connections for further development. However, Courteney couldn't be patient after all. In this case, Simon would not interfere too much. Courtney's image was indeed very consistent with the setting of Lois Lane. Speaking of which, the heroine of the Cyborg series was also an acquaintance in Simon's memory, Halle Berry. This black actress, who as a beauty pageant winner started her career a few years ago. She had previously starred in Spike Lee's Jungle Fever and Bruce Willis' The Last Boy Scout, which failed at the box office last year. She also played the leading role in Eddie Murphy's new film, The Sacred Heart, which will be released in the summer of this year. The production meeting of Superman ended at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Roland Emmerich, who was leaving the conference room with Simon, noticed that Courteney Cox came to Simon, and tactfully ended the conversation, turned to Brad Pitt and others and left quickly. Glancing at the others who were leaving, Courtney moved closer to Simon with some restraint, and asked tentatively, "Simon, do you have any plans tonight? This is the third floor of building number 1 in the administrative district. Emmerich and others have just squeezed into the elevator." Simon did not wait for the other one, and took Courtney to the stairs, saying, "Yes, I have a dinner appointment later, and I have to attend the after-party of the premiere of Lethal Weapon 3 afterwards. Lethal Weapon 3 will be released the day after tomorrow, and the premiere will be held today." Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group are still in a competitive relationship. Simon did not intend to attend the premiere of Lethal Weapon 3, but accepted Mel Gibson's invitation to the after-party after the premiere. The main reason is that many Australian filmmakers will attend the after-party. Before that, at 7 o'clock, Leslie Wexner, who came to Los Angeles to prepare for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and his fiancée were invited to dinner. Courtney paused after hearing this and said nothing more. It was still a weekday, and the man next to her attended 2 social events in one night, which showed how busy he was on weekdays. Moreover, over the past few years, the gap between the two has become larger and larger, and now it is simply a world of difference. If he was interested in her, he could have shown it long ago. She herself could not think of any reason to refuse. The two walked down the stairs together. Simon saw Courtney was silent and took the initiative to ask, "How about you? How are you doing recently?" "Not bad." Courtney responded subconsciously, but she couldn't help but think of her current situation. In terms of career, compared with many Hollywood actresses who have been unable to make a breakthrough for many years, her luck is good enough. However, many things are afraid of comparison. As actresses under the name of Jonathan Friedman, the two are not much different in age and starting point, but in recent years, Sandra Bullock has left her far behind. From the original Run Lola Run to the 2 sequels of Back to the Future and then to last year's The Silence of the Lambs and the upcoming A Time to Kill, etc., in 6 years, a series of hit films and some award nominations have made Sandra Bullock firmly sit on the position of a new generation of first-line actresses. What about her? So far, the most famous one is Scream. Although this series has made her a household name and her fame seems to be similar to that of first-line actresses, she has not been able to get rid of the positioning of a vase. How to distinguish between a star and a vase? In fact, it is very simple. Just look at whether a star has enough box office appeal. Sandra Bullock is the kind of person who already has a strong box office appeal. However, Courtney is very clear that after the Scream series ended, it is still difficult for her to support the box office of a movie alone. Courtney actually knows that Simon's suggestion that she should patiently participate in some different types of films to hone her qualifications and get rid of the vase label was well-intentioned and very correct. However, she also has her own concerns. The distance between her and the man beside her was getting farther and farther. Who knew if she would still remember him after a few years of patience? Therefore, while there were still some contacts, including Jonathan Friedman who took good care of her because of Simon's acquaintance with her, it was most important for her to hold as much as possible in her hands. After all, there was not much common language, and they just chatted about some meaningless gossips casually, and unknowingly came downstairs. The black Bentley luxury car was waiting in front of the building. Courtney was looking forward to Simon's invitation before getting in the car. "Do you want to take you home, or something else? Anything is fine." In the end, everything happened. After saying goodbye and watching his car leave, she could only turn to the parking lot to pick up her own car. Dinner was arranged directly at Cape du May Manor. Although there would be no party in Shale Villa, inviting some people to dinner at home, even if he was still a little reluctant in his heart, Simon knew that this was a necessary courtesy. A few days ago in Columbus, Ohio, Leslie Wexner entertained them and their husbands with great enthusiasm. After sending the little one away in early March and spending 2 months carefully reorganizing the huge industry of the entire Westeros system, Janet resumed her work rhythm before pregnancy, spending only 2 or 3 days a week on the East Coast, and not even going to New York in the past week. Simon came home and was immediately dragged to the cloakroom by Janet to fix his clothes. She enjoyed tossing her man around, and after going downstairs, it was almost 7 o'clock. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to check on the chef's preparations for dinner, a girl Allison came to remind her, and the couple left the villa together to welcome the guests. Leslie Wexner is 55 years old, but this wealthy fashion businessman did not officially get engaged until the beginning of this year. His fiancée is named Abigail Copper, a typical French-born blonde who looks about 30 years old and is a lawyer. Everyone greeted each other and entered the Shell Villa. Even though he had a large estate of more than 300 acres in Columbus, Leslie Wexner looked at the villa and couldn't help but feel envious. Leslie Wexner also started to build a huge business at a very young age. He would never treat himself badly in life. However, even if calculated according to the $2.45 billion acquisition price of Limited by Cersei Capital, plus some of his other investments over the years, his personal net worth is less than $1 billion. Such a fortune is definitely at the top of the pyramid in the United States, but in front of Westeros, he is still just a poor man. The rich are also divided into classes. In addition to Columbus, Ohio, Leslie Wexner also owns his own mansion in Manhattan and a vacation villa in Miami, Florida. Moreover, he seems to be able to afford the properties that Westeros can purchase, but the difference between them can still be easily discovered. The simplest one is that the top group of super rich people in the United States now basically own private jets, but only Simon Westeros can easily use the Boeing 767 as his own car. Of course, many people can afford the Boeing 767, but being able to afford it and being able to use it are often two different things. Simon Westeros can spend tens of millions of dollars to build a special hangar at Los Angeles International Airport for easy docking, but other billionaires cannot throw out tens of millions of dollars lightly. There is also the manor in Columbus. Because Leslie Wexner personally arranged it, Simon's farm manor on the outskirts of Columbus is adjacent to the Wexner family. The Wexner family's manor covers an area of more than 300 acres, which is used for permanent residence and is considered the foundation. Although the manor purchased by Westeros at a huge cost is only 50 acres, it can only be lived in for a few days a year. Moreover, various properties under Westeros' name are said to have spread across North America, Europe and Australia. According to some media speculation, the value of these real estates alone is enough to make Simon occupy a very prominent position on the Forbes rich list. Last year's Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States, Westeros's net worth was an unprecedented $35 billion. Now, a year has not passed, and many people can clearly feel that this young man's net worth is growing rapidly at a visible speed. Until he sat down in the restaurant, Leslie Wexner couldn't help but wonder, how much money does Simon Westeros have now? In addition to personally taking charge of the preparations for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Leslie Wexner came to Los Angeles on Monday, and in recent days he has discussed with Simon and his wife the use of the funds that the Wexner family just cashed out from the Limited acquisition. After selling about 20% of Limited shares, excluding capital gains tax and some spare funds, Leslie Wexner plans to use the remaining $300 million in his hands for other investments. In terms of investment vision, no one can compare to Simon in recent years. Since they are already partners, Simon doesn't mind forming a closer interest relationship with Leslie Wexner. As a relatively old-fashioned rich man, Leslie Wexner also has very good connections in the American political circle, and he is also in the Democratic camp. It will only be good for Simon to win over such a helper. After several discussions, $300 million of the capital, of which $100 million will be accepted by Cersei Fund Management, a hedge fund under Cersei Capital. Cersei Capital's hedge fund, with a size of about $3 billion, has always been the object of close attention and pursuit by many American capitals. Under Janet's personal layout, Cersei Capital also used this fund to weave a network of interests that would definitely be very eye-catching if it were revealed. Leslie Wexner also accepted Simon's suggestion to place the remaining $200 million in two other subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, mainly for technology stock investment in the next few years. The three subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, Cersei Fund Management, Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management have different investment goals and lower risks. Such an arrangement of the Wexner family's funds can ensure the safety of the $300 million as much as possible. Very low things were handled during working hours, and the atmosphere of the dinner was quite relaxed. Of course, the topic was more focused on the Victoria's Secret fashion show. This project had just been announced, and many people were trying to find out what was going on in a roundabout way. Of course, there were some gossips. If others wanted to gather the top models in the fashion circle to hold a big show, it might be regarded as a relatively pure business behavior. But Westeros, a guy, only 24 years old this year, has a fatal attraction to too many women, whether it is wealth, power or personal image. Even many models who hope to join this big show have already had the idea of hoping that Westeros's purpose is not too simple from the beginning. If you are favored by this young super tycoon, even if it is unlikely to get any status, you don't have to struggle for the second half of your life. These gossips inevitably became the material for everyone to tease Simon at dinner, and even Janet had a little expression of resentment. Dinner ended at around 8 o'clock. The after-party of Lethal Weapon 3 started at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Simon took the opportunity to invite Leslie Wexner. Hollywood, the place of fame and fortune, has a natural attraction for many wealthy people. Leslie Wexner and his fiancée readily agreed, and everyone rushed to the city together. With Simon's support, the influence of the Australian gang in Hollywood has become more and more obvious in recent years. In addition to the early Mel Gibson and George Miller, the new Nicole Kidman, Jane Campion, Peter Jackson, Baz Luhrmann, Sam Neill, etc. have already established a firm foothold in Hollywood. For this after-party tonight, Mel Gibson specially invited a group of Australian gang members in Hollywood to come and support him. That's why Simon attended. The lively premiere of Lethal Weapon 3 represents the official start of the 1992 summer season. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Theme Park. France, Disneyland in the eastern suburbs of Paris. After riding the Indiana Jones roller coaster, the couple wearing Mickey and Minnie couple t-shirts left the attraction, wandered around and found a lawn, and walked over together. Pressing Simon to lie on the lawn, Janet took off her sunglasses and lay comfortably on the man's chest. Fully armed with baseball caps and sunglasses, and dressed like an ordinary couple that can be seen everywhere, they had a crazy day in Disneyland. Although they inevitably encountered some hesitant eyes, they were not recognized after all. It was already evening. The summer sunset fell on the two of them, with a just right warmth, which made people feel a little lazy. Rubbing against Simon like a kitten, Janet said, "Let's not go to Cannes tonight, okay?" Simon put his arm around the woman's waist and nodded without thinking, "Okay." Today is Monday, May 18th. The 45th Cannes Film Festival in France opened on May 7th, and the closing ceremony was officially held tonight. I haven't been to Europe for a long time, so it's inevitable that there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with here. Taking advantage of this film festival, Simon flew here with Janet last Friday. He spent a day in Florence, Italy on Saturday, and flew to Helsinki, Finland yesterday. Today is a free day, and it's Monday when there are relatively few tourists. Simon brought Janet to the newly opened Euro Disneyland. In fact, it can be regarded as a personal experience of the operation of Disneyland. Euro Disneyland, which took 6 years to build and cost $5 billion, covers an area of nearly 20 square kilometers. After its official opening on April 12, the official passenger flow in the past month or so is less than half of what Disney originally expected. The huge losses and heavy debt burden of the theme park have put the high-ranking Disney executives, who were full of ambition at the time, in a very embarrassing situation. The failure of Euro Disney at the beginning has obviously affected the Universal Studios Osaka, which is being prepared. The most direct point is that the Osaka city government has finally softened its tone recently and no longer insisted on converting all the land into shares of Universal Studios Osaka, but instead exchanged it for half in cash and half in stocks. According to the plan that has basically been negotiated on the Japanese side, the Osaka city government's shareholding in Universal Studios Osaka can eventually be reduced to about 5%. For Simon, the failure of Euro Disney also brought him many warnings. This Disneyland on the outskirts of Paris was built to a large extent under the influence of the great success of Tokyo Disneyland. At the beginning, Disney's management was full of almost blind confidence in this project, so the planning and construction process of Euro Disney was quite radical. The initial budget of $1 billion continued to expand and gradually reached $5 billion. European countries also racked their brains to compete for this theme park project that can have many positive effects on the economy and employment. This radicalism and blindness undoubtedly brought very serious consequences. A bad start is just the beginning. In Simon's memory, Euro Disney, later renamed Paris Disney, has basically never made a profit in the decades since it opened. Under the continuous losses, all shareholders who participated in the investment suffered heavy losses. Moreover, for such a huge project, considering that the consequences of bankruptcy liquidation are too severe, Disney is in a dilemma and has to subsidize funds for a long time to maintain operations. The lack of detailed market research in the early stage, the over-optimism that led to the project budget out of control, the failure to carry out localized operations that fit the market, etc. These huge mistakes in the planning and construction of Euro Disneyland are all things that Universal Studios Osaka needs to be very vigilant about. Simon pondered and suddenly thought of another thing. Disney in the original timeline, even in the years before and after the new millennium when the business situation was relatively sluggish, has always been a Hollywood giant-style comprehensive media group with enough capital to subsidize Euro Disneyland. However, in Hollywood today, Disney has been significantly suppressed because of the rise of Disney's entertainment. For example, Pixar, the 3D animation studio that has maintained Disney's long-term dominance in the field of animated films, was bought by Simon a long time ago, and Toy Story has also become an important IP under Disney's entertainment. In addition, some of Disney's hit projects in the 1990s, such as Pretty Woman and The Lion King, were also intercepted by Simon. Miramax, which was originally an important subsidiary of Disney, is still an unknown small workshop. Even Disney's crucial 2D animation film business was limited in the scale of Disney's 2D animation film production because Simon's early acquisition of Pixar resulted in the animation production technology not being transferred from manual to digital. It can be said that although Disney is still in good operating condition among the major Hollywood studios, it is impossible for it to have enough strength to swallow up the metropolitan ABC group. The wave of integration in the American media industry has begun. If Disney cannot develop into a comprehensive media group through its own expansion, in the general trend of the American media field tending to concentrate resources, this old film company that has been operating independently for many years may also end up being swallowed up by other large media groups in the future. 20 or 30 years later, the most powerful studios in Hollywood, whether Disney, Warner Brothers or Universal, are actually attached to a huge media system. Rising stars such as Lionsgate have been unable to truly stand on equal footing with traditional big studios because they have maintained their independence. They have been popular for a few years with one or two hit series, but soon fell into silence. Moreover, the current Disney has already shown signs of instability within the management. In the original time and space, Disney's slump around the new millennium was caused by the internal fighting of the management. The internal fighting among the top management will undoubtedly further hinder the development of Disney. Simon couldn't help but start to think that maybe one day, he could also take this old studio into his pocket. Or, let it completely fall into silence like the former United Artists, RKO and later MGM. Such a heavy burden as Euro Disney will undoubtedly play a good helping role in promoting the decline of Disney. While thinking, a pair of small hands suddenly reached out, held Simon's face and rubbed it, interrupting his thoughts. Simon pretended to bite one of the hands, but the two little paws pounced on him fearlessly, and he quickly shut up. After pinching the man's face again in dissatisfaction, Janet let Simon go, propped her arms on his chest, and still stared at him with her beautiful eyes, saying, "Don't think about things, think about where we are going to play tomorrow." Simon put his arms around the woman's waist leaning on him and said, "How about going to Chateau Latour tomorrow?" Janet nodded, and then remembered something, and said, "Dad also told me last time to help prepare some red wine for David's wedding at the end of the year." Although the old man has always been dissatisfied with David Johnston's fiancée, his face-saving character is still the same. Scratching the woman's waist with his fingers, Simon pretended to be in pain and said, "Just pick someone who is about the same. If it's too good, I will be distressed." Janet snorted twice with a threatening look in her eyes, looking like a young wife who is obviously planning to turn her elbow outward. However, after looking at Simon for a while, Janet was a little confused. "You really don't care at all." Simon pretended to be unhappy. "Do you think I am a very stingy person in your heart?" "Of course not," Janet said, tilting her head slightly, as if thinking seriously. Simon wanted to imitate the way the woman rubbed her face just now, but was suddenly attacked by Janet and bit his hand directly. After a while of playing, Janet calmed down again and suddenly said, "I understand." "Huh? You seem to really treat the Johnston family as your relatives." Simon's heart skipped a beat, but there was nothing abnormal on the surface. He said as a matter of course, "You are my relatives." No, no. Janet shook her head, as if she was entangled in some key issue. Simon stood up, pulled her up, kissed the woman on the face, and whispered in her ear, "Let's go back. Is your chest swollen today? I will help you deal with it." Janet's face immediately turned red. It has only been half a year since she gave birth to the little guy in December last year. After sending the child to Australia, she often faces a troublesome problem without having to breastfeed herself. Janet was led by the man to walk out of the park, but she did not forget to glance at Simon. It was so clumsy to change the subject so obviously. However, the question just now was really confusing. Moreover, this feeling was not the first time. It seemed that there was always a blind spot in her thinking that made it difficult for her to sort out. After 6 years of getting along, she knew him very well. He was like a person from another planet in his bones, with an almost indifferent sense of alienation towards the world he lived in. Over the years, there were only a few people who could really break into his heart. However, she felt more than once that he treated all her family members as his own family in many things. The subtle differences in it would definitely not be noticed by ordinary people, but she felt it keenly. For example, when she was with Patrick Johnston, she could feel several times that his attitude towards Patrick was exactly the same as his attitude towards his useless youngest son. He despised him when he should, taught him a lesson when he should, and sent him aside when he was impatient. He was not polite at all like a brother-in-law, but was just like her sister on a daily basis. And, a little annoying thing. In addition to having lived 2 lives and accumulating the experience and knowledge of more than 10 people, Janet was definitely smarter than Simon, but she rarely showed it. Sorting out the many details accumulated in her mind, she always felt vaguely that she was about to grasp something, but there was always something missing. What was missing? Unknowingly, they had already got in the car and returned to the manor in the western suburbs of Paris. Back home, Simon seemed to have forgotten the evil thoughts he had in Disneyland not long ago, and Janet once again put aside a problem that had been bothering her for a long time. The couple entered the villa together. A girl, Alison Norris, came over and handed Simon an invitation, which was sent by the Broccoli family, hoping that Simon could attend a party held by the Broccoli family in London tomorrow night. Obviously, the Broccoli family wanted to talk to Simon about 007. After the last falling out, Simon had decided to put the 007 series on hold for a few years. It was a bit late for the Broccoli family to give in now, and Simon did not intend to change his decision. Throwing the invitation aside, Janet began to instruct the servants to prepare dinner. Simon went to the study and sent some ideas he had today at Disneyland to Amy Pascal in Los Angeles and the executives in charge of the Osaka Universal Studios project in Japan by email. The layout of Disney may be a long-term plan of 5 to 10 years, but Osaka Universal Studios is an important layout of Deanery's entertainment in the theme park. The successful experience of Tokyo Disneyland and the lessons of the failure of European Disneyland are enough to provide enough references for this theme park under preparation. After sending the email, Simon opened the North American box office data report in his mailbox. Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon 3 was released last Friday. In the first 3 days of the first weekend, it earned $33.24 million on 2,510 screens. The first week box office is expected to reach about $45 million. Just a few years ago, the first week box office of $45 million was enough to break some box office records. After the rise of comprehensive saturation distribution, this number seems very ordinary for first-line blockbusters. Even if Wonder Woman released on June 5 only gets $45 million in the first week box office, the movie will be considered a failure. Originally planned to fly to Cannes tonight to attend some party activities after the closing ceremony of the film festival, Janet did not want to go at the last minute, so Simon canceled the trip. However, Simon still got the award results of the film festival as soon as possible. The winner of the 45th Cannes Film Festival Palme d'Or was The Good Intentions, written by Swedish film master Ingmar Bergman based on his parents' experience. Ingmar Bergman's film talent is beyond doubt. However, in Simon's opinion, such an award result is more of an affirmation of this film master. Deaneries Entertainment's entry this year is Howard's End, an adaptation of a novel by British novelist E.M. Forster. The film stars 3 Hollywood stars, Emma Thompson, Anthony Hopkins and Helena Bonham Carter, and received unanimous praise from the media during the Cannes screening. However, although Howard's End entered the main competition unit, it ultimately won nothing. Ingmar Bergman's screenwriter work won the award, which has been predicted. Deaneries Entertainment's performance at major film festivals in the past few years was quite eye-catching, and it is still in a stage of keeping a low profile like the Oscars in March. Although its own film failed to win the award, Ella Deutschmann, the head of Guillaumin Films, who came to Cannes in person as usual, has also begun to contact the copyrights of several award-winning works this year, such as The Good Intentions and Spring of Thieves. Simon had planned to replace Miramax's position in Hollywood with Highgate Pictures a few years ago, and planned to promote overseas films in North America with greater efforts. The rise of Hollywood in recent years has made film practitioners in various countries feel a clear threat. Deaneries Entertainment's strong support for overseas films to enter North America is not only in its own interests, but also can largely alleviate the resistance of the overseas film market to Hollywood, at least to the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment. Chapter 487 Heavy Prelude. In the first 7 days of the first week, the opening box office of Lethal Weapon 3 was finally $42.94 million, slightly lower than the expected $45 million. Because it is more of an action comedy, the production cost of Lethal Weapon 3 was only $35 million. The opening of $42.94 million is completely a big hit compared to the cost. However, because the profit-sharing contracts signed by several main creators such as Mel Gibson, Danny Glover and director Richard Donner have divided more than half of the net profit share of the film, Warner Bros. Pictures' expected income from this sequel project is not as much as that of the main creators. Considering that the cost and risk of continuing to make sequels will increase, whether Lethal Weapon 4 will be launched depends on the interest distribution game between Warner Bros. And Mel Gibson and other main creators. In Simon's memory, Lethal Weapon 4 was not launched until 1998, largely because of the above reasons. Moreover, because it took too long, the production cost of Lethal Weapon 4 reached $140 million, but the North American box office was not even below the cost line. Sometimes, the Hollywood trilogy curse is not a bad thing for either the studio or the film's creators. On May 22, the second week of the summer season, Disney's black comedy Sister Act, starring Whoopi Goldberg, was released. The budget of the film reached $31 million, but the number of screens it opened on was only 1,430. A few years ago, the scale of 1,430 screens was already a big production level, but now in 1992, it is a kind of expression of pessimism about the box office prospects of the film. Disney plans to release several movies this summer season. Not to mention the sequel of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and the 2D animated film Aladdin, even another classic 2D animated film Pinocchio, which will be re-released in mid-July, is expected to open on more than 1,600 screens, which will exceed Sister Act. In addition to Sister Act, the film released on the same day is also Flame, which was released by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment. Directed by the famous French director Louis Malle, starring Oscar winner Jeremy Irons and famous French actress Juliette Binoche, Flame tells the story of a British MP having an affair with his son's girlfriend. New World Pictures positioned Flame as a replica of the hit film Fatal Attraction, starring Michael Douglas, a few years ago. Of course, compared to the thriller and suspense of Fatal Attraction, the actual selling point of Flame is just one word: sex. Under the operation of the New World Pictures distribution team, mainstream newspapers and magazines have all seriously analyzed the plot of Flame. On relatively gossipy media platforms such as the New York Times, Flame has a conflict with the MPAA over rating issues. Because of the many large-scale love scenes in Flame, MAP initially positioned Flame as NC-17. After a dispute between the two sides, New World Pictures finally made some concessions, and the film finally hardly obtained an R rating. This rating conflict was of course deliberately created by the New World Pictures team. Every year, Hollywood studios have countless disputes and conflicts with the MPAA over ratings, and Deanery's Entertainment is no exception, but most of them are resolved relatively low-key. Therefore, occasionally publicizing it in the media with great fanfare is indeed very effective. The film opened on 516 screens and earned $5.39 million in the first 7 days of the first week, breaking the $10,000 hot-selling standard per theater. Considering that the works of French directors have a limited audience in the North American market, and now it is a highly competitive summer season, it is also necessary to achieve a certain hunger marketing effect. Although the box office was good at the beginning, New World Pictures did not plan to increase the number of box office screens in the second week. However, the opening box office of $5.39 million roughly ensured that The Burning Lover would earn at least $15 million in North American box office revenue. Although it is the work of Louis Malle, who has directed famous films such as Atlantic City and Pretty Baby, the box office of Flame was only average during its early release in Europe due to its mediocre reputation. New World Pictures bought out the North American full-channel copyright of Flame for only $2 million, and the investment in publicity and distribution was also $2 million. This is actually a risk. Louis Malle has never been a box office director. The distribution team of New World Pictures initially predicted that the North American box office of the film might only be $5 million. With a total investment of $4 million, if only $5 million is obtained at the North American box office, the project can only expect to recover the cost through channels such as videotapes in the later stage. Several European production companies of Flame probably also foresaw this possibility, so they were willing to sell out the North American copyright at one time and put the money in their pockets. Similarly, it is precisely because of the buyout that Flame can get a good schedule such as the summer season. Otherwise, if it is distributed in a split-rate manner, this movie can only get unpopular schedules such as January and February or September and October. The expected total North American box office of $15 million is enough for New World Entertainment to recover all the initial investment in the project and realize profitability. Many people in Hollywood have been unable to understand why Deanery's Entertainment, which owns the DC movie universe and a large number of other super-selling IPs, would still get involved in the field of low-cost independent films and art films. Now, with the passage of time and the continuous success of Deanery's Entertainment in this field, other studios have gradually realized that a niche film with a North American box office of $10 million or $20 million may earn less than half of the first week box office of Lethal Weapon 3. However, if there are more than 10 similar films a year, coupled with a low-cost advantage, the comprehensive income is very considerable. For Deanery's Entertainment, starting with films such as Reservoir Dogs, Dancing Heroes and Twin Dragons at the beginning of the year, including the recently released The Burning Lover, Deanery's Entertainment's two subsidiary labels, New World Pictures and Gay Omen Pictures, have cumulatively released, and the number of low-cost niche projects with a box office of more than $10 million has reached 9. Even if each film can only earn a net profit of $2 to $3 million at the box office, it is enough to contribute more than $100 million in net profit to Deanery's Entertainment throughout the year, including the revenue from peripheral channels such as videotapes and TV broadcasts. This is limited to low-cost niche projects. Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures also have major projects such as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Toy Story, and The Piano every year. After all the calculations, the profit scale brought to Deanery's Entertainment by the two sub-brands will easily reach $200 million to $300 million or even more. The other 7 major Hollywood studios often have a net profit scale of only $200 million to $300 million in a normal year. However, even if they understand this more and more, it is not easy for other studios to catch up with the established Deanery's Entertainment in the field of low-cost independent films. This is just like it was difficult for other studios in the original time and space to surpass New Line and Miramax, which specialized in 2 fields. In addition, this time New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures have long been subsidiaries of Deanery's Entertainment, and there is no possibility of being acquired by other studios. Even though the first week box office data of Flame was very good compared to the cost investment, the film's position on the weekly box office list was not prominent. From May 22 to May 28, Lethal Weapon 3 continued to lead the weekly box office list with a box office of $32.31 million, a drop of only 24% compared to the first week. Sister Act, produced by Disney, unexpectedly achieved a counterattack despite being obviously pessimistic, and achieved a box office of $16.76 million in the first week with 1,430 screens, with an average of more than $11,000 in theaters. Although Disney, which was still in a dispute with the top management over this project before the release, was greatly surprised, it also responded quickly and increased the number of screens for the film to 1,742 in the second week of the release. At the same time, on May 29, North American theaters finally ushered in the first real high-budget blockbuster of the 1992 summer season, Far and Away, produced by Columbia Pictures under Sony Corporation, with a production cost of up to $60 million. This film, which tells the story of the struggle of Irish immigrants in North America in the late 19th century, stars Tom Cruise and is directed by Ron Howard, who made his mark in Hollywood with films such as The Mermaid and Home Sweet Home. In the original timeline, Far From Earth was still a couple movie, with Cruise's then-wife Nicole Kidman as the heroine. This time is obviously different. However, the heroine of the new version of Far From Earth is still Simon's acquaintance, Catherine Zeta-Jones. A certain old man killer has parted ways with John Peters, the president of Columbia Pictures, but has also built up a good network of contacts in Hollywood. In order to ensure his own interests, Tom Cruise's projects rarely cooperate with other big-name actors, especially the heroine, who is generally played by second- and third-tier actresses, and Catherine Zeta-Jones is just right. Columbia Pictures not only invested $60 million in the production cost of Far From Earth this time, but also spared no effort in the distribution of the film, with a publicity and distribution budget of $30 million, and a total investment of $90 million for the entire project. Tom Cruise also did everything he could to ensure the box office success of Far and Away. Because of the change in timeline, Cruise divorced his first wife Mimi Rogers a year ago. In order to create more topics for Far and Away, various media have been hyping up the romance between Cruise and Zeta-Jones. This media publicity method has almost been used to death in Hollywood. However, since it is a trick that has been used repeatedly, it must have its merits. Tom Cruise and Catherine Zeta-Jones' romance has indeed attracted the attention of many fans, and the attention of Far and Away has also risen. However, no matter how large the production investment, how much publicity budget, or how popular the rumored romance is, it will not be able to save a movie that is bound to be tepid. After the large-scale opening of 2,791 screens, Far and Away received only a passing media reputation. Tom Cruise's declining popularity in the past 2 years and the audience's lack of interest in the whole story led to the film's box office revenue of only $10.19 million in the first 3 days of its opening, less than one-third of Columbia Pictures' expectations. It was a complete blow. 4 working days later, Far and Away's first 7-day box office revenue was only $15.62 million, ranking only third on the weekly box office list. Because Far and Away failed at the box office, Warner Bros. Pictures' Lethal Weapon 3 was still the box office champion of the week. In its third week, Lethal Weapon 3 continued to earn $20.02 million, with a cumulative box office of $95.28 million, and is about to break the $100 million mark. Disney's Sister Act showed the potential of a box office dark horse in its second week of release. Although it was only the runner-up in the weekly box office, after increasing the number of screens, Sister Act's box office in the second week of its release reached $16.29 million, a negligible 3% drop compared to the first week's box office. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of the film has exceeded the production cost of $31 million, reaching $33.05 million. If it weren't for the aggressive crush of Wonder Woman, Sister Act would definitely have a very beautiful long-term box office. Like last year's The Flash, the final production cost and publicity budget of Wonder Woman were also $80 million, and the total investment in the early stage of the project reached $160 million. According to the comprehensive 55% of the North American theater distribution, the producers need to reach a domestic box office of $290 million to recover the entire budget. Of course, although the DC Movie Universe project still value the North American box office performance very much, they are not too dependent on the box office in terms of revenue. Because the IP itself is a household name first-line big name, although there are no heavyweight stars, Wonder Woman is still the most watched movie in this summer. The stunning special effects scenes in the film's previous trailers and the high appearance of Diana Prince, played by Famke Janssen, have made countless movie and comic fans look forward to it. In addition, the publicity and promotion team of Daenerys Entertainment has also played the feminist card appropriately. In recent years, there have been many successful female films in Hollywood, which made the senior executives of Daenerys Entertainment basically no longer worry about whether a female superhero movie can compete with male superheroes before the project started shooting. This year, 3 female directors were nominated for Best Director at the Oscars, and the first female Oscar Best Director appeared, which was also mentioned again during the publicity process. Diana Prince's first appearance in Batman: The Dark Knight, the cross-integration plan of the DC movie universe, and the continuous success of Batman Begins, Batman, The Dark Knight, and The Flash all provide a popularity basis for the success of Wonder Woman that far exceeds many other non-sequel films. Out of confidence in the quality of the film, the premiere of Wonder Woman was also held on Wednesday, June 3rd, and the media word of mouth was lifted the day after the premiere. According to statistics, the comprehensive media score of Wonder Woman reached 9.3 points, and the film was unanimously praised by the media in terms of plot, special effects, shots, music and other aspects. The evaluation of The Hollywood Reporter is a typical example of the mainstream media's view. The wonderful plot is completed in one go, full of innovative grand special effects, vivid and full characters, and clever and seamless foreshadowing is interspersed. Wonder Woman officially opened the curtain of the DC movie universe. Variety praised Famke Janssen, a superhero who could easily become a vase role, under the exquisite interpretation of this Nordic girl, successfully created a resolute and courageous female superhero image full of justice and strength. Simon's custom background music created for Diana Prince based on the original Is She With You also attracted media attention. The premiere of the film has just ended, and a famous film critic from Rolling Stone said in his column that the soundtrack of Wonder Woman will become one of the most collectible records in 1992. At the same time, he also jokingly congratulated Simon Westeros, the Hollywood super director, for his high probability of receiving another Oscar nomination for original score in addition to his directing job. Chapter 488, One Step Further. A movie theater in downtown Beverly, Los Angeles. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz each left a VIP room in the theater with their families. The car was waiting on the street at the back door of the theater. The two Hollywood bigwigs listened to the excited discussions of their wives and children beside them, got into a car together, and looked at each other with a bit of surprise when the car started. The two families had watched Wonder Woman together before, which had just been released today. Unlike his wife and children who were more happy to watch an excellent movie, the two Michaels were a little worried at this time. Batman Begins 3 years ago opened up the situation of the DC movie universe with its hot action design and advanced CG special effects. This time, Wonder Woman has obviously taken a step further than the previous 2 Batman movies and The Flash. Ordinary audiences often find it difficult to appreciate the technical background contained in a movie, and the two Michaels who hold high positions in Hollywood are naturally different. The action design of this Wonder Woman is still wonderful, following Batman Begins. In addition, the film seems to be filled with a large number of real-life scenes, but the proportion of CG special effects used is obviously higher than that of several previous DC superhero movies. For example, the Lasso of Truth, one of Wonder Woman's key weapons in the film, is completely generated by CG in many shots. Although it is just a rope, in the eyes of the two Michaels who are familiar with the Hollywood film production process, this seemingly insignificant technical detail is something that other Hollywood special effects companies other than Daenerys Special Effects simply cannot achieve. At the end of the film, Wonder Woman's decisive battle with the god of war Ares, the use of all CG battle scenes is even more amazing. Hollywood has seen many big-budget movie trends, but in the past few times, the endings have basically returned to rationality. Jeffrey Katzenberg, head of Disney's film business, also publicly issued a memorandum 2 years ago, calling on Hollywood to return to the production of low-budget movies. Michael Eisner originally agreed with this view. Even a DC movie universe series that has emerged in recent years can only be regarded as a special case in the eyes of many people. On the other hand, high-budget action blockbusters represented by Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger have failed repeatedly in recent years. On the contrary, even for Daenerys Entertainment, in addition to the DC movie universe project, A series of super-hit projects in the past few years, such as Ghost, The Sixth Sense, Pretty Woman, The Bodyguard, Home Alone, etc., are basically low and medium-cost movies, and few of them have a production budget of more than $30 million. However, after watching Wonder Woman tonight, Michael Eisner found that his previous beliefs were shaken again. Blockbuster-level big-budget movies may really be the future of Hollywood. Considering Disney's weak foundation in blockbuster movie production, it is difficult for Michael Eisner not to feel worried. The technical details shown by Deaneries Entertainment in the Wonder Woman project are simply beyond Disney's reach in the short term. Through the production of several DC Movie Universe films, Deaneries Entertainment has formed a very strong behind-the-scenes technical team for movies, which involves all aspects of action design and CG production. Especially for CG technology, Michael Eisner, who just watched Wonder Woman, felt that Deaneries' accumulation of CG technology was clearly 3 to 5 years ahead of other film special effects teams in the same industry. The Industrial Light and Magic studio under Lucasfilm, which created the Star Wars series, has now been left far behind by Deaneries. Although Deaneries has always maintained an attitude of external cooperation, many of the special effects shots in Disney's sci-fi family comedy Honey, I Grow Up the Kids this summer were produced by Deaneries. However, it is conceivable that small-scale cooperation is definitely no problem, but if Disney wants to compete with Deaneries Entertainment in larger-scale special effects movies, it is impossible to rely on the other party's technical resources. However, in addition to Deaneries special effects, at this stage in Hollywood, whether it is Industrial Light and Magic or some other lower-level special effects companies, because of the lack of professional software and insufficient technical background, it is likely to take at least 3 years to catch up with Deaneries. However, during the catch-up period, Deaneries special effects will definitely not stand still. 3 years later, the gap still exists. Therefore, if Hollywood studios want to produce the top CG special effects scenes, the most convenient way is to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment. Any studio executive with a little bit of brains can realize that this cooperation is full of potential threats that may be strangled by Deaneries Entertainment at any time. To get rid of this threat, either do not get involved in the field of special effects movies, or you can only start a new business. As the luxury car shuttled through the streets of Los Angeles late at night, Michael Eisner was thinking about the studio's breakthrough in the field of special effects movies, but Michael Ovitz's inner worries were deeper than his. This time, the production budget of Wonder Woman was as high as $80 million, but the salaries of several core creators of the film, including the director, screenwriter, male and female protagonists and several core supporting roles, that is, the online costs of a movie, added up to less than $10 million. Deaneries Entertainment invested about 90% of its production budget in the filming and post-production of Wonder Woman. After CAA creatively proposed the project packaging mechanism, the above-the-line costs of Hollywood movies throughout the 1980s often reached 50% or even higher for a film. This is actually the most intuitive reflection of the importance of a film to traditional big-name filmmakers. Now, DC Movie Universe projects such as Wonder Woman may still have the blessing of their own superhero IP, so they don't need to invite top stars. However, once other blockbuster projects also show this trend, it is likely to form a subversive impact on the traditional salary system of Hollywood stars. If blockbusters with special effects as a selling point can sell well without big stars, probably no studio will be willing to invite stars and endure the various requirements of big stars and even the high profit sharing that comes with a basic salary. When this trend is formed, the current first-line stars can only take the initiative to lower their own prices if they want to avoid being gradually marginalized. Michael Ovitz couldn't help but think of Forrest Gump, which Deaneries Entertainment had just recently reached an agreement with two filmmakers under CAA, Robert Zemeckis and Tom Hanks. Because a lot of special effects are needed, the budget of Forrest Gump will reach about $50 million, which is obviously at blockbuster level. Because of the high budget required for film production, neither Zemeckis nor Hanks can ask for too high a salary. Deaneries Entertainment did take the initiative to offer a salary reduction commission plan, but with a production budget of $50 million, plus the publicity and distribution costs that may reach half of the production cost, Forrest Gump needs about $150 million in box office revenue to recover its costs through domestic box office. Such a drama about a fool running rampant in modern American history, let alone $150 million, even if it is $50 million in box office, People are worried whether they can get it. Give up voluntarily? This is also a way. With the current status of Robert Zemeckis and Tom Hanks, they do have enough confidence to give up this project, and both of them are not short of film contracts. However, considering that Forrest Gump is a project written by Simon Westeros himself, both of them have some concerns. It's not that they are worried about Westeros's anger if they refuse the project, but that if the two of them give up and the project becomes a big success in the future, then Hollywood is likely to have two more competitors competing for resources with them. Especially Hanks, this first-line star who is a bit late in his career, definitely doesn't want another male star of the same type to compete with him in Hollywood. This is exemplified by the obvious oversupply of first-line actresses in Hollywood in recent years. The sudden emergence of Simon Westeros has really made a large number of Hollywood newcomers popular. As for actresses, in just a few years, a large number of actresses of different generations, such as Sandra Bullock, Meg Ryan, Valeria Golino, Julia Roberts, Nicole Kidman, Demi Moore, etc., have risen rapidly and become first-line actresses by relying on a series of hot movies. The just-released Wonder Woman will obviously introduce another Famke Janssen. However, although Hollywood can give these women many opportunities, there are not many high-quality resources. With more people and less resources, the relative value of first-line actresses naturally decreases. After becoming famous with Pretty Woman, Julia Roberts should have been able to get a high price of $5 million for starring in a movie. However, in last year's Captain Hawk, Julia Roberts, who played Tinkerbell, actually only received $2 million. $2 million is not much, but if Julia Roberts does not act, then there may be Nicole Kidman, Valeria Golino, or Meg Ryan who may want to try. If these first-line actresses are not willing, there are more second-line actresses waiting to be promoted. It can be imagined that if Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman, who initially cooperated with Simon Westeros, could firmly monopolize the blockbuster projects under Deanery's Entertainment, then there would not be so many latecomers at all. This is the situation that Tom Hanks is facing at this time. Simon Westeros likes to use different actresses in different projects. However, when it comes to male stars, Deanery's Entertainment is relatively focused. Not to mention the male protagonists of the DC Movie Universe project. In recent years, Robert De Niro, Tom Hanks, Keanu Reeves and others have almost become the reserve male stars of Deanery's Entertainment. In addition, Ovitz also found out that Westeros is deliberately cultivating Coppola's nephew Nicolas Cage, who will obviously become the direct line of Deanery's Entertainment in the future. However, based on Michael Ovitz's understanding of the young man, he knows very well that if De Niro, Hanks and others are too demanding in some projects, Westeros will not hesitate to replace them. Deanery's Entertainment has done this more than once. Flying Over Innocence 3 years ago, with a budget of $1,500, sold more than $160 million in North America alone. Such a movie should definitely develop a sequel. However, apparently because the lead actor Mel Gibson's salary was too high, Deanery's Entertainment directly cut off the development plan for the sequel. Because of these previous lessons, after several contacts, the relatively conservative Robert Zemeckis finally decided to accept Deanery's Entertainment's one-time director's salary of $6 million. For Robert Zemeckis, who has produced the annual box office top blockbusters such as the Back to the Future series and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the director's salary of $6 million is by no means high. Tom Hanks chose a contract with a base salary plus a share of the profits, a base salary of $3 million, plus a 5% share of the North American box office. Last year's Captain Hawk, Sony gave Steven Spielberg, Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams a total of 40% of the full channel net profit share, of which Spielberg received 20%, Hoffman and Williams each received 10%. Because of the huge cost of Captain Hawk and the tepid box office, Spielberg and others' 40% net profit sharing plan is actually equivalent to a pile of waste paper. Although the public often hears that a certain star has received a huge salary of tens of millions of dollars because of a profit-sharing contract for a certain movie, in fact, Hollywood stars are not as willing to accept the profit-sharing plan as the outside world imagines. Inside the circle, everyone prefers to call the subsequent profit-sharing plan back pay sharing, because this model is often used by studios when they want to lower the project budget and reduce risks. Hollywood only has 400 to 500 films entering the theaters every year, and there are often only a dozen or 20 box office hits. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment's model of directly giving box office share is actually quite generous. Even if Forrest Gump fails at the box office and only recovers 10 to 20 million US dollars in North American box office, Hanks can still extract a share from it. Because of the previous hit projects such as Flying Over and A Few Good Men, Hanks' current salary can already be called 8 million to 10 million US dollars. Sleepless in Seattle, which is about to start filming in the second half of the year, was a project that relied heavily on actors, so Hanks received a salary of $8 million. Now, $3 million plus 5% of the North American box office share is also a self-reduction in Hanks's salary. According to calculations, the domestic box office of Forrest Gump needs to reach $100 million for Hanks' income to reach his current worth. However, even if it is a project led by Westeros himself, it is not so easy for Forrest Gump to get a box office of $100 million due to the subject matter. Perhaps it is also because of the risks involved that Deaneries Entertainment has to control the production cost of Forrest Gump to around $50 million. If it were a few years ago, CAA still had enough say and could have asked Deaneries Entertainment to increase the production budget and take the risk personally, giving the main creators enough interest protection. Now, because Deaneries Entertainment is becoming more and more powerful, CAA no longer has this confidence. Think about the Wonder Woman we just watched. Once blockbusters dominated by special effects become popular, the voice of big-name filmmakers in Hollywood will only be further reduced. Moreover, although Michael Eisner clearly noticed this trend, he found himself somewhat powerless. Unless Deaneries Entertainment suffers several major setbacks in a row and never recovers from it. At that time, Hollywood stars will be able to regain the initiative and take back the power and status in Hollywood as they have for many years. But is this possible? Judging from the development of Deaneries Entertainment in recent years, this Hollywood giant has evolved into a comprehensive media group after absorbing MCA. Even if it suffers several major setbacks in the film industry, there is no possibility of decline in the short term. Chapter 489 First Week Box Office. Because of the concerns about Wonder Woman and the development trend of the entire Hollywood film industry, the two Michaels who lived next door to each other had been discussing coping strategies after returning home and almost stayed up all night. While Hollywood parties were paying close attention to Wonder Woman, Simon was in Australia. Superman officially started shooting recently, and the filming location of this superhero movie was still chosen in Australia. The difference is that the main filming city this time is in Sydney. Moreover, Wonder Woman was released simultaneously in Australia and North America, so the Australian film circle was quite lively during this period. After attending the premiere of Wonder Woman on Wednesday, June 3rd, Simon and his wife set off on June 5th, and arrived in Melbourne on Saturday afternoon local time. Since they came to Australia, of course they had to visit the little guy as soon as possible. In order to take care of the child conveniently, Veronica, who quit her job, no longer lived in a high-rise apartment in downtown Melbourne, but also bought a villa on the Yarra River, not far from the Johnston family mansion and Simon and his wife's small nest in the northern suburbs of the city. Raymond Johnston loved this grandson very much, and specially arranged a room for the little guy in the mansion. Simon and his wife arrived and soon saw a little guy in the baby room of the Johnston mansion. Melbourne Westeros, who is half a year old, can now sit and crawl. Compared to the ugly little thing when he was just born, his white and tender appearance makes people want to hug and kiss him. Janet picked up the child at first sight when she saw the little annoying person she often talked about, and said and ah to the child affectionately. After more than a month since the last Easter, the little guy was not shy at all. He cooperated with his mother and said and ah, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. The mother and son interacted for a while, and Janet handed the child to Simon. The little guy looked at the man in front of him, perhaps thinking that he had seen him somewhere before, and did not resist, and even raised his tender little hand to grab Simon's collar. Hearing Simon ask words like, "Do you miss your daddy?" he naturally did not answer, but he also responded with two skilled ums. Veronica, whose temperament was much softer than before, stood beside the family of three, watching Simon talking to the little guy. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say a word. She just looked at the situation in front of her with a bit of satisfaction. After playing for a while, the child soon fell asleep due to exhaustion. The baby was placed in the crib by the nanny, and the three of them left the room together. There was still some time before dinner. In addition to Raymond Johnston and his wife, Anthony Johnston also came with his family. Everyone gathered in the living room of the mansion to discuss some recent events. After Australia relaxed the industry regulation of foreign investment in the telecommunications field last year, after more than a year of layout, the mobile communication business, internet services and integrated portal of the Westeros system have initially established a foothold in this country. In recent years, affected by the economic downturn in Japan, Australia's economy has also entered a recession, and even experienced a bond market collapse similar to that in North America. The Kintex Group, which bought MGM, was insolvent, which led to the founder Christopher Scars's absconding with money and many subsequent events. In the overall downward trend of the economy, the new technology industry has risen against the trend, making the Australian government pay more and more attention to this field. Of course, there are many results of the secret operation of the Westeros system and the Johnston family. Just last month, the Australian Federal Parliament officially passed a bill to promote the development of the information industry. The Australian government plans to invest $10 billion Australian dollars in the next 5 years for the construction of infrastructure related to the information industry. At the same time, this bill also formulated many preferential support measures in many aspects such as talent and taxation. The United States Information Superhighway Act has entered the congressional agenda in advance under the lobbying of the Westeros system. However, it will take at least next year to pass and implement it. Europe, which has not completely ended the turmoil, has not had much time to take into account this emerging field. Therefore, Australia's bill on promoting the development of the information industry has become the first national policy document in the relevant field. Due to the size of its own market, the scale of Australia's information industry cannot be too large after all. However, taking this step in advance and taking the lead in the new technology field can definitely bring unexpected benefits to this country. In addition to the information industry, we naturally have to talk about the film industry. For cultural reasons, Australia supported the film industry very much in the 1980s. George Miller's Mad Max series was produced in this context. The emergence of the Hollywood Australian gang also has the factor of strong support for the film industry in Australia. However, this policy support is not as good as the benefits brought by a series of blockbuster movies being shot in Australia. In the original time and space, just because of the Lord of the Rings series, not only did New Zealand become the Middle-earth world that movie fans all over the world yearn for, but this small country in the southern hemisphere also became one of the most famous film production bases in the world. The situation in Australia is almost the same as that of New Zealand in the past. In addition to Wonder Woman, which could not be filmed in Australia due to the location, a series of projects in the DC movie universe, Batman Begins, Batman, The Dark Knight, The Flash and the newly launched Superman, were all shot in Australia, including a lot of post-production work was also completed directly here. Driven by the DC movie universe series, Australia quickly formed a film industry base with Melbourne as the core. Coupled with Australia's generous tax rebate measures and relatively cheap labor and material costs, some other Hollywood studios are increasingly inclined to make movies in this country. Australia's internet industry, mobile communications industry and film industry are booming, and a series of companies in the Westeros system happen to have occupied a very important position in these fields in Australia. This is actually a kind of infiltration. Simon's next goal is to use the Johnston family as a shell to get involved in Australia's core mining resources. After completing this layout, Simon will have a significant influence on this country. June is the winter in the southern hemisphere, but cities such as Melbourne, which are located on the coast, are affected by the temperate marine climate and are not too cold in winter. Simon and his wife spent a weekend in Melbourne, and went skiing in the nearby mountains on Sunday. On the following Monday, Simon rushed to the Superman crew in Sydney to follow up on the filming of the movie. The straight-line distance between Sydney and Melbourne is about 700 kilometers, which is just a matter of takeoff and landing for private planes. Therefore, if Simon works in Sydney during the day and has nothing important to do, he will basically fly back to Melbourne at night. At the same time, the box office data of Wonder Woman in North America continued to come in. With the support of super high popularity and excellent word of mouth, Wonder Woman received a box office of $19.21 million on the first day of its release, surpassing the entire week's box office revenue of Far East, which opened last week in just one day, once again consolidating the phenomenal status of DC movie universe films in Hollywood. Subsequently, after 3 days of screening in the first weekend, The box office figures of this superhero movie reached $61.39 million, easily surpassing all summer movies that opened in May. When Simon finished his week of work in Australia and returned to North America, the first 7-day box office of Wonder Woman was officially released $91.12 million. Stimulated by the hot box office of Wonder Woman, the total box office amount of North American theaters in the week from June 5 to June 11 reached $162.86 million. However, because Wonder Woman alone accounted for more than half of the weekly box office share, movies such as Lethal Weapon 3, Sister Act, and Far From Home, which were released in the previous weeks, also saw a drop of more than 30% in box office. Because the reputation of Far From Home, starring Tom Cruise, was far inferior to that of Lethal Weapon 3 and Sister Act, and the subject matter was not popular with the audience, Far From Home, starring Tom Cruise, had already started far below expectations, and this week's drop was even worse, reaching 46%. Compared with the first week's $15.62 million, the second week's box office was only $8.39 million. After 2 weeks of earning $24.01 million, the single-week box office has shrunk to just over $8 million. The attendance rate is too low, and the theaters will definitely withdraw Far From Home from the schedule as soon as possible after the 2-week or 4-week contract period. Therefore, even if the box office decline eases in the future, the total North American box office of Far From Home is expected to be difficult to exceed $40 million. However, the total budget scale of Columbia Pictures' production and publicity for this project has reached $90 million. Even without considering the time cost, Far and Away needs to earn about $60 million in North American box office before it can recover the production cost through subsequent overseas distribution, video channels and television platforms. Now, the North American box office is less than $40 million, which means that Columbia Pictures will never be able to recover the huge investment of up to $90 million in the entire effective film distribution cycle of 5 to 7 years. Tom Cruise's popularity was already declining, and the failure of Far and Away was severely impacted. Next, the Hollywood actor can only return to the low-budget field. It is true that low-budget movies can make a big profit with a small budget. However, among the hundreds of low-budget movies in Hollywood every year, less than 1/10 can really make a big profit with a small budget. Moreover, according to convention, Tom Cruise can only fail twice more next time. If the next 2 consecutive movies do not sell well, the status of this actor will fall. Seeing what Cruise has experienced in recent years, many Hollywood filmmakers have mixed feelings in their hearts, and they can't help but have more respect for a certain young man. However, this matter is no longer within Simon's concern. The 3 movies that have been released in the DC movie universe, Batman Begins, had a first-week box office of $82.39 million, Batman, The Dark Knight, had a first-week box office of $102.07 million, and The Flash, had a first-week box office of $72.86 million. With a start of $91.12 million, Wonder Woman's first-week performance among the 4 movies is second only to Batman, The Dark Knight. Moreover, Batman, The Dark Knight obviously has the popularity bonus of the sequel. If this factor is not taken into account, and only the first part of the non-sequel is counted, Wonder Woman is undoubtedly the highest among the 3 movies Batman Begins and The Flash. Because it is a female-led movie, there is no lack of pessimistic voices before the release of Wonder Woman. Now, the first-week box office performance of $91.12 million has really surprised many people. In the licensing agreement agreed upon at the time, Wonder Woman was jointly invested by Daenerys and Warner Brothers, and Daenerys was responsible for distribution. Even though he had half of the investment in this film, Terry Semel still half-jokingly complained about Simon's bias in a phone call with him. Wonder Woman has exceeded $90 million in the box office in its first week, and it is almost certain that the total box office in North America will exceed $300 million. Among the 3 first series, The Flash has reached $250 million in North America, but it is obviously the lowest in both the opening box office and the total box office in North America. Compared with Superman, who rushed to Australia to follow up in person as soon as the filming started, Simon simply ignored the original Flash. Moreover, the comparison between The Flash and Wonder Woman is not only about the box office, but also about the sales of the peripheral products of the 2 projects. With the popularity of Wonder Woman, The soundtrack released at the same time has also triggered a big sale because of Diana Prince's own background music. It sold 870,000 copies in the first week of its release, and the total sales are expected to easily exceed 10 million copies. The sales of peripheral products such as character dolls in the movie and Wonder Woman's weapons and props are also far higher than that of The Flash. Among them, 10,000 sets of Amazon Warriors limited edition full set of character dolls were specially made. Although the price was as high as $1,000, they were still sold out within a week. This item alone brought in $10 million. Is Simon partial? Of course. At the beginning, Simon hoped to exchange half of the investment rights of Superman for half of the investment rights of The Flash and Cyborg. This was actually a very cost-effective business, but Simon's proposal was ultimately rejected by Warner. In order to maintain the unity of the DC movie universe, Simon still accepted these two superheroes. As a producer with a strong voice, he actually invested enough energy in these two projects. However, it is not realistic to expect him to treat The Flash and Cyborg as carefully as Batman, Wonder Woman and Superman. After the first week, on June 12, two new films were released in North American theaters again, namely The Hard Knocks produced by Warner Brothers and Ultimate Soldier released by TriStar under Columbia Pictures. The Hard Knocks is a common brother comedy, and Universal Soldier is an action movie starring two male stars, Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme. However, judging from the scale of the opening, the two films are basically cannon fodders left behind Wonder Woman. The Hard Knocks opened on 1,140 screens, and Universal Soldier only opened on 1,281 screens. The combined opening scale of the two films is not as good as Wonder Woman. Warner Brothers and Columbia probably didn't want to give up this summer season, but they had no confidence in these two films, so they chose such a distribution strategy. However, under the overwhelming popularity of Wonder Woman, the two films that were originally used as cannon fodder did not make any splashes after their release. The new film was weak, and the market was still left to Wonder Woman. Therefore, at the end of the second week of release, the box office of Wonder Woman fell by only 25%, and collected another $68.39 million. In just 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this superhero blockbuster has reached $159.51 million, directly surpassing all the movies released in North America in 1992 and ranking first on the annual total box office list. Chapter 490 Spokesperson. June 19, the third week of the release of Wonder Woman, North American theaters once again welcomed three heavyweight new films, namely Indecent Proposal, a collaboration between Deaneries and Paramount, Alien 3 produced by Fox, and Disney's 2D animated film Aladdin. As the main summer projects of various studios, the opening screen scale of the three films exceeded 2,000 screens. Indecent Proposal was 2,219 screens, Alien 3 was 2,381 screens, and Aladdin was 2,137 screens. The opening of the three new films inevitably had an impact on Wonder Woman. However, Wonder Woman has fully released its box office potential in the previous 2 weeks of relaxed schedule. Facing the impact of the three new films, although the box office decline in the third week of its release expanded to 37%, it still won $43.16 million and continued to maintain the first place in the single-week list. At the same time, after 3 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Wonder Woman officially exceeded the $200 million mark, reaching $202.67 million. Relying on the starring cast of Robert Redford and Catwoman Valeria Golino, and the controversial topic of whether one is willing to transfer his wife for $1 million, Indecent Proposal grossed $32.27 million in its first week, ranking second on the list. Disney's 2D animated film Aladdin ranked third on the list, with a first-week box office of $29.63 million, also exceeding Disney's expectations. It should be noted that the production cost of Aladdin was only $28 million. Moreover, animated films can often have a relatively beautiful long-term box office. Immediately afterwards, Fox's Alien 3 cost $50 million, with a first-week box office of $26.84 million, ranking fourth on the weekly box office list. The opening box office of Alien 3 was not low, but the reputation of this sequel was somewhat broken, with a comprehensive media score of only 4.3 points. The first week box office was basically supported by the popularity of the Alien series and the unremitting publicity and promotion in the early stage. After the first week, The industry generally predicted that the box office of this movie would plummet in the second week. Later, Disney's Sister Act ranked fifth. In its fifth week of release, Whoopi Goldberg's summer box office Dark Horse continued to earn $7.61 million, with a cumulative box office of $71.31 million. Not only that, even in the face of the impact of the still strong Wonder Woman and 3 new films, the weekly box office of Sister Act fell by only 11% from June 19 to June 25. Therefore, although the weekly box office volume is only more than $7 million, this black comedy is still expected to break the 100 million yuan mark with its excellent long-term trend. In Simon's memory, the total North American box office of Sister Act exceeded $130 million. This time, due to the strong impact of Wonder Woman, the total North American box office of Sister Act is still expected to break 100 million, but it is difficult to exceed $110 million, and the scale has shrunk by more than $20 million. Lethal Weapon 3, which was released for the 6th week, had a box office of $6.85 million this week, ranking 6th, and a cumulative box office of $124.06 million. Because of its early release, Lethal Weapon 3 was not greatly affected by Wonder Woman, and its total North American box office is still expected to hit the $140 million mark in the original time and space. Far From Earth, starring Tom Cruise, cost $60 million. In its 4th week of release, the box office has only been $3.81 million, with a cumulative box office of $33.91 million. Because of the low attendance rate, in the new week, the scale of the screens for Far From Earth, which was already continuously decreasing, was directly withdrawn by more than half due to the expiration of most theater screening contracts, leaving only 612 screens. The total North American box office will basically stop at less than $40 million. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, which opened during the Easter season, has been released for exactly 10 weeks as of June 25. Because of the popcorn properties of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, this sequel has gradually reduced the canvas since the 4th week of its release. When Wonder Woman opened on June 5, the canvas of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 in mainstream theaters was basically transferred to this superhero movie, leaving only 200 or 300 screens in some remote theaters to continue showing. From June 19 to June 25, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 continued to earn $290,000 with 263 screens, with a cumulative box office of $113.17 million. It can be said that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, which will be completely closed in the next few weeks, has basically fixed its total box office in North America at $113 million. For a sequel to a popcorn movie adapted from an animation, such a box office result is already very successful. San Francisco Bay. In a villa in the mountains of Woodside, west of Palo Alto. The time is Saturday, June 27. I have been here for several technology companies on Thursday and Friday. I worked until 7 o'clock yesterday afternoon. In the evening, I attended a dinner with several senior executives of Igrit, so I did not return to Los Angeles. Jennifer Raybould was the first to open her eyes in the morning. She felt a breath of the man behind her hitting her neck. Her waist was still tightly held by a strong arm. She subconsciously leaned forward. The light coming through the gap in the curtain showed that it was already light outside. She reached out to grab the watch on the bedside table and took a look. It was 6:55. She was a little reluctant, but she knew it was time to get up. After a few movements, Simon woke up. He pulled a female assistant into his arms, kissed the girl's neck, and whispered, "Morning, baby. Morning." I really like the tone of his voice every time he casually calls me honey. It's really sweet. But I've always been embarrassed to respond in the same way. I'm also a little curious about how he calls Janet in private. It's also honey or baby. It shouldn't be darling, which is too formal. I want to ask, but I'm worried that he will think I'm arguing about something. As she thought about this, the hand that was originally holding her began to swim on her body. Her body was getting hotter and hotter. She almost gave up on herself, but she finally said, "It's time to get up." Yet, the man pretended to be weak. She couldn't help but curl her lips, pulled his arm over, kissed the back of his hand, and said, "You can sleep for another 15 minutes. I'll get up first and prepare breakfast for you. I was very tired last night." I think it would be more appropriate to sleep for another half an hour. You're a man, you can't be lazier than a woman. After bargaining like this, the man finally let go, and the female assistant began to get out of bed, put on clothes, and wash up. When she went downstairs, Zoe Parks and Isabel Dunn, who came with her, had already gotten up. Knowing the habits of the female assistant, the two women simply explained that the ingredients for breakfast and today's newspaper were ready, and then disappeared on their own initiative. Simon did not continue to stay in bed for half an hour. He got up quickly after the female assistant got out of bed. As usual, he ran for a few kilometers in the quiet and fresh mountains of Woodside in the morning, and ran into Larry Ellison again. Since they met once on this mountain trail last year, Simon has been able to run into each other many times when he came to San Francisco. The late blooming founder of Oracle is indeed very good at managing his connections in such subtle places. After a series of painful adjustments, Oracle has long since overcome the previous crisis, and the early outbreak of the internet industry has made this database software company more prosperous. Most professional internet sites require databases. Moreover, because Westeros has continued to buy 25% of Oracle's shares, Ygritte is naturally more inclined to adapt to Oracle's database software in the process of developing World Wide Web technology. There was no substantive topic involved. The two jogged and chatted for a while, and soon separated. Simon returned to the villa, took a shower and changed his clothes. The female assistant had prepared breakfast and put the newspaper he used to read at breakfast and yesterday's North American theater box office report on the dining table. Yesterday, a new box office week opened. 2 new films were released in North American theaters, namely A Time to Kill co-produced by Dean Rees and MGM and Alias produced by Columbia Pictures. The female assistant saw Simon looking through yesterday's box office report, and said while serving sweet soup to the man, "Only 4.79 million on the first day, it seems to be low." The one mentioned here is of course A Time to Kill. Compared with the original version, the new version of A Time to Kill stars Nicolas Cage, Sandra Bullock and Samuel Jackson. The story is not much different from the original version in Simon's memory. It is also a crime drama involving racial discrimination and judicial justice adapted from John Grimson's novel. The first day box office is $4.79 million, and the first week box office should be between $20 million and $25 million. Such a box office opening is not as good as Wonder Woman and Lethal Weapon 3, even compared with last week's Indecent Proposal. However, Simon was not worried and said, "The key is to see the subsequent box office trend. The box office curve pursued by A Time to Kill should be comparable to Harrison Ford's Presumed Innocent. 2 years ago, Presumed Innocent had a box office of just over $10 million in the first week, but because of the strong subsequent trend, the total box office of this film in North America continued to break the expectations of the studio and finally exceeded $80 million. In comparison, A Time to Kill, which has a similar genre, opened with a box office of $20 million to $25 million, which is already very outstanding. After Wonder Woman in early June, there are no blockbuster-level films released in this summer. The reputation of A Time to Kill has also been recognized by the critics, and the subsequent long-term trend will definitely not be a problem. After being with Simon for so long, the female assistant certainly knows all this, but she just habitually thinks that the box office of the project he personally leads should be better. After chatting and eating breakfast, the two flew to Chicago together in the morning. For the matter of Home Alone 2. This phenomenal children's comedy sequel has basically completed the post-production. Simon handed over the control of the Home Alone series to John Hughes. Hughes Film Company is in Chicago, and most of the filmmaker's films are also shot and post-produced in Chicago. Although Hughes could send the finished film to Los Angeles, Simon did not do so, but came here in person. In this way, after watching the finished film, he can take his female assistant to fly to Toronto, Canada for shopping. Unlike Los Angeles and San Francisco, where there are always many eyes on you and you need to pay attention, in these cities, as long as you keep a low profile, you won't be discovered by anyone. This lasted until Sunday night, and then returned to Los Angeles, and then it was another week of work. The acquisition of Limited has recently been settled, and the plan for the Victoria's Secret fashion show has also been rapidly promoted. According to the confirmed schedule, the Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held in early November and broadcast on the TV network in mid-November, before the end of the year, before the peak consumption season begins. Because it is a project led by Simon himself, The 4 major TV networks in North America have shown strong interest in this fashion show. After several rounds of bidding and negotiations, ABC TV network bought the TV broadcast rights of this fashion show at a high price of $5 million. Although the price of $5 million includes the first broadcast and the replay rights for the next 5 years, such a transaction price still makes Limited founder Leslie Wexner amazed at Simon's influence. The budget of the entire show is only $10 million. ABC offered $5 million for the television broadcast rights, which is equivalent to taking out half directly. If Limited had known this earlier, it would not have needed to transfer half of the copyright of the show to Deaneries Entertainment. However, Leslie Wexner also understood that without the participation of Deaneries Entertainment and the leadership of Simon Westeros, ABC would definitely not offer such a high price. In short, ABC's offer is more for Simon Westeros' influence. In addition, the 40 Victoria's Secret Angels and 5 Victoria's Secret Angel spokespersons who participated in the show have also become the focus of competition in the modeling circle recently. The 40-person catwalk team seems to be of large scale, but it is insignificant in the entire circle. The modeling industry has almost no threshold. As long as you have a decent appearance, you can basically enter the industry. Although beauties are always a scarce resource around ordinary people, the most outstanding people in the world can make millions of dollars by just putting together a little. Of course, in this industry, there are very few people who can really climb to the top. Several supermodels who have become famous in recent years, such as Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, Claudia Schiffer, etc., all have a lot of luck in their journey to the top. The Victoria's Secret fashion show has attracted strong media attention as soon as it was exposed. All major model agencies in North America and Europe have realized that compared with top luxury brands, whose brands are well known but whose catwalk exposure is not high after all, this underwear fashion show led by Simon Westeros and broadcast on TV will become a very rare platform for advancement. Models want to be promoted, whether they participate in beauty pageants, have scandals with celebrity singers, appear on the cover of fashion magazines, or participate in catwalks for top brands, etc. In the final analysis, they are just pursuing exposure. Many luxury brands always give the general public a very cool feeling, but in fact, these brands, whether for catwalks or endorsements, tend to prefer models with higher reputations. This can be seen from the fact that many luxury brands are scrambling to hire IT girls or internet celebrities to participate in catwalks many years later. Internet celebrities in particular are not very stylish at all, but this group has tens of millions of fans and has an exposure rate that is difficult for ordinary supermodels to achieve. In recent years, anything related to Westeros usually has a high exposure rate. Therefore, major model agencies have recently used various connections to hope to send their own models to the 40 Victoria's Secret Angels. The 5 most popular angel spokespersons among the 40 people, whether they are already successful supermodels or new and emerging talents, are all closely watched. Chapter 491 Blockbusters Problem. Universal Studios, Burbank. When Grace Nichols, CEO and president of Victoria's Secret, was led by a staff member to a fairytale-like community, Simon had just finished a production meeting for Desperate Housewives. This fairytale town was, of course, the Wisteria Street set built by Simon according to his memory. After saying goodbye to the main creators of Desperate Housewives, Simon greeted the short black-haired woman with glasses in front of him, and the two walked out along the neat asphalt road together. Leslie Wexner's main focus is still on the transformation of Limited's fashion business to a fast fashion operating model, and Simon can't spend too much time on this matter. Therefore, the preparation and specific execution of the Victoria's Secret show are still in the charge of Grace Nichols. Grace Nichols was a senior executive in the marketing department and was promoted to the top leader of Victoria's Secret by Leslie Wexner last year. This also shows Wexner's management style. Therefore, Simon was not 100% confident that Wexner could transform Limited's fashion business from a marketing-focused management style to a fast fashion model. However, as long as the Victoria's Secret brand was established, Circe Capital's acquisition of Limited would be considered a success. They had met several times before and were familiar with each other. Simon and Grace Nichols just chatted casually, and the topic quickly turned to the main topic. Grace Nichols still has concerns about some of the media's feedback on the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Recently, the media has been accusing the fashion show we are preparing of showing off sexiness and objectifying women. I think Maybe we should be more conservative this time. Simon did not share Grace Nichols's concerns and said, "Leslie and I have discussed this issue, and controversy is inevitable. No matter how the outside world evaluates it, we should first confirm a positioning for this fashion show, Victoria's Secret fashion show, hoping to convey to consumers a fashionable, charming, healthy and romantic underwear consumption concept." "I know this," Grace Nichols continued, "but the media often don't think so. Some things, even if they are lies, if you repeat them to the public 100 times, most people will believe them," Simon said, suddenly realizing something, turning his head to look at the woman next to him, and smiled. "Okay, I will help to greet the media." The freedom touted by the Western media is more of a freedom without interests involved. If your remarks may cause some big sponsors to withdraw their advertising on a media platform, then this kind of freedom is suddenly not free. Deaneries Entertainment, or the entire Westeros system, is undoubtedly an advertising sponsor that cannot be ignored by any mainstream media. Whether it is mainstream newspapers and magazines or professional film, technology or fashion newspapers and magazines, whether it is cable TV networks or wireless radio stations, there are advertisements placed by companies in the Westeros system. Moreover, North American media platforms basically belong to some large comprehensive media companies. For example, the Hearst Group, which controls countless newspapers and magazines, and the Metropolitan ABC Group, which owns ABC TV network and cable networks such as ESPN and AE. Therefore, even if a newspaper or TV station has no interest relationship with the Westeros system, it is difficult to guarantee that other media under the same parent company will be the same. Many things in this world, when you get to the bottom of it, will eventually only be left with two words: interests. Grace Nichols mentions some of the experiences of the Victoria's Secret fashion show in the media, and also hoped that Simon would use the connections of the Westeros system to reverse some public opinion situations. Simon noticed this and readily agreed, mainly because by doing so, Limited is now part of the Westeros system's community of interests. In terms of media, Limited is also a large advertising sponsor. In order to make it easier to prepare for the Victoria's Secret show, Simon allocated a studio in Universal Studios for the Victoria's Secret team. In fact, it seems better to directly choose the studio in Deaneries Studios in Malibu. However, the studios in Malibu are now basically used for filming, and more than half of them are professional virtual studios for front stage shooting. Only the old studios on the Universal Studios side are still available. After completing the acquisition of MCA last year, after reconfiguration, many buildings on the Universal Studios side will be demolished to build new attractions. As for the functional studios and post-production centers, they will be mainly used to produce TV series. Hollywood film production is increasingly inclined to real-life shooting. In terms of TV series, even many years later, the application of studio shooting is still very widespread. The Victoria's Secret team chose a small studio about 45 meters long and 25 meters wide. Simon and Grace had just turned into the corridor where the studio was located when they saw many slender figures waiting at the entrance of the studio. Those figures obviously saw Simon for the first time and there was a commotion. Today was the last round of interviews for Victoria's Secret Angels. Of the 40 Victoria's Secret Angel team, about 10 places were basically decided, including the planned 5 Victoria's Secret Angel spokespeople, and several other famous models who would participate in the Victoria's Secret show but not serve as spokespeople. The remaining 30 places would be selected from various model agencies. In order to select a group of perfect body, Simon also put forward very high requirements. Those with a height below 175 centimeters would be eliminated, those with a not pretty face would be eliminated, those with not good catwalks would be eliminated, and those who could not accept the entire set of harsh contracts of Victoria's Secret Angels would be eliminated. The first 3 conditions were actually very easy to select. Only the last one, for participating in this show, the Victoria's Secret team only offered a salary of $5,000 for non-famous models, which was basically equivalent to a month's salary for a salaried worker. However, once the contract is finalized, the selected models will have to start preparing for the fashion show in November, further exercising, controlling their diet, participating in the fashion show rehearsal, and attending media events according to the schedule of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. In addition, the income from the subsequent TV broadcast and video sales of this fashion show has nothing to do with these models. Of course, in the next 4 months, The additional expenses such as the model's fitness and transportation will still be borne by Victoria's Secret. The modeling industry is a job for the young. Focusing on one thing for 4 months, the result is uncertain, and the remuneration is pitifully low. These requirements have discouraged many models who have opened up their careers and are expected to move up to the next level. The Victoria's Secret team responsible for casting will not make any concessions or demands. Just like Hollywood actors, the fashion circle is also not short of beautiful women. Moreover, this big show is a grand promotion for the Victoria's Secret brand, and for the models participating in this big show, it is a rare opportunity for the fashion circle to promote to the general public. Because the Victoria's Secret brand and Victoria's Secret Angels have a mutually beneficial relationship, Victoria's Secret has also designed a promotion plan specifically for the Victoria's Secret Angel team. Again, the modeling circle tries every means to get on the bandwagon of celebrities and singers, and it is ultimately just for a fame. The Victoria's Secret fashion show is equivalent to giving a group of models a dazzling platform to stand directly in front of the public. When the two walked to the door of the studio, a series of active greetings suddenly rang in their ears. Many girls looked at Simon with a bit of eagerness. However, probably because there were too many people, no one dared to come forward until Simon passed through a group of big fairies dressed in fancy clothes. Simon also saw a lot of familiar figures in his memory, but this kind of thing is now difficult to cause any waves in his heart. After several rounds of selection in advance, the final 30 places, a total of 100 candidates. The waiting area inside the studio could not accommodate them, so they lined up outside the door. Entering the studio, the space of thousands of square meters has been divided into several work areas, including dressing rooms, changing rooms, and angel costume design and production spaces. The most spacious space at the innermost part of the studio is a 20-meter-long T-stage, where the audition will be held. The audition process has been designed. Change clothes, log on to the T-stage to show your figure and catwalk, simple communication, and then the next one. Therefore, in just one afternoon, 100 people quickly passed, and many models who expected to have some interaction with Westeros did not find any opportunity. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the brightly lit studio, the audition ended, and Simon continued to discuss the 10 reserved places with the Victoria's Secret preparation team. Cindy Crawford was the first of the 5 spokespersons. This supermodel, who is already inclined to commercialization, also accepted the invitation of Victoria's Secret's 3-year endorsement contract at the first time. Of course, the endorsement fee is also not cheap, $5 million for 3 years. This part of the expenditure is of course borne by Victoria's Secret itself, and is not included in the budget of the Victoria's Secret show. Then, Yasmin Gary, who Simon accidentally made famous last year, was the second. This waste beauty was once one of the Victoria's Secret spokespeople in the original timeline. Whether it is her appearance, figure, or the racial diversity of the spokesperson, Yasmin Gary is a very suitable candidate. Although there is already Yasmin Gary, who is of Asian descent, it would be unreasonable if there were no black people among the 5 spokespeople, so 19-year-old Tyra Banks was selected. This black model debuted at the age of 15. For a model, 19 years old is already considered old, and the other party is famous enough. In fact, some people also recommended Naomi Campbell. Although this black supermodel was fired by a lead agency last year because of various bad deeds, because of her solid foundation, she is still active in the fashion circle after changing an agency. However, as everyone knows, this black supermodel is really difficult to deal with. Short-term cooperation is no problem, but if it is a long-term endorsement, it can be imagined that there will be constant trouble. After Cindy Crawford, Yasmin Gary, and Tyra Banks, Simon finally chose Helena Christensen and Stephanie Seymour for the remaining 2 spots. Compared with Cindy Crawford's 3-year $5 million endorsement fee, the endorsement fees of the last 4 Angel spokespeople are exactly the same, $3 million for 5 years. In addition to the 5 spokespeople, the remaining 5 supermodels who will attend the event are also basically confirmed, and they are also Linda Evangelista, Claudia Schiffer, and other famous supermodels of this era. The next day is another Friday. It is already July 3rd, and this year's Independence Day holiday happens to fall on Saturday. As the hottest schedule in July, on July 3rd, there are a total of 3 heavyweight films released in North American theaters, namely Deanery's and Warner Bros.'s cooperation project The Last of the Mohicans, Disney's sci-fi family comedy Honey, I Grew Up, The Kids, and Paramount Pictures' Patriot Games. A Time to Kill, which opened a week ago, finally had a first-week box office of $23.73 million US. Due to the subject matter, such an opening result is not high, but it has also met expectations. The key is to see the subsequent box office trend of the film. Although the Independence Day holiday falls on Saturday, American wage earners generally arrange their annual leave during this period, so this period is still popular. After spending an afternoon preparing for the Victoria's Secret fashion show yesterday, Simon flew to San Francisco again this morning. After half a year of preparation, Blockbuster's online platform was launched just in time for the Independence Day holiday. Nancy Brill hopes that Simon can attend the press conference today. As the largest videotape chain in North America and even the world, the press conference of Blockbuster Online naturally attracted a lot of media attention. The press conference was also held in the conference hall of the Marriott Hotel in downtown San Francisco. Simon arrived at the Marriott Hotel and the press conference was about to begin. He simply greeted the guests attending today, and everyone began to enter and take their seats. At 10 o'clock, the press conference officially began. Blockbuster's executives introduced the development process of Blockbuster Online, the application process of the website, and the outlook for the online business on the stage, while Nancy Brill discussed with Simon the problems Blockbuster was facing at the moment. After taking over Blockbuster for a few years, the videotape chain company now has more than 4,300 chain stores worldwide. Nancy's ultimate goal is to have 5,000 chain stores worldwide, including 3,500 in North America and 1,500 overseas. This goal will probably be achieved by next year at the latest. Compared with the scale of Blockbuster's more than 9,000 chain stores in the heyday of memory, 5,000 chain stores seem to have shrunk by half, but now Blockbuster, under the operation of Nancy Brill and the Blockbuster team, through the continuous optimization of the operating model and warehousing and logistics system, is more powerful than the original Blockbuster that was just pursuing scale in time and space. However, in Nancy Brill's view, Blockbuster now still faces many problems that need to be changed. Chapter 492 Solution. For a chain store like Blockbuster that mainly operates videotape rentals, the most expensive part of the cost is the storage and logistics costs of videotapes. The purchase price of a box of videotapes for rental may only be $15, but the storage and logistics costs during the operating cycle are as high as about $50 to $60. In order to speed up the turnover of videotapes between users as much as possible, thereby reducing the purchase quantity and storage and logistics pressure of videotapes, and also to obtain more profits, Blockbuster has enabled a late payment fee system. Videotapes rented by users usually have a usage time of 7 days. If they exceed 7 days, they will have to pay late payment fees on a daily basis. In the original timeline, Netflix repeatedly attacked Blockbuster for the late payment fee system of this videotape chain store that consumers hate. For this reason, it also made up a story that the founder created Netflix because of a late payment fee of $40 for a box of Apollo 13. In fact, this story is completely fabricated, and Blockbuster almost sued Netflix for it. For Netflix, this has a very good effect, because late payment fees are indeed a weakness of Blockbuster. After acquiring shares in controlling Blockbuster, Simon reminded Nancy Brill and Blockbuster's management to pay attention to the issue of late payment fees. However, in the early stages of Blockbuster's development, late payment fees did play a very effective role, so this system has been implemented all the time. However, as the competition in the North American videotape industry became increasingly fierce, Blockbuster's late payment fee system became increasingly out of date. In the past few months, I have conducted various types of experiments in 3 cities on the East and West coasts to cancel late payment fees. The results show that after the cancellation of late payment fees, the frequency of users renting videotapes has increased significantly, and the chain's revenue has not decreased, but increased. Blockbuster executives on the stage are still introducing Blockbuster Online. Off stage, Nancy Brill whispered to Simon about this. Blockbuster's second quarter financial report has not yet been released, but Simon knows that in the first quarter of 1992, Blockbuster's total revenue of $730 million came from late payment fees, which accounted for 8% of the total revenue. As far as I can remember, Blockbuster's late payment fee income exceeded 10% of its total revenue. Such a generous income was almost equal to Blockbuster's annual net profit. As a result, until Blockbuster went bankrupt, This videotape chain giant was unable to completely abolish the late payment fee system. Even people who don't know how to run a company can probably understand that a company that relies on fines to support its revenue is absolutely abnormal. Blockbuster certainly understands this, but the company in the original timeline is too big to be eliminated, and at the same time lacks a strong shareholder, which ultimately led to hesitation in many strategies that should be changed. Not only did it fail to completely abandon the late payment fee system that was actually full of negative impacts on the company from beginning to end, but in the general trend of shifting from physical leasing to online leasing, Blockbuster took a big step backwards and completely cut off the online leasing business that had already been established, which eventually led to the disappearance of the world's largest videotape chain company. Simon thought about this and asked Nancy, "Have you discussed this at the Blockbuster board meeting?" Nancy nodded and said, "Many people have concerns, and there is also the issue of franchised stores. Self-operated stores are not a big deal, and franchise stores are likely to be even more reluctant to give up late payment fees. We can't expect these franchisees to have too long-term vision." Among Blockbuster's more than 4,300 chain stores, about 20% are franchised stores. This proportion is also much lower than the Blockbuster in Simon's memory. After completely controlling Blockbuster, with Simon's support, one of the important measures taken by the management was to gradually cancel the franchise system and only develop self-operated stores. This is also the reason why the number of Blockbuster's stores is far lower than the original timeline. However, Blockbuster cannot immediately cancel the franchise qualifications of the franchise stores that have already joined. Moreover, these franchise stores have much more operating freedom than self-operated stores. For example, the late payment fee. Blockbuster's head office made a decision to cancel the late payment fee, and these franchise stores do not have to absolutely comply. If you can ensure that your experimental data is correct, then just go ahead and implement it. Simon thought for a moment and said, "I'll help you with a board of directors and shareholders, but you'll have to deal with the franchise stores yourself. However, I suggest that you don't do it all at once, but carefully consider a reasonable plan." Nancy nodded and said, "I plan to use this opportunity to further expand Blockbuster's membership system. In addition, I hope to distinguish Blockbuster's franchise stores from self-operated stores, such as adding a franchise label in a prominent position of the franchise store to distinguish it from the self-operated stores. After all, franchise stores will not participate in Blockbuster Online this time. Blockbuster Online plans to gradually merge with Blockbuster's physical stores. If franchise stores are also brought into this system, there will inevitably be problems with the distribution of benefits. So, if you do this, how will you deal with the dissatisfaction of the franchise stores? I plan to give them greater operating freedom and appropriately reduce the franchise fees." Simon smiled and said, "You would rather divest these stores directly, right?" Nancy's delicate face showed some helplessness. "Yes, but it's too difficult. Divesting franchise stores is like canceling late payment fees, which means giving up a large market share in company receivables, which will definitely have a serious impact on Blockbuster's stock price." The two of them had been whispering about Blockbuster's cancellation of late payment fees throughout the press conference. Until the cocktail party after the press conference, Nancy had been following Simon and kept talking about various issues. Nancy's entanglement inevitably made the female assistant who came with Simon feel a certain instinctive vigilance. Even Nancy could see that she wanted to follow Simon closely but was worried about being rejected. Finally, Simon simply sent the female assistant to chat with Claire, the girl C, who also came today, and then looked at Nancy with a playful expression. "Is it fun to do this?" Nancy looked up with a smile of a successful prank on her lips. "It's very interesting. Be careful that Jenny will make things difficult for you in the future. You know, men are very soft-hearted. If she says a few more bad things about you in front of me, you might lose your job." Nancy said, "Are you the kind of person who is easily influenced by women?" Simon nodded seriously and said, "Yes, the more beautiful the woman, the more I can't control myself." Nancy was choked, then rolled her eyes and said, "So, I'm sure Jenny won't do that." "Why?" "Since you know that you are easily influenced by women, you will definitely not choose the kind of woman who likes to influence and manipulate you around you." Simon thought for a moment, picked up the glass and took a sip of red wine, and said, "It seems to make sense." Nancy took another step forward, as if she was going to make further efforts. "So, I guess, you are actually very wary of women." Simon looked down at the short female executive in front of him, ignoring her argument, and said, "You have broken the comfortable distance between me and others. Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No." Simon's tone turned dangerous, and he said faintly, "You made me want to hunt." Nancy and Simon looked at each other for less than a second, and finally stepped back a little. The housekeeper happened to come over to say hello, breaking the little awkwardness that had just brewed. "What are you talking about?" "Blockbuster's late payment fee," Simon said. His eyes did not shy away from admiring Alice's capable and beautiful appearance in a white professional suit. After the last night, although they met several times, they never found a chance to be intimate again. On the one hand, Simon is indeed a relatively restrained person. On the other hand, there are not many women around him, but they can basically keep Simon under control. For example, when he came to San Francisco, the female assistant would not give Simon any chance to cheat. If Janet was in Los Angeles, Simon would rarely stay out all night. Simon's eyes fell on her body. Alice inexplicably recalled the night when the man's big hands touched her body a little roughly. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She had to turn her attention to Nancy and said, "Speaking of which, Nancy, have you considered the thing I told you about?" Nancy's eyes turned between Simon and Alice, nodded, and said, "I have considered it. However, although I also think this is feasible, if we really do it, we will face a class action lawsuit from shareholders." Simon stood by and listened to the two women and asked, "Is there anything I don't know?" Nancy glanced at Simon and said, "Alice hopes that Blockbuster Online will cancel the videotape sales business." Simon immediately understood. Amazon's online wall has developed rapidly in the past 6 months, so it is also a good idea to increase the variety of goods in addition to books. In addition to books, videotapes are definitely one of the most suitable online sales types at this stage. The housekeeper probably hopes that Blockbuster Online will cancel the videotape sales business to avoid competition with the business that Amazon's online wall plans to develop. Of course, there should be a corresponding exchange of interests. Amazon can't just ask Blockbuster to cancel this part of the business. Although the main business focus of the Blockbuster chain is video rental, it has always been involved in video retail business. Simon looked at Nancy and asked, "What do you think?" "I think this is a good suggestion," Nancy said honestly. "By canceling online retail, Blockbuster and Amazon can promote cooperation to guide each other's user base, and Blockbuster can also reduce a large part of the retail business expenses. In fact, Simon, I even want to cancel the retail business of physical chain stores so that Blockbuster can focus more on rental. But this is simply not feasible. Late payment fees may only account for 8% of Blockbuster's revenue, but the revenue ratio of video retail accounts for more than 20% of Blockbuster's total revenue. It is indeed impossible to cut it. As for Blockbuster Online, this website has just been opened, and the future of online retail is still uncertain, so it doesn't matter if it is cancelled. However, if this is really done, other shareholders of Blockbuster will definitely be dissatisfied. It is unreasonable to damage the interests of Blockbuster shareholders for the benefit of another company in the Westeros system. Therefore, other shareholders of Blockbuster are likely to file a class action lawsuit at that time. Running a company, especially a listed company, often fails to make the most correct decisions, and this is the key. In the final analysis, it was because Simon failed to buy Blockbuster completely. If he had 100% of the shares, then the boss could do whatever he wanted. Nancy quickly added, "However, in addition to canceling the late payment fee, I have recently been considering cutting off some of Blockbuster's marginal businesses such as movie peripheral sales." Simon smiled and said, "You propose this part of the business yourself?" Yes, Nancy did not deny it, and said, "However, in recent quarters, after recalculating the cost and return ratio of this part of the business, I think it is better to cut it off and return to the core videotape retail. This can save a lot of human resources and make it more convenient for Blockbuster to manage and expand further." After Nancy finished speaking, she looked at Simon with interest, and there was even a hint of "Do you want to ask me?" Blockbuster's peripheral product retail mainly sells film and television peripheral products related to Deanery's entertainment. Simon wanted to pinch Nancy's delicate face. "Hey, do you remember who your boss is?" Of course, it was impossible to do that at a cocktail party with everyone watching. Nancy realized something and instinctively shrank her neck, then looked over unwillingly, with a fearless look of "Pinching her if you have the guts." Simon certainly wouldn't really do such abrupt things, and said, As long as you think the decision is appropriate, you can do it. However, Nancy, you will also have to bear the consequences of the matter. Also, don't forget that you are more of the group president of Deanery's Entertainment responsible for consumer products. Nancy paused, and some of her little thoughts just now were completely dispelled. She said solemnly, I will seriously consider this matter. The short female executive suddenly understood. For Blockbuster, the investment and return ratio of peripheral product sales may not be too high, and it will also increase the human resources, procurement and logistics costs of the chain stores. However, this can greatly increase the revenue of Deanery's Entertainment's peripheral products. Blockbuster's profit margin on peripheral product sales may be very low, but the revenue that Deanery's Entertainment can obtain is very high. Nancy has been too focused on Blockbuster in recent months, and inevitably neglected her own duties. In fact, she just mentioned this matter, which was just an immature idea after analyzing Blockbuster's financial reports in recent quarters. If she had thought about it carefully, she would definitely not have rashly proposed it. Women are always easy to vent their anger. Under a slight sense of shame, Nancy felt that it must be this guy in front of her who made her feel a little confrontational. Yes, it must be like this. She was obviously right. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Withdrawal. The internet industry had just emerged, and similar online rental platforms had not yet appeared. Therefore, Blockbuster did not have an urgent need for transformation. The launch of Blockbuster Online was more of a preemptive layout. In the early stage, it would only conduct business in several major cities on the East and West Coasts, such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York, which were relatively prosperous. This would not only save costs, but also accumulate online operation experience in advance. However, thanks to the good situation that Ignorant had opened up in the field of e-commerce in advance, Blockbuster Online opened on the Independence Day holiday in the United States, and achieved very good results on the following weekend. In just 3 days, the number of Blockbuster members who activated online services reached 160,000, and the number of purchase and rental orders placed through the online platform exceeded 200,000. After the Independence Day holiday, with the support of Simon, Nancy Brill also began to push Blockbuster to gradually cancel the late payment fee system. Because of the existence of franchisees with strong independence, even if this matter was approved by the board of directors, it would be difficult to achieve it overnight. Fortunately, Nancy Brill had intended to gradually use the opportunity of canceling the late payment fee to further strengthen Blockbuster's membership system and increase user stickiness, so she was not in a hurry. In Hollywood, from July 3 to July 9, 3 new films, The Last of the Mohicans, Honey, I Grow Up and Patriot Games, were released in North American theaters. Although they were blessed by the Independence Day holiday, their final opening box office performance was not satisfactory. As the sequel to Paramount's previous The Hunt for Red October, with Harrison Ford's participation, Patriot Games had the best box office performance, earning $25.29 million in the first 7 days, ranking second on the weekly box office list. As a sequel, Disney's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids did not have the good fortune of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids 3 years ago. With a production cost of $40 million and an opening scale of 2,311 screens, the first week box office of this sci-fi family comedy was only $18.39 million, far below Disney's expectations. Moreover, the media and audience reputation of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids were not satisfactory. The starting point in the first week was too low, and the box office may fall sharply in the second week. The box office prospects are difficult to predict. The Last of the Mohicans, a collaboration between Deanery's and Warner Brothers, was a repeatedly remade Night Saves the Princess novel adaptation story. After its release, it received unanimous praise from critics and a comprehensive media score of 9.5 points. However, probably due to the limited costume theme, the box office of the film's opening week was not satisfactory. With an opening scale of 2,173 screens, the first week box office of The Last of the Mohicans was only $23.19 million, with an average of more than 10,000 theaters, reaching the level of a big seller, but it cannot be considered a hit. Of course, Due to its excellent reputation, compared with Disney's Honey, I Grow Up, The Last of the Mohicans should be able to have a very good long-term trend. The three new films had mediocre box office openings, so this week's box office champion was still won by Wonder Woman. In the fifth week of its release, due to the Independence Day holiday, the box office of Wonder Woman this week fell by only 17%, and continued to earn $26.15 million. In 5 weeks, the cumulative North American box office of this female superhero movie reached $260.32 million. This figure has exceeded the total North American box office of The Flash released last year, second only to Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Considering that Wonder Woman still has a single-week box office base of more than $25 million and maintains a good weekly box office decline curve, the film's total North American box office is very likely to exceed $350 million, and it is not impossible to catch up with The Dark Knight's $373 million. With the release of The Last of the Mohicans, 4 major films related to Deanery's Entertainment have been released in the summer of 1992. All in all, Wonder Woman is naturally the strongest. Then, Indecent Proposal's opening box office performance exceeded the other two, reaching $32.27 million in the first week. However, in the second and third weeks, Indecent Proposal suffered a significant drop of 40% and 32% in box office, earning $19.1 million and $12.99 million respectively. In 3 weeks, Indecent Proposal's total North American box office reached $64.37 million. Through subsequent releases, the film's total North American box office is expected to be between $80 million and $100 million, which is enough for the producers to recoup all production and publicity investment and possibly realize a small profit. The domestic box office alone can make a profit, which means that Indecent Proposal will make a very lucrative profit through overseas releases, video sales and television broadcasts. Even if it is not a dark horse, it is obviously a very successful project. After the first week of A Time to Kill, the box office fell by only 13% in the second week, earning another $20.64 million, thanks to its excellent reputation. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $44.37 million. This court crime film involving racial discrimination and judicial justice has obviously successfully replicated the box office trajectory of Harrison Ford's Presumed Innocent. It is expected that through long-term screening, the North American box office is very likely to break the $100 million mark. The reputation of The Last of the Mohicans is even better than A Time to Kill. The opening of $23.19 also reached the level of A Time to Kill. Although it is the first week, the subsequent box office trend cannot be seen for the time being. However, the box office curves of the two films are likely to be very similar. In short, the total box office of the 3 foreign cooperation films in North America is expected to be around $100 million. Such box office results are naturally not comparable to Wonder Woman, but they are enough to squeeze into the top of the annual box office list. After Indecent Proposal, A Time to Kill, and The Last of the Mohicans, Deanery's Entertainment has only 4 projects left to work with, including Sleepless in Seattle with Disney, The Pelicans with Warner Brothers, and 2 Mission Impossible films with Paramount Pictures. After the Independence Day holiday, the summer season is already halfway through. On July 10th, North American theaters continued to release 2 new films, namely, Half House produced by MGM and The Third Dangerous Love by Fox. Half House was originally an incubation project of Universal Pictures, starring Steve Martin and Goldie Hawn, telling a series of stories about a hotel waiter who moved into the protagonist's villa and lied that she was his wife. Deanery's Entertainment's projects were too full, and Half House was originally going to be cut. However, considering that the box office of this film was pretty good in his memory, Simon directly transferred it to MGM. Fox's The Third Dangerous Love is another extramarital affair film that follows the trend of Fatal Attraction, starring Michael Douglas. Later, in the list of subsequent films in July and August, Simon did not find any other films with the potential to be big sellers except Clint Eastwood's new film Unforgiven, which will be released on August 7th. This tepid state without strong box office competitors is just right for the long-term trend of 4 films such as Wonder Woman and A Time to Kill. For Deanery's Entertainment, this summer season is still a big harvest. In July, Deanery's Entertainment's other 2 key projects, Sleepless in Seattle starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan and the TV series Desperate Housewives to be broadcast in the fall season, started filming one after another. In addition, the publicity and promotion of projects such as The Ring, Home Alone 2 and Jurassic Park in the year-end schedule have also officially started. However, during this period, the most attention-grabbing is the 1992 U.S. presidential election, which has entered the second half. After the first half of the year, the current President George Bush further confirmed his identity as the Republican candidate for this year's election. On the Democratic side, as a series of competitors gradually withdrew, Bill Clinton's advantage became more and more obvious. However, this time, neither of the traditional candidates could overshadow Ross Perot, the independent candidate. Because of George Bush's many criticisms of his administration and the lack of a popular candidate on the Democratic side, and perhaps the economic downturn that led Americans to be dissatisfied with the current situation, Ross Perot, a billionaire with a strong personality and a love of the limelight, has gradually attracted more and more attention. Since officially announcing his participation in the election, Ross Perot's approval rating has reached 36%. Gradually, both parties have increasingly felt the threat of Ross Perot. Out of this fear, some people have attacked Ross Perot more and more frequently. This continued until July 13, a new week, when Simon and Janet had just gotten up and James Raybould called. At 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, Ross Perot suddenly held a press conference to announce his withdrawal from this year's presidential election. Even though he remembered Ross Perot's withdrawal from the election, Simon was still a little surprised to hear the news. However, something happened again. Janet was supposed to fly to New York today, but this happened. After breakfast, the couple boarded a plane to the East Coast. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived in Manhattan. In the evening, they invited the Rayboulders and the head of Sclapp Consulting, Joseph Sclapp, and his family to dinner at the manor outside Greenwich. Joseph Sclapp also passed on some of the information he had just obtained to Simon. Ross Perot's withdrawal was actually just a delaying tactic. Privately, Perot knew that he could not win this presidential election, so he was gradually wooed by the Democratic Party. However, Ross Perot's current approval rating of more than 30% will not only seriously impact George Bush's votes, but in fact, the candidates of the two major parties will be seriously affected. If this continues, the effect of splitting the conservative votes may be lost. After several rounds of communication, Ross Perot finally decided to temporarily announce his withdrawal from the election, which would cool down his originally high support rate and give the Democratic Party enough opportunities to perform at the critical moment in the next few months. Simon heard Joseph Sclapp's explanation, reorganized some information in his memory, and suddenly understood. In his memory, Ross Perot did announce his withdrawal from the election in July, but some people still seem to have not let him go, and even tried to disrupt Perot's daughter's wedding in August through some malicious gossip in the media. If Ross Perot really withdrew from the election, as long as he was smart enough, he would know that he should not tease this strong-willed billionaire at this time. The reason why some people are still making small moves in private should be that they have realized something. However, this behavior just gave Perot an excuse to re-announce his candidacy in October. Moreover, in his memory, Ross Perot even named and accused the Bush administration of using dishonorable means to try to ruin his daughter's wedding. In fact, this dishonorable means is not that serious. It is just to publish some photos of Perot's daughter suspected of being a lesbian in the gossip media. Perot insisted that the photos were artificially synthesized. Simon didn't care about the truth. In recent months, the Egret portal has been quietly promoting news that favors Bill Clinton. Although Simon did not personally appear, some senior members of the Westeros system quietly helped Clinton organize several fundraising receptions. Moreover, a large number of people in both Hollywood and Silicon Valley have stood on the side of the Democratic Party, largely due to the promotion of the Westeros system. What should be done has been done. After knowing the inside story of Perot's withdrawal from the election, Simon made some arrangements and retreated behind the scenes to wait and see. After completing the acquisition of Limited, the Apollo management team will not make much moves in the short term. The performance of the hedge fund team of Cersei Fund Management Company in the first half of the year was also officially released. Stimulated by the increasing popularity of technology stocks in the market, the hedge fund team achieved a 21% net fund return by going long on technology stocks in the first half of 1992. After the routine settlement at the beginning of the year, The principal of about $3 billion has increased to $3.6 billion through operations in the first half of the year. According to conservative estimates, this hedge fund is expected to achieve a net profit of $1 billion after tax by the end of 1992. Even if the rate of return is not as high as in the previous 2 years, a net profit rate of more than 30% will definitely exceed most competitors in the same industry. Of course, it is definitely not as good as the Quantum Fund, which is about to launch a sniping attack on European currencies. However, Simon still has no chance to be the first to come forward. If he makes a fortune on European currencies, the Westeros system will definitely lose more in other businesses in Europe. In addition, among the 3 subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, BlackRock Asset Management, which has always been relatively low-key, is actually developing the fastest. Whether it is Cersei Fund Management or Apollo Management, the scale of funds is controlled at around several billion $. BlackRock Asset Management, which mainly operates low-risk fixed income, government bonds and large-cap stock investments, has expanded rapidly due to the recovery of the North American stock market after the Gulf War last year. The total scale of funds under management has now exceeded $70 billion. Of course, this number is still very different from the $6 trillion asset scale of BlackRock Asset Management at its peak in Simon's memory. However, compared with other asset management companies of the same type, BlackRock Asset Management has now successfully risen to the level of a giant. Considering that the company was established less than 10 years ago as a subsidiary of BlackRock Group, this growth rate is even more amazing. Moreover, the asset size of $70 billion is enough to have an impact on many industries that cannot be underestimated. Chapter 494, Director Selection for the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show. Universal Studios, Burbank. 2 cars stopped one after the other outside the studio dedicated to the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show. The driver of a luxury Cadillac SUV in front got out of the car and opened the door. Madonna stepped out of the car. A white man in his 30s who got out of a BMW convertible behind her also walked over. Madonna and the man greeted each other and walked towards the studio together, saying, "David, whether it succeeds or not, you must remember that you owe me a favor. If I hadn't called Simon, he might not have agreed to meet you. Many people are eyeing this project. Although Alien 3 failed, as long as you can do this fashion show well and leave an impression on Simon, it will be easy to gain a foothold in Hollywood." The man next to Madonna was named David Fincher. Like many famous Hollywood directors, David Fincher has been interested in movies since he was a child. With some family connections, Fincher found a job at Lucasfilm at the age of 19 and participated in the behind-the-scenes production of Star Wars: Return of the Jedi in 1983. However, it is not so easy to enter Hollywood after all. Throughout the 1980s, Fincher spent most of his time in the field of music MV and commercial production, but he soon made his mark in the industry. He not only produced commercials for Nike running shoes, but also shot music MVs for top musicians such as Aerosmith and Madonna. Just last year, Fincher finally got his first chance to direct a movie, and it was the heavyweight sequel to the Alien series, Alien 3, produced by Fox Pictures. However, this directing experience was a complete nightmare for Fincher. During the filming of the movie, the script was completely torn down and rebuilt. Fox rushed to meet the deadline, there were creative differences with the producer, the film budget was overspent, etc., and almost all of the situations that often occur in the production process of Hollywood movies were encountered by David Fincher. Although the movie was finally completed, the result was not good. Alien 3, which was released on June 19, relied on the popularity accumulated by the Alien series and Fox Pictures' unremitting publicity. The film won a box office of $26.84 million in the first week, which seems to be pretty good. However, due to its poor reputation, the second week box office of Alien 3 dropped by an astonishing 58%, which can be said to be the movie with the largest weekly box office drop in this summer. In the fourth week of its release, the single-week box office of Alien 3 has only been $4.09 million, and the cumulative box office is only $47.96 million. Considering the production budget of Alien 3 of up to $50 million, Fox will definitely not be able to recover its costs through box office in the short term. After this incident, David Fincher originally thought that he should continue to stay silent in the commercials and music MV circles for a few more years. However, Hollywood has suddenly presented a great opportunity recently. Simon Westeros plans to create a fashion underwear show and is currently looking for a director. Moreover, the director who is needed is exactly good at commercials and music MVs. For practitioners in Fincher's circle who are interested in entering Hollywood, this is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even though he has already stepped half a foot into Hollywood, David Fincher contacted the Victoria's Secret project team as soon as possible and tried to help speak for it through the connections he has accumulated over the years. Hollywood is a circle of favors, and having someone to help you can often get twice the result with half the effort. David Fincher was able to work at Lucasfilm at the age of 19 because one of their neighbors happened to be a producer under Lucasfilm. Speaking of which, if David Giler, the producer of the Alien series, could come forward, it would definitely be more certain. David Giler was one of the 3 nominal producers of Simon Westeros's famous work run Lola Run, and he was a favor to the young man. Moreover, while Giler was producing the Alien series for Fox Film, he was also a contracted producer under Deaneries Entertainment. However, although the two sides were very familiar because of the cooperation on Alien 3, their relationship was very bad, and they didn't want to deal with each other anymore. Directors and producers who have creative differences are natural enemies, and it is obviously impossible to ask Giler for help. Fortunately, in addition to David Giler, David Fincher also knows another person who is said to have a very good relationship with Westeros, and that is Madonna next to him at this time. Simon Westeros had made a guest appearance at Madonna's concert. The big singer also appeared in Westeros's Pulp Fiction. It is said that the two are very good friends in private. As for whether there is a closer relationship, it is not something that Fincher cares about. David Fincher served as the MV director of several Madonna songs in the past few years, and the two sides have always kept in touch. After trying to contact Madonna, the other party actually replied very quickly. Westeros wanted to see him today. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the studio in front of them. A staff member came over and said that Mr. Westeros was waiting for them. Passing through the corridors divided into different working areas, there were busy staff on both sides. Madonna was also attracted by the dazzling array of angel wings in a compartment. If Simon hadn't been waiting, she would have almost gone in to try them on. Originally, I thought the work areas on both sides of the corridor were busy enough. After passing through the corridor and entering the innermost part of the studio, there were even more people in the open space with a slender T-stage. Looking around, they both quickly realized that the camera, lighting and other shooting props were being arranged here. Madonna saw a young man in the crowd at a glance. Simon was standing with another tall man with long hair, pointing and talking. The staff took the two to the rest area, said wait a moment, and walked towards Simon. Someone brought coffee. Madonna thanked him, casually held the cup and continued to look at Simon, then turned to David Fincher, but found that his expression was a little strange, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" David Fincher hesitated, pointed to the man next to Simon, and said, "That's Michael Bay." Madonna was still a little puzzled. David Fincher still looked a little strange, but explained, "Like me, Bay once interned at Lucasfilm. I remember very clearly that in 1980, he was only 15 years old. Moreover, Bay is also the most watched music MV and commercial director in the industry in recent years. He shot the Coca-Cola commercial 2 years ago." After a pause, Fincher added, "Bay's style is obviously more suitable for shooting a fashion show than mine." Although he said so, Fincher's expression did not show much disappointment. Simon Westeros had obviously selected the director of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and even Fincher himself had to admit that Michael Bay's shooting style was more suitable for directing a fashion show than him. However, since Westeros had already selected the director, he also asked her to come to meet him. This may mean another opportunity. Madonna was not stupid, and she quickly understood it in a flash, and smiled. "It seems that you owe me a favor a little more." The two waited patiently for a moment, and Simon finally came over, followed by Michael Bay. Simon was wearing a casual t-shirt and casual pants today, while Michael Bay was wearing a neat shirt and trousers, looking very serious. Madonna couldn't help but mutter in her heart that the more casual you dress, the more boss you look, but it didn't stop her from standing up with a smile and spreading her arms to Simon to ask for a hug. Simon saw Queen Madonna coming over, so he had to hug her, and even deliberately hugged her tightly to feel it for a few times, and said with a smile, "It's too small, there's no feeling at all." Madonna saw Simon quickly let go of her, and she puffed out her chest in dissatisfaction. Men are really greedy. Mine is just right. Do you like silicone? Simon shook hands with Finch, introduced Michael Bay next to him, and then said to Madonna, I mean, your whole body is too small. Madonna glanced at several tall and hot models not far away, and realized that she was actually only a little over 1.6 meters tall, and she really had no competitiveness in front of these big fairies. However, Queen Mai was never a person who lacked confidence. She retorted, actually, being small has its advantages. She licked her red lips teasingly and said to Simon with her eyes moving, perhaps, Simon, we should really find time to talk about this topic in private. In front of Queen Mai, Simon always felt that he was the target of stamp hunting. This feeling was not good at all, so he simply ignored the words of the Queen and motioned to Fincher and Bay, who were standing next to him in a somewhat awkward manner, to sit down together. Madonna sat next to Simon as a matter of course. The little man did not respond, and she did not dwell on the previous topic. Instead, she said, David just said that he knows this Mr. Bay. Simon did not know the details of Lucasfilm, but it was not surprising. Michael Bay and David Fincher were in the same circle, and they were not unknown people, so it was natural for them to know each other. Since they all knew each other, some things were easier to explain. Simon went straight to the point and said to Fincher, I've seen a few sample MVs you've shot. The overall style is dark and gloomy. Although they are very artistic, they are not suitable for this fashion show. So, I chose Michael. David Fincher didn't look disappointed, and nodded, I also think Mike is more suitable than me. Simon looked at Fincher for a few times and smiled, you should have guessed that I asked you to come here today for another reason, a movie, and I want you to try it. David Fincher couldn't help but cheer up. Michael Bay, who originally felt a little superior to Fincher because he got this opportunity in advance, was surprised and envious. However, thinking of Westeros' previous conversation with him, he soon felt relieved. As long as he completed this big show seriously, he would also have the hope of trying his hand in Hollywood. Simon did not keep the secret and continued, this is a crime thriller about a serial killer who uses the 7 deadly sins in Catholic doctrine to kill people. Someone will give you the script later. Let's talk about Alien 3 now. What do you think is your personal problem with this movie? If possible, David Fincher didn't want to mention Alien 3. However, thinking about the relationship between Westeros and David Giler, if the other party wanted to know something, it would be very simple and he had no way to hide it. There are many reasons for the failure of Alien 3. Fincher had previously blamed the studio and the producer, but was not willing to admit his own problems. After hesitating for a moment, Fincher finally said, I think it's mainly because I'm directing a movie for the first time and I don't have enough experience. Simon smiled and shook his head, it's not that problem. I know your qualifications and your basic skills are very solid. Facing Simon's gaze, David Fincher hesitated again for a moment and said, maybe I pay too much attention to details. Simon nodded this time. In addition to the gloomy and cold style of the director himself, the biggest feature of David Fincher's movies is the attention to details. In this regard, Fincher is actually somewhat similar to Cameron. It is precisely because of his habit of being entangled in details that the production cost of David Fincher's films has always remained high. Similarly, detail control and paranoia are also more likely to create classics. David Fincher is not very productive, but in the original timeline, the films directed by this director with a strong personal style, such as 7 Deadly Sins, Fight Club, and Gone Girl, are all classics. In fact, paying attention to details is not a shortcoming. The key is to be restrained, and the scale of this can only be mastered by you. Simon quickly said, I like your personal style and skills shown in several previous music MVs. I have also seen Alien 3. As a commercial film, it is not too bad overall, and the film also carries a lot of your personal unique understanding. Although the North American box office is not high, according to the information I have received, Alien 3 actually performed well in the overseas market. Fox will definitely be able to recover its costs. For a film director, no matter how many fans he is chasing after or how many awards he wins, in the final analysis, he still has to rely on the box office to speak. David Fincher was relieved to hear what Simon said. If the cost can be recovered through global release, Alien 3 will not be a big obstacle for him to continue to develop in Hollywood. For the 7, I hope you can show the style you showed in the MV in Alien 3. As for the cost, after reading the script, you should think carefully and make a budget yourself. My personal requirement is that you must strictly follow your budget to complete the film. Simon said with a bit of joking. Of course, if you make a budget of $100 million, I think this project does not need to continue. The original timeline of Seven was not released until 1995, but the script of this movie was written by Hollywood screenwriter Andrew Kevin Walker last year, and the film copyright also fell into the hands of Deaneries Entertainment. Simon had considered this project some time ago, and also noticed David Fincher, who directed Alien 3. After planning the film plan for next year again recently, Simon decided to start this project ahead of time. If everything goes well, the release date of Seven will be determined on Halloween next year. In terms of the main creators, the original version is of course the best. David Fincher and Morgan Freeman, one of the leading actors, will not be replaced. However, Simon does not plan to use the original version of the other leading actor, Brad Pitt, this time. Superman has already started filming and will be released next summer. According to the production plan, Brad Pitt has plenty of time. However, once Superman is released, Brad Pitt's image as the actor of Superman will definitely be deeply rooted in people's hearts. This kind of role stereotype is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, even many years later, when people mention Brad Pitt, they will easily think of Clark Kent. However, because of Superman's strong influence, especially during the period when he played Superman, other movies that Brad Pitt participated in are destined to be difficult to attract too much attention. If Brad Pitt continues to participate in Seven Deadly Sins, it is likely that the brilliance of this classic crime thriller will be disturbed by the character image of Clark Kent. Chapter 495 Guests. Each Hollywood studio has its own relatively fixed talent pool. In recent years, Deaneries Entertainment has cultivated a large number of top filmmakers for long-term cooperation through the DC Movie Universe plan and a series of other hit films. However, Simon will certainly not be satisfied with this. This time, Michael Bay and David Fincher are the other two cutting-edge directors that Simon intends to cultivate. Compared with Fincher, Simon actually prefers Michael Bay. In the original timeline, although Michael Bay was always ridiculed by film critics for his love of showing off and lack of connotation, and was nicknamed Explosive Bay, because this director can always complete the project within the studio's budget, and the films he directed can basically achieve very good box office, with very few failures, he is one of the directors that Hollywood studios are vying to cooperate with. Looking at David Fincher again, although this director is also outstanding, because the box office volume of his field, suspense thriller type, is usually not high, he likes to burn money too much, and the box office of his works is also very unstable, so the studios always have more concerns when cooperating with each other. It was just their first meeting. Simon and David Fincher talked about some things about Seven and quickly sent each other away. Michael Bay saw Madonna looking at Simon with envy, but he also left tactfully to continue his work. After the strangers disappeared, Madonna immediately moved closer to Simon, not caring about the many eyes around in the studio, and said, "Simon, I heard that this big show is looking for performers. Do you think I am suitable?" Simon gestured to a tall model not far away and teased, "Maggie, do you think you are suitable to stand among them? They are just taller than me." Madonna obviously didn't care, and said, "Besides, since they are all taller than me, I am the most conspicuous one standing among them." Simon found that he had ignored the Queen Madonna's natural strong self-confidence again, and smiled, "Okay, but I originally planned to invite performers, but I gave up in the end." Initially, he considered inviting a few performers as he remembered. However, after careful consideration, Simon still felt that for the first Victoria's Secret fashion show, it would be best to keep the audience's attention on the Victoria's Secret Angels. This is also the best way to promote the Victoria's Secret Angel brand. Madonna was not disappointed and continued, "Then, I will definitely be able to watch it then, right?" Of course, Simon nodded and said, "I'll have someone send you a few tickets. I'm already looking forward to it." As Queen Madonna said this, a small hand unconsciously touched him. Simon saw that the small hand was about to touch the back of his hand, and felt helpless. He flicked his index finger over, and the Queen immediately shrank back in pain, looking at Simon with an innocent and accusing look. Simon reached out and pinched Queen Madonna's chin, saying, "Don't seduce me again, or I'll take care of you." Queen Madonna's chin was lifted by Simon, but she still flirted with him. "You can do whatever you want in bed. Bitch. Asshole. Comma, look, don't we match well? Comma, ha ha ha." Simon withdrew his hand helplessly, pretending not to know Queen Madonna, who was laughing wildly beside him, and turned to the catwalk. The staff, who had been curious about it, noticed Simon looking over and started to get back to work. After a while, Madonna stopped laughing, but still said with some resentment, "Hey, Simon, why are you not interested in me?" Simon said, "I'm not the kind of person who wants to try every dish I see, and you just happen to be not my type." Queen Madonna became interested. "What kind of dish do you like?" "I originally thought. But last time I saw you brought a little girl." Simon simply ignored her. Madonna persisted, "Hey, do you think I'm too wild and don't want to sleep with me? You just called me a bitch." Simon nodded, "Yes." Madonna looked at Simon for a few times and shook her head. "It seems not. You don't care too much about these, otherwise you would definitely ignore me. But you men are really hateful. Why can you find many women, but we women can't find many men? Have you ever seen a cup with many teapots? Why are you men teapots, but we women can't be teapots? How is the preparation of your naked going?" Madonna saw that Simon changed the subject and didn't get entangled. In her heart, she completely gave up some ideas and planned to only treat the man next to her as a friend in the future. It is very face-saving to have a friend of the opposite sex like Simon Westeros. Columbia Pictures has agreed to invest, with a budget of $30 million. The director and the male lead have been confirmed, and it will probably start shooting at the end of the year, Madonna said, and then asked, "Simon, how much do you think this movie can get at the box office?" Simon said frankly, "Probably 10 or 20 million. Madonna stared, "I acted so hard, and it only made 10 or 20 million. Simon spread his hands. "In fact, you may have overestimated people's interest in watching Madonna's passionate scenes." "How is it possible?" Queen Madonna was still confident and said, "How about we make a bet?" Simon shook his head. "No, you have nothing to lose to me. I really want to beat you up." Simon thought for a while and said, "Maybe you can revise the script again, ignore those passionate scenes, and focus on shaping the femme fatale attributes of the heroine." Madonna took the opportunity to strike. "How about you help me revise the script? I'm very expensive. I'll give you any amount of money." Queen Madonna was very generous, and then she did not forget to add, "Anyway, Sony will pay for it." Simon felt that Sony was going to be the scapegoat again this time, and said helplessly, "If you let me change it, it might be a different story. Besides, your acting skills, well, you should know that, right? Wasn't my performance in Pulp Fiction outstanding? That's because I'm the director. As long as you ask, you can direct this movie as well." Madonna immediately said, "Sony will pay for it." Simon began to feel sorry for Sony. He raised his hand and tapped Madonna on the forehead, who was leaning over subconsciously, and said, "You should just play by yourself. I really don't understand why you have to go to Hollywood. Wouldn't it be better to be your own superstar? Then why do you have to do so many things? I'm different from you. It's hard for you Earthlings to understand things like geniuses." Madonna seemed to have discovered some big secret. "Hey, which planet are you from?" "Alpha Centauri. Are you here to invade the Earth?" "Yes." "Great, I can help. I'm embarrassed by your initiative." Madonna burst into laughter again, and soon asked curiously, "Hey, do you think aliens will really invade the Earth?" Simon did not answer, but asked, "Would you go to Africa to invade an ant nest?" Madonna said seriously, "If the ants in that ant nest are special enough, I think I will go and see." Simon shrugged, "Then we can only leave it to fate." While the two were chatting, Michael Bay on the other side had gradually adjusted the various equipment on the catwalk, and some Victoria's Secret angels who had officially signed contracts also arrived one after another. Today, there will be a simple rehearsal, mainly to test some photography and lighting effects. The Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held in early November, but the time for rehearsals for the show is mainly concentrated in August. Because the 4 major fashion weeks will be held in September and October, which is the busiest season of the year for models, Simon does not intend to prevent these Victoria's Secret angels from participating in some catwalks that are crucial to them. Of course, the Victoria's Secret fashion show is definitely the most important. 3 of the 5 Victoria's Secret angels who have signed contracts have come: Helena Christensen, Tyra Banks and Stephanie Seymour. Cindy Crawford is very busy and cannot attend every rehearsal. The schedule of Waste Beauty Yasmin Gary is also very tight, so she did not come today. Of course, none of the other supermodels who were about to participate in this show showed up. In short, The ones who came this time were a group of models who were relatively free and had relatively low status in the fashion circle, such as the three angels who came. They basically regarded this show as the most important thing for them this year. As long as there was no important work, they would stay in Los Angeles as much as possible. Noticing Simon here, a group of tall and delicate girls came to say hello during the break before the rehearsal, and of course they did not forget to chat with Madonna. Although Queen Madonna looked indifferent just now, she was really surrounded by a group of big fairies and still felt some pressure. Michael Bay personally adjusted the camera rail on the side of the catwalk, stood up and prepared to start. He noticed that the models gathered around Simon. He waited for a moment and then signaled a staff member beside him to call people. He was envious of a guy who was so lucky. In this circle, even if he was just an MV director, there were still many young actors who wanted to get close to him in the morning. Michael Bay certainly took advantage of the situation. However, Michael Bay had no intention of getting involved with the top goblins who were about to participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show. No matter what the young man thought in his heart, many people naturally regarded this fashion show as Westeros's private territory. If someone hunted in this territory without knowing the situation, the end would never be good. As long as he could successfully enter Hollywood with this opportunity, he would have nothing to lack in the future. Michael Bay didn't want to lose the big picture for the small one. The staff came to remind him, and Simon sent the group of girls around him to work. Stephanie Seymour, who had grabbed the seat next to him, saw the other girls gradually leaving, and leaned close to the man's ear and asked, "Simon, are you free recently?" Simon nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'll call you when the time comes." If it was someone else, Stephanie Seymour would be sure that the call would come, and she might not want to pay attention. But the man in front of him really didn't have any sincerity when he spoke. Seeing Stephanie Seymour's resentful eyes, Simon just urged her, "Go to work quickly. My boss is very demanding. If you don't do well, you may be fired." Knowing that the man was not joking, Stephanie Seymour got up obediently and walked towards the catwalk. After all the girls left, Madonna asked, "So much, can you eat it?" Simon looked at the pleasing scene not far away and smiled. Many things in this world are not necessarily meant to be eaten, even if they can be eaten. Such a delicate batch of top-grade vases are actually more suitable for careful appreciation, and there is no need to press them on the big bed to play with them. Although Simon never treats himself badly when it comes to women, he never pursues excessive lust. On the catwalk, the angels gradually got into the mood after a rearrangement. They did not need to change their clothes and began to wait at the end of the catwalk under the guidance of the staff. Madonna and Simon looked over there together. The rehearsal started soon. At first, she did not feel anything, but soon, Madonna noticed the accompaniment playing in the studio. This was a piece of pure music accompanied by finger snaps, and no one sang it. However, Madonna was very sure that this was a new song she had never heard before. Then she realized that the reason there were no lyrics was obviously for the need to keep it confidential. Then she looked at the man beside her. "Simon, is this a new song you wrote?" Simon did not deny it and nodded. "Yes. It sounds like it is very suitable for a woman to sing." Queen Mai immediately became excited and said, "What do you think of me performing? Are you willing to terminate the contract with Warner?" "Huh?" Simon smiled and said, "Don't forget, I now own Universal Records. Of course, the good things should be left to the singers under my own record company." Queen Mai said dissatisfiedly, "Universal Records doesn't seem to have many famous singers. Don't you think it's a waste?" "No." Queen Mai was speechless. Even if she was willing to terminate the contract with Warner, Warner would not be willing. Moreover, with her current status, after the contract with Warner expires, she is more inclined to run her own record company alone, and will only cooperate with large record giants. So, what is the name of this song? Since it is a Victoria's Secret angel on the catwalk, this song is of course called Paradise. Paradise means heaven, Garden of Eden, paradise, etc. Therefore, there are many English songs named after this word. Simon chose the song Paradise, written by a less famous online singer many years later. The singer's name is also very alternative. They are two people, and the group is NLS Enthumi. However, compared with other songs with the same name, Simon feels that this song Paradise really carries a kind of ethereal and distant artistic conception like the paradise of heaven, which makes people never get tired of listening to it. The music in the studio continued, and Madonna became more and more curious, pestering Simon to listen to it in advance. Simon couldn't, but it was impossible to bring the record to Queen Madonna immediately, so he could only sing along with the live music. Fearing the vastness of the blue sky, still wanting to fly above it, eager to be a beacon to guide you, you can hear the whistle in the distance sounding all night, searching for the stunning magnificence of the world, abandoning the worries and loneliness of the world, thinking of stepping through the stunning magnificence, wishing to have a worldly partner to rely on. Let us subvert the order of the world together. Nothing in the world is as crazy as my thoughts. No matter where we will live, nothing can stop us from yearning for heaven. Chapter 496, Family Assets. The last song Simon left for Madonna, Bad Romance, helped the Queen create another album with sales exceeding 10 million in North America. Whenever there is a chance, Madonna will try to ask Simon for songs. As one of the top singers of this era, after listening to Paradise, Madonna immediately realized the value of this song. Although Paradise is not suitable for her style, it is enough to be used as a main song to produce a hot-selling album if given to other singers. Later, knowing that several theme songs of this Victoria's Secret fashion show will be written by Simon himself, Madonna immediately pestered the man to listen to other songs. Simon was pestered and had no choice but to let the Queen of Madonna fulfill her wish. Of course, she can listen to it, although there are some songs that are more suitable for Madonna's style. Simon still insists on keeping the money within the family. As the rehearsal of the Victoria's Secret fashion show continued, news about several songs spread like wildfire. In response to media inquiries, Deaneries Entertainment just did not comment on this. According to the prior arrangement, during the preparatory process of the show, which lasted for several months, various revelations will be released continuously, such as who joined the Victoria's Secret Angel team, who became the spokesperson for the Victoria's Secret Angel, who won the angel wings as the symbol of the show, information about the background music of the catwalk, possible guests to be invited, tickets for the Victoria's Secret show, etc. Through this series of continuous exposure, the brand awareness of Victoria's Secret will be further improved before the show officially starts. This is also the fundamental purpose of this marketing operation. July 31st, the last day of July, another Friday. The summer season has entered the second half of the page. There are two movies that will be released in North American theaters this week, namely Paramount Pictures' real-life and animation combined movie Phantom Quest and Fox's vampire-type horror movie Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Paramount's Phantom Quest tells a series of ridiculous stories that the male protagonist encounters in order to stop the integration of the real world and the cartoon world. The film is obviously following the original Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Simon is more concerned about Fox's Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This vampire movie, written by Joss Whedon, is the origin of the later TV version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Joss Whedon is also one of the important directors of the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the original timeline, directing 2 Avengers. Although paying attention to Whedon, Simon temporarily only regards him as a potential reserve talent for Deaneries Entertainment. Entering August, the summer season is basically settled. Wonder Woman is undoubtedly the well-deserved box office overlord of this summer season. As of July 30th, in the 9th week of its release, Wonder Woman once again earned $11.53 million, and the cumulative box office in the 2 months since its opening reached $333.69 million. Considering the decline curve of Wonder Woman in recent weeks and the box office base of still reaching tens of millions in a single week, this superhero movie will be able to earn at least $30 million in the future, and the cumulative box office in North America is expected to be between $360 million and $370 million. After Wonder Woman, Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon 3 was released. In the past week, the North American box office of Lethal Weapon 3 has exceeded $140 million, and it is also approaching the end of the schedule. Later, Disney's Aladdin gradually attracted the attention of the industry. This 2D animated film did not start well, but it has strong stamina and a very strong box office curve. From June 19th to July 30th, the 6 weeks of release, Aladdin's cumulative box office has reached $128 million. Although there is a big gap with Wonder Woman, its box office performance in this summer is second only to Lethal Weapon 3, and it is expected to surpass the other in the next release. Another live-action comedy from Disney, Sister Act, became the second movie of the studio to break the $100 million box office in the summer. After careful calculation, in addition to Deaneries Entertainment, Disney, which has 2 domestic movies that have broken the $100 million box office, has also had a great harvest in this summer. Deaneries Entertainment's co-productions Indecent Proposal, A Time to Kill and The Last of the Mohicans were also popular, but to be fair, all three films were hovering around the 100 million yuan box office threshold, which did not meet Simon's expectations. Moreover, in addition to their own quality, the box office performance of the three films is largely due to the fact that they occupy too many resources in the summer season. Of course, for several partners, reaching the 100 million yuan threshold is enough to sell well. Although DC movie universe blockbusters have repeatedly created miracles, it is not so common for a movie to reach the 100 million yuan mark in North American box office in the early 1990s. This summer, in addition to the three co-production films that are still being screened and have not reached the target, the only four that have truly achieved a 100 million yuan box office are Wonder Woman, Lethal Weapon 3, Aladdin and Sister Act. Other films such as Columbia Pictures' Far From Home, Fox's Alien 3, Paramount's Patriot Games and Disney's Honey, I Grow Up, etc., all have relatively high production costs, but their box office revenues are around $50 million, far from breaking $100 million. Simon rushed to Australia again in early August. Cyborg, another superhero film under the DC movie universe, started filming on August 3rd. Cyborg is scheduled to be released at the end of next year, and it is not necessary to be so urgent, but Warner insists on starting filming at this time, so that enough time can be reserved for the film's post-production and publicity. On the other hand, Simon also understands Warner's considerations. Superman is still being filmed, and the filming schedule of Cyborg overlaps with Superman for 2 months. Simon rushed to Australia during this period to follow up on Superman, and it is impossible for him to ignore Cyborg. In this regard, Warner has calculated Simon's integrity. During the one-week trip to Australia, Simon basically split his time between Superman and Cyborg. Janet came along as usual to visit the little guy and keep an eye on her man. On August 10th, he returned to Los Angeles, and the box office of Unforgiven, the last movie of the summer season that Simon should pay attention to, was released for the first 3 days of the weekend. Clint Eastwood's old-school Western gave Warner Brothers a surprise at the beginning, earning $15.01 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, which has exceeded the film's production cost of $14 million. Moreover, considering the film's excellent reputation and the less intense competition in the later part of the summer season, Unforgiven will easily have a beautiful long-term box office. As far as I can remember, Unforgiven is also the biggest winner of the Oscars next year, winning many awards such as Best Picture and Best Director. Of course, the Oscar has been given to Warner Brothers this year, and Deaneries Entertainment does not plan to continue to lie dormant next year. Barbra Streisand won the award with Seven amid controversy, which also consumed some of Warner's luck in the award. The Oscar judges will definitely avoid Warner's works during the voting process next year. This can be regarded as a kind of gain and loss. Back in Los Angeles, David Fincher handed the budget plan of SYNOPSIS to Simon. As a director who had just completed his first film under many restrictions, Simon knew very well that this plan with a list of recommended leading actors should have been planned by Fincher's agency behind the scenes, but he did not investigate it in depth. The budget cost of SYNOPSIS, made by David Fincher, eventually reached $30 million. Simon can be sure that this is Fincher's own wish. If it is ICM behind Fincher, it should tend to control the production budget of such a crime thriller to around $20 million. The production budget of $30 million has reached the level of A-level production. Considering the usual box office volume of crime thriller movies, Hollywood studios generally do not take such risks. In addition to Simon's initial choice of Morgan Freeman, David Fincher recommended another actor named River Phoenix. River Phoenix may be a little unfamiliar to Hollywood fans many years later, but in the early 1990s, he was a very eye-catching new star in Hollywood. When Phoenix participated in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade a few years ago, Harrison Ford proposed a series of conditions to suppress him because he was worried that he would be overshadowed by the young actor. He was not allowed to imitate his performance, and he was not allowed to discuss the inside story of the movie publicly. Even during the promotion of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, River Phoenix's appearances were pitifully few. However, these could not suppress the brilliance of this new actor, who was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar at the age of 19. Although River Phoenix, who was born in 1970, is only 22 years old, he has starred in a large number of movies that are either well received or popular since his debut. Simon knows that if the timeline does not change, this rising Hollywood star will suddenly fall in 1993. The reason seems to be somewhat common in Hollywood: drug overdose. David Fincher recommended River Phoenix. In addition to the other party's own strength, there is another reason: River Phoenix is also an artist under ICM. In the original timeline, River Phoenix died outside the bar opened by Johnny Depp. This is not accidental, because Depp is also under ICM, and they belong to the same circle. In addition, River Phoenix and Keanu Reeves became good friends after starring in Gus Van Sant's Unbound Sky together last year. Hollywood is small. Since the original Brad Pitt is not going to be used, River Phoenix is indeed suitable. 22 years old, just the age of a fledgling young policeman. In addition, the offer given by ICM is also very reasonable: $2.5 million. According to River Phoenix's current popularity, this price is low for starring in mainstream commercial films. ICM obviously hopes that River Phoenix can have a blockbuster movie at the leading level, rather than just a supporting role like Indiana Jones 3 or niche word-of-mouth movie like Unbound Skies, or a group drama like Stand By Me. Coincidentally, the projects led by Simon himself are often very guaranteed in terms of box office. After crossing this threshold and getting older, River Phoenix will then have the potential to support commercial blockbusters alone. Simon rarely paid attention to the private lives of Hollywood stars in the past, but since he agreed to let River Phoenix star in 7 Deadly Sins, he must ensure that the young actor will not have any problems. At least, there will be no problems during the filming of the movie. As long as the movie is finished, it doesn't matter what happens afterwards. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own actions. Therefore, after roughly negotiating the basic agreement, Simon personally proposed that during the filming of the movie, River Phoenix must abstain from all drugs, and Daenerys Entertainment will conduct drug tests on Phoenix regularly. If he breaches the contract, the young actor will need to pay a huge amount of compensation. There are quite a few Hollywood stars who go back and forth between drug rehabilitation centers and movie sets during the filming of a movie. As long as you are a big enough star, the studio is often very accommodating. However, River Phoenix's qualifications are obviously not up to this level. Moreover, it was Simon who personally said so, and ICM could not help but take it seriously. River Phoenix could of course choose to withdraw, but if he refused a project with great potential because he could not quit drugs, this young actor would never be able to get a good project easily in the future. He would never be able to get a movie under Daenerys Entertainment. Therefore, ICM President Jeffrey Berg personally assured Simon that he would send someone to keep an eye on him during the filming of the movie to ensure that the artist would not have any problems during the filming of 7 Deadly Sins. Daenerys Studios. Today is Wednesday, August 19th. After finishing the production meeting of 7 Deadly Sins and listening to the producer of Forrest Gump report on the casting results of the film in recent days, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tom Hanks is still filming Sleepless in Seattle, but preparations for Forrest Gump have already begun. As a big-budget movie with many characters, the issue of casting is very important. Simon only personally designated the actor who plays Jenny, who is still the original Robin Wright. Robin Wright is already a member of the DC movie universe. However, although she is the girlfriend of the Flash Barry Allen, it will not be too abrupt to play a role that does not have too many scenes in Forrest Gump. Simon did this mainly out of consideration for the degree of restoration of the movie. It was already past 6 o'clock when he got home from get off work. Janet had just returned from the East Coast in the afternoon. Simon returned to Point Dume Manor. The woman had just arranged dinner and was curled up on the sofa next to the glass curtain wall of the Shale Villa, flipping through a magazine casually in the sunset. After handing his coat to the Indian girl Alia, Simon walked to Janet and sat down. He hugged the woman and kissed her, and asked, "What are you reading?" "Forbes." Janet casually showed the magazine to Simon, leaned towards the man, and said, "Yesterday in New York, Steve Forbes called me and hoped that we could provide some information. Forbes will release the new annual list of the 400 richest Americans next month." Simon asked, "How did you respond to him?" Janet smiled and shook her head. "Of course I ignored him." Regarding various wealth lists, Simon had established a rule when he just rose to prominence a few years ago: the media can make random statistics, and the Westeros system will not comment on it, nor will it provide data support. Without official recognition, even the data from Forbes will inevitably be questioned by the media. This is also the effect Simon wanted. However, despite this, Simon suddenly thought of a question when he heard Janet mention it. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. The expansion of the Westeros system is too fast. He really doesn't know how much wealth he has, so he is naturally curious. Chapter 497, Family Assets, 2. After spending so much time together, the couple had long understood each other. Janet saw what Simon was thinking at a glance, and asked Arya, who had just brought coffee, to fetch her laptop. As the housekeeper of the Westeros family, no one knew Simon's family background better than Janet. Opening the laptop, Janet pulled out a document and said, "I just did some statistics recently. Guess how much money you have now?" Simon just smiled and looked at the document. Janet could get a lot of accurate data more easily than Forbes, so a woman's statistics must be more reliable than Forbes. The easiest assets under Simon's name to count are still a series of listed technology company stocks. Affected by the continuous outbreak of the new technology wave, Cisco and AOL, two companies with great advantages in the industry and high growth potential, have both exceeded the $10 billion mark in market value this year. With a high proportion of Cisco and AOL shares, these two companies alone have contributed more than $10 billion to Simon's personal wealth. Other technology companies such as Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, Sun, etc., have also seen their stock prices continue to rise rapidly in the past year. Comprehensive calculation: as of the last trading day last week, the total value of all the listed technology company stocks held by Simon reached $21.7 billion. This alone has exceeded all the existing super-rich people in the world. However, for Simon now, this batch of technology stocks is not the most important asset under his name. The most important thing is still Deaneries Entertainment. After completing the merger with MCA last year, Deaneries Entertainment not only did not show the difficulties after the merger of Time Warner Group, but continued to develop at a high speed. In the past year or so, the rise of Pixar Studios' 3D animation, the complete merger of AR Games, the rising share price of Blockbuster, which is heavily held, and the launch of the Osaka Universal Studios plan, have gradually consolidated Deaneries Entertainment Group's position as the most powerful entertainment company in Hollywood. Moreover, this time, there is no other. Therefore, compared with Time Warner Group, which is still hovering at a market value of tens of billions of dollars, Deaneries Entertainment's current valuation can definitely easily exceed $20 billion. However, Deaneries Entertainment Group is only one of the four women at the core of the Westeros system. The other three women, Cersei Capital, Ygritte and Melisandre, have also seen rapid expansion over the past year. The value of Cersei Capital is the most difficult to estimate. However, with the comprehensive strength of Cersei Capital at this time, if this company goes public, it will be easy to break through the market value of $10 billion. Ygritte's advantages in the internet field are becoming more and more obvious, and the valuation controversy is also very large. Referring to Ygritte's current revenue and the general price-earnings ratio of new technology companies, the valuation of this cutting-edge internet company is conservatively around $5 billion. Next, Melisandre seems to be the least conspicuous among the four women, but with a continuous increase in Gucci's revenue scale and the continuous mergers of Van Cleef & Arpels, CK and other companies, Melisandre's valuation has also steadily exceeded $3 billion. Therefore, just these four women can probably bring Simon about $40 billion in wealth again. In addition, the Westeros system also holds a large regional telecommunications operator, formerly Bell Atlantic, now renamed Verizon Telecom. As one of the strongest regional telecommunications companies among the seven bells, Simon's bottom fishing price reached $7 billion when the stock market was at its lowest point. The North American stock market recovered rapidly after the Gulf War last year, and the new technology wave also led to the rapid development of the telecommunications industry. If Verizon Telecom is relisted, its market value can also reach the level of tens of billions of dollars. This is another $10 billion. Immediately afterwards, the Westeros system also invested in a large number of non-listed companies such as Nokia, Qualcomm, graphics chip development company ADI, Seagirls Tinkover, etc., and together with Simon's personal property and land, the total value of these two assets is about $5 billion. Finally, although the Westeros system has experienced many loan mergers and acquisitions or bond financing in the past year, the overall debt of the Westeros system is still only about $16 billion. After deducting liabilities from assets, Simon's net worth has soared to $60 billion this year compared to the $35 billion given by Forbes last year. Janet leaned against her husband and read the documents together, occasionally looking at the man beside her who had completed a super snowball in just 6 years. This is her man. After reading the documents, Janet waited quietly for a moment before saying, "I think we need to speed up preparations for some future things." The future things are naturally about the inheritance of wealth. A personal wealth of $60 billion, even in 20 or 30 years, is enough to squeeze into the top of the global rich list. Now in 1992, $60 billion of personal assets are far more than all other rich people in the world. For billionaires, the inheritance of wealth is always a difficult problem to avoid. Although there are occasional thoughts of "I don't care about the flood after I die," most of the time, Simon does not want the huge business empire he created to fall apart after many years. In Western society, the topic of wealth inheritance that is difficult to avoid is undoubtedly inheritance tax. Because of this, when Simon and Janet got married, the woman did not give up her Australian citizenship. Australia does not have inheritance tax. With Simon's current influence on Australia, this country will never restart inheritance tax in the future. In addition, the little guy was placed in Australia for Veronica to take care of. For more than half a year, the Johnston family also quietly registered Melbourne Westeros for an Australian citizenship. It can be said that in the current Westeros family, Simon is American, Janet is Australian, and a little guy has dual citizenship. This is actually some of the arrangements made quietly by the couple. Of course, there are still many problems, but the road is taken step by step. On the other hand, although it is decided to pass on the wealth, Simon has no intention of splitting these assets and throwing them to future children, but is more inclined to the model of family funds. The reason why American families such as Rockefeller, Morgan, and Ford can be inherited and strong for 100 years is that the most critical point is the family fund, which not only ensures that future generations cannot squander the wealth left by their ancestors, but also that a unified family foundation can ensure the long-term cohesion of a family. On the contrary, the Getty family, which was also once powerful in the United States, did not attach importance to the inheritance of wealth. After the death of Paul Getty, the Getty family quickly fell apart in just 10 years and is now almost forgotten. In the original timeline, Damon and Warren Buffett, who called on the rich to donate most of their property after their death, were more of a cover-up in the eyes of discerning people. Bill Gates had already established a foundation in the late 1990s. If this super-rich man really used all his wealth for charity, then he would not have been able to remain at the top of the global rich list for many years. So, where's Damon's money? This starts with a foundation structure established by Damon. What the public often hears about is actually the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which is indeed a pure charity fund. Once the funds are injected into this foundation, they naturally no longer belong to individuals. However, Damon gradually sold Microsoft shares over a period of decades, but did not put the money into this charity fund, but into another very low-key Bill and Melinda Gates Trust Fund. This is a family trust. Damon's model of doing charity is actually to allocate a certain amount of funds from the trust fund every year and invest it in the charity fund. As for this trust fund, you can refer to the Jobs Trust Fund left after Jobs' death in the original timeline. The trust fund of the Jobs family still paid inheritance tax after Jobs' death. However, the inheritance tax rate was only 15%, which is obviously very low compared to the highest inheritance tax of 50% in the United States. Why family trusts only need to pay 15% inheritance tax is mainly because, according to convention, these trust funds are charitable when they are established and must donate a certain amount of money to charity every year. Although they have to do charity, these trust funds have also obtained tax-exempt status. It can be imagined that as long as the heirs can take good care of these trust funds, then even if a sum of money needs to be donated every year, the overall size of the trust is likely to continue to rise. Moreover, many trust funds also have a certain donation period. After the donation period is fulfilled, the remaining assets will belong entirely to the family to which the trust funds belongs. In this regard, among the traditional major families in the United States, the Ford family has done the best. Compared with the more established Morgan and Rockefeller, the Ford family, which has an equally long history, has been increasing the total size of the assets of the family foundation for more than half a century. Henry Ford has been dead for nearly half a century. The Ford family not only controls a large foundation, but the family's own assets still exceed $1 billion. Therefore, the Bill and Melinda Gates Trust established by Damon is, in the final analysis, for the inheritance of wealth. However, in Western society, just like racial discrimination, some things can be done, but it is better not to say them, or at least find a plausible reason. This is also a kind of political correctness. Another veteran billionaire, Warren Buffett, has also established a Buffett Foundation a long time ago. Buffett has long called for heavy taxes on the rich, which Simon thinks is also very false. Because if the United States really imposes heavy taxes on the rich, it will not be levied on this veteran billionaire. Buffett only pays himself an annual salary of $100,000, and Berkshire Hathaway has never had any dividend mechanism. Therefore, Warren Buffett is not theoretically a high-income earner, and naturally does not need to pay the heavy taxes he personally called for. Not only that, although they also called on the federal government to increase corporate taxes, on the original timeline, Berkshire Hathaway, which owns an insurance company, took advantage of the tax loopholes in the U.S. insurance industry. Insurance reserves do not need to be taxed, and by converting corporate revenue into insurance reserves, it has long owed the U.S. government tens of billions of dollars in taxes. Buffett has declared more than once that Berkshire Hathaway is actually an insurance company. The reason is self-evident. Simon and his wife Simon Janet Westeros Foundation has been in operation for several years, but it is also a pure charitable foundation. To lay out for subsequent inheritance, at least one trust fund is needed. Simon is only 24 years old this year, and now he suddenly sets up a family trust, which is actually too obvious. The laws in the United States are not static. Now that he has shown his posture of making arrangements for wealth inheritance, it is inevitable that some federal congressman or presidential candidate will find that his support rate is too low during the campaign, so he will use him as a target to gain attention. Most ordinary people like to see things like robbing the rich to help the poor, even if the rich are robbed and the benefits do not fall on them. This can also be regarded as an institutional defect of Western society. Sometimes, the rulers will do anything to win votes, and will not consider whether the proposed initiatives will harm the long-term interests of a country. As long as they can incite the public, it is enough. In the original timeline, France's super-high rich tax is the most typical representative. The rich tax of up to 70% directly forced a large number of French rich people out of the country, and the French economy was severely impacted. As far as I can remember, the United States also showed this tendency later. The young female congressman from the bottom not only called for an income tax of more than 70%, but also proposed a rich tax on the overall wealth of the rich. Robbing the rich to help the poor, it was a sensation for a while. This society has never been fair. There is nothing wrong with pursuing fairness, but if this pursuit exceeds a certain limit, it is not a great injustice to another group of people. If the pursuit of fairness is completely out of control, the result will be starvation. While thinking, Simon heard Janet's words, nodded, shook his head, and said, "Okay, but don't be too obvious. At least, it's not appropriate to set up a trust fund now." Janet also understood Simon's concerns and said, "I know, but I think that next, we should increase the proportion of overseas investment. Although the United States imposes taxes globally, putting more assets overseas will definitely give us more room for maneuver. Otherwise, the rich in the United States would not hide their total wealth of trillions of dollars outside the United States. Melissender's headquarters is in Switzerland, Nokia's headquarters is in Finland, and Cersei Capital is also registered in an overseas tax haven. This is actually Simon's layout for overseas intentionally or unintentionally over the years. In the following days, whenever the couple had time, they would quietly discuss the next development of the Westeros system. Although plans can never keep up with changes, having plans is certainly better than having no plans. Unknowingly, August passed quietly. The summer season in North America has come to an end. Apart from Clint Eastwood's new film Unforgiven, which was released on August 7th, there were no other hit films at the end of the summer season. In the first week of September, the new issue of Forbes magazine officially announced the 1992 list of the 400 richest Americans. Although it failed to obtain official data support from the Westeros system, the calculation of Simon's personal assets by Forbes magazine was not much different from Janet's private statistics. Of course, this difference is not big, only relative to Simon's total personal assets, $65 billion. The number is higher than Janet's private statistics. The extra $5 billion in the special article of Forbes is mainly because Forbes magazine is more optimistic about Ygritte than Simon and his wife. At the same time, Forbes's valuation of Deanery's Entertainment is also higher than Janet's statistics. Therefore, a figure of $65 billion is even more outstanding on the entire list. Damon, who ranks second, has a net worth of $7.5 billion this year as Microsoft's stock price continues to rise, but he can only look up to Simon's $65 billion. Chapter 498 starts. 1992 Forbes North America 400 Rich List. After Simon's $65 billion and Damon's $7.5 billion, veteran media tycoon John Kruger ranked third with a personal wealth of $5.5 billion. Compared with the first two, John Kruger's personal wealth has not changed much in recent years. Later, Sam Walton died in April this year. Sam Walton's wife and 4 children occupied the 4th to 8th places with the same personal wealth of $5.1 billion, which has also become a highlight on the Forbes list in recent years. Next, Warren Buffett ranked 9th with a personal wealth of $4.4 billion. The two brothers of the Newhouse family tied for 10th place with a personal wealth of $3.5 billion each. It is not difficult to find that even if the personal assets of the two tied 10th places are also calculated, except for Simon, the combined assets of all other billionaires in the top 10 of the list are only $499, which is a huge gap of $15.1 billion from Simon's personal $65 billion. When the list was announced, it inevitably attracted attention and discussion from all parties. Simon's personal assets last year were only $35 billion, which was already shocking. This year's $65 billion has completely exceeded the imagination of most ordinary people. Therefore, many media naturally began to analyze what $65 billion means. An article in the New York Times gave an intuitive concept that best fits ordinary people. According to the average annual income of $25,000 in the United States in recent years, an ordinary person needs to work for 2.6 million years to earn $65 billion. It took Simon Westeros only 6 years to accumulate his current wealth. Of course, there is no shortage of discussions about whether Simon's current wealth is so much. However, just the publicly listed high-tech companies such as Cisco, AOL, Microsoft, Intel, etc. in the Westeros system are already dazzling. Deanery's Entertainment, which has created a series of box office miracles, completed the merger with MCA, and created the DC movie universe, is like a lurking giant. Unlike a series of listed companies such as Cisco, the huge Deanery's Entertainment is now completely owned by Simon Westeros alone. In addition, Verizon Telecom, Circe Capital, Melisandre Corporation, Ygritte Corporation, etc., all of these companies have shown strength that should not be underestimated. Such a huge business empire that has become ubiquitous in American life, the founder's personal net worth has reached $65 billion. Although the asset increase in just 1 year has reached an astonishing $30 billion, after careful statistics, it is not so difficult to accept. With media reports and public discussions, the technology and entertainment sectors of the American story will inevitably rise again after the release of the New Year's Rich List. Hollywood has too much uncertainty and the threshold is a bit high, so the booming new technology industry has once again attracted more and more attention. Entering September, the 1992 U.S. presidential election has also entered the recent sprint stage. The candidates of both parties in the United States have been determined, and the current President George Bush easily won the Republican Party's nomination. After defeating a series of competitors, Bill Clinton successfully became Bush's competitor. When this year's Forbes list was released, the views of the two candidates on Simon Westeros' personal wealth during the campaign also became an important issue frequently mentioned by media reporters. In this regard, George Bush is even more embarrassed. In connection with the U.S. economy in recent years, media reporters like to ask George Bush how he plans to solve the growing personal wealth of the top rich people in the United States and the record poverty rate and high unemployment rate in the United States. As everyone knows, the president has always been most interested in overseas issues, or more precisely, oil. The Bush family is an important part of the U.S. oil group, which is almost beyond doubt. The president is really not very interested in the U.S. economy. Of course, this is the fact, but it certainly cannot be said, so he can only deal with it. In this regard, Clinton seems to be at ease. Clinton's campaign slogan is related to the economy. When the presidential candidate is asked similar questions, he often cleverly turns the topic to the new technology field that is rapidly emerging in the United States, and at the same time links it to the information superhighway plan launched by his running mate Al Gore, constantly describing the prospect of his election to promote another major change in the U.S. economy, especially how many opportunities, wealth and jobs this economic change will bring to the United States. In fact, many of the data cited by Bill Clinton were quietly provided to him by the Westeros system. With the three internet giants Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, plus Simon's foresight, no one knows the development prospects of the new technology field in the next few years better than the Westeros system. George Bush's camp certainly cannot get these data. Moreover, Hollywood and Silicon Valley are now on Bill Clinton's side to a large extent, which is an indisputable fact. For these two major forces, one controls a large amount of American wealth and the other controls a large amount of public opinion resources. The Bush administration can only try to win them over. For Simon, facing the public opinion trend after the release of the rich list, the Westeros system will certainly not be indifferent. Hatred of the rich is an emotion that will not be lacking in any society. Therefore, the public relations team of the Westeros system has been working hard during this period, focusing on promoting Simon as a special case, a miracle, not just a pure super rich. The public will always be more accepting of miracles. Simon's personal wealth, which is far ahead of others, is also worthy of the title of miracle. There are discussions, exclamations, envy, and naturally there will be no lack of targeting and questioning. This year is not only the U.S. presidential election, but also the election year for the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives. The two presidential candidates' use of Simon would be too obvious and deliberate. Some congressmen would not give too much thought for the sake of support. After the Forbes list was released, a Republican Senate candidate in California quickly began to accuse the three companies in the Westeros system of hindering the development of competitors in the same industry because of their strong position in the emerging internet field. The congressman was very cautious and did not directly use the word monopoly. The internet industry is still in its early stages of development, and Ygritte is still in the stage of continuous loss. It is obviously too early to accuse monopoly now. Moreover, Ygritte has not only taken the initiative to open up a series of core patents of the World Wide Web, but also spared no effort to create a positive image of openness and sharing for itself in the process. In addition, America Online is also not a monopoly because of its limited business scope. Cisco, the only company with obvious monopoly suspicion, happens to have relatively single products and is basically the only one in North America. You can't force others to license their hard-earned products to other companies. Of course, with a continuous explosion of the internet industry, the dominant position of the three companies in the entire industry is becoming more and more obvious. If we take some joint strategies seriously in private, it does touch upon the relevant antitrust laws of the United States. However, it is only a question of whether we need to be serious or not. No American corporate giant dares to say that they have never violated the antitrust laws of the United States. However, the timing of the accusation by the Senate candidate is very bad, because Ygritte is about to make another key move to open up technology to the outside world. This time it is the email technology that many companies have been eyeing for a long time. As the most widely used technology of Ygritte portal, almost every World Wide Web user will register an email after logging into Ygritte portal. Therefore, as of September 1992, the number of email registrations of Ygritte portal has reached 37 million, and the number of daily active users has exceeded 10 million. With such a large user base, any technology company with a little vision understands the huge business opportunities contained therein. The income of Ygritte portal from email advertising has also been rising steadily. However, for the outside world, this may be a huge user base that makes people covet. For the Ygritte team, email services mean huge operating expenses at all times. Even if they understand that this expense is completely worth it, it does not prevent the Ygritte team from creating other businesses through email technology. The idea of opening up email technology was first proposed by Carol Bartz, the head of the software service business. As a powerful tool for the Ygritte portal to gather user groups, the portal team naturally would not agree. The dispute between the two sides eventually fell on Simon's side. Carol Bartz took over the corporate service business of email at the beginning. However, after operating to this point, Bartz's team has also found that instead of Ygritte providing direct email services, it is better to directly provide users with a complete set of network email technologies and solutions. Ygritte does not need to be involved in the remaining server maintenance, email technical management, and some sensitive matters involving content. Doing so can, on the one hand, minimize the company's operating investment in enterprise-level email services, and avoid legal risks related to information leakage. It was the latter reason that impressed Simon. Although there are no privacy regulations in the Internet field in the United States, this does not mean that IGRIT does not need to bear the relevant risks. Operating a large number of email users, IGRIT is actually frequently attacked by hackers, and the company's security team has become larger and larger. Now, if it only provides technology and services, and the management of emails is the responsibility of users themselves, IGRIT can get rid of a large part of the responsibility after an information leak occurs. In addition, there are many longer-term considerations. For example, the U.S. government's inevitable monitoring of the Internet field. Later, the United States was always accustomed to accusing other countries of stealing Internet information and threatening network security. Simon did not know what other countries did, but the U.S. government's monitoring of the Internet was exposed more than once. In the original timeline, after the 9/11 incident, the Patriot Act promoted by the Bush administration was actually a surveillance bill. The bill stipulates that the U.S. government has the right to view citizens' emails in the name of national security. With the long-standing surveillance habits of the U.S. government, even without 9/11, Simon can be sure that the U.S. government will intervene in the Internet for other reasons in the future. If the Internet platform has only one email service platform, then at that time, whether or not it agrees to the U.S. government's surveillance requirements, IGRIT will face strong pressure. Now, if the monopoly on email technology is given up, a large number of email service providers and a larger number of private or corporate email servers will appear in the Internet market. No matter what the U.S. government wants to do, it will no longer be IGRIT that needs to bear the pressure. Moreover, by liberalizing email technology and rapidly promoting IGRIT standards, other companies can also be prevented from developing alternative technologies. IGRIT no longer provides a full range of services and no longer limits servers to the IGRIT network platform. Users can build servers and process information on their own, which can also allow many companies that are concerned about confidentiality to accept this service, which is conducive to the wider promotion of email services. In order to finalize this matter, Simon deliberately stayed in San Francisco for a few days to discuss the overall details of the open email technology with the IGRIT team. It happened that the California Senate candidate accused the Westeros system of controlling the Internet industry. As soon as the plan was finalized, the IGRIT team held a press conference to announce it in a big way. Of course, after several disputes and compromises, this technology will still be a limited opening. In the short term, the technology will only be open to companies and government departments, and the groups that have obtained the technology license cannot provide email services to the public unless they are allowed. This will obviously prevent the emergence of competitors to the IGRIT mailbox. Moreover, this restriction of IGRIT is completely reasonable to outsiders. However, Simon does not actually intend to completely control and not allow other service providers to appear. In fact, after the plan was completed, the IGRIT team began secret negotiations with Microsoft and AOL. As long as an agreement can be successfully reached, AOL and Microsoft will start their own email service business. Of course, it is impossible for this technology to be authorized only to companies in the Westeros system. Faced with many applicants, IGRIT is also looking for other partners outside the Westeros system. Until September 16, Simon returned to Los Angeles, and Deaneries Entertainment's Desperate Housewives, which was focused on by USA TV Network in this autumn, was about to be officially launched. Chapter 499 Ratings. The official launch date of Desperate Housewives is Thursday, September 17. This is a very golden time slot for TV series. On the other hand, it must be said that the launch time of Desperate Housewives is really a bit of a joke. The Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans has just been released, and the hot discussion has not subsided. At this time, a TV series rumored to be led and co-created by Simon Westeros was launched. Even if it is a female program on a female TV station, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. USA TV Network also seized this opportunity and spared no effort to promote Desperate Housewives. Of course, just like the box office to movies, for a TV series, the ratings are always an unavoidable topic. How Desperate Housewives is still determined by the ratings. The first episode of Desperate Housewives will be launched at 9 o'clock on Thursday night, and The Real Housewives of New York, which was launched a week ago, will serve as a prelude. As one of the heavyweights of the USA TV network in the new year, it is related to the further layout of the TV network. On that day, the executives of the USA TV network almost stayed at the headquarters on the East and West Coasts to wait for the ratings results in real time. When the ratings of The Real Housewives of New York City, which was the lead show, suddenly rose sharply near the end of the series, the executives of USA had already vaguely realized something. At 9 o'clock, the first season of Desperate Housewives started, and the ratings directly exceeded The Real Housewives of New York City by a large margin. Moreover, compared with the first episode of The Real Housewives of New York City in the second season, it is not difficult to find that the preliminary ratings of the second season of this reality show are obviously better than the first episode. USA originally intended to let The Real Housewives of New York City, which is the pillar of the TV station's ratings, guide the popularity of Desperate Housewives, but it is obvious that this newly launched series, because of the previous attention, actually boosted the popularity of The Real Housewives of New York City. Early the next morning, various mainstream media in North America published reviews of this highly anticipated new drama. Variety praised Desperate Housewives, saying that it has just been aired, but it has built a fascinating mysterious country through vivid characters and excellent plot foreshadowing, which makes people look forward to the further development of the story. A critic of The Hollywood Reporter said jokingly, "Before the show started, I doubted whether Simon Westeros participated in the creation of the show. After the show started, I couldn't help but doubt why Westeros could do so well." In addition to the two professional media, most other mainstream newspapers also praised Desperate Housewives. Later, when the ratings data were exposed, Desperate Housewives completely confirmed the label of the dark horse ratings in the autumn season. After more than a year of restructuring and expansion, the current USA TV network covers a total of 72 million viewers in the United States, which is equivalent to about 1/3 of the current population of the United States. This audience base is actually not too high among the major cable TV networks in the United States. Turner Broadcasting CNN and Viacom's MTV TV network have a much higher audience coverage than USA. Moreover, in the early 1990s, several traditional American TV networks still occupied a very strong market position. Although cable TV has become popular rapidly, most of the cable TV networks that appear in the audience's candidate program list as bundled packages, except for CNN and MTV, have basically low ratings. Many history and technology channels are often not selected by viewers for 10 days or half a month, and are often skipped when the remote control is pressed occasionally. Before the merger with MCA, although the USA TV network was stronger than many unpopular cable channels that were often skipped, it was still far behind popular cable TV networks such as CNN and MTV. Through the previous year's operation, USA took The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and The Real Housewives of New York as the leading ones, cooperated with other program development and spared no effort in publicity and promotion. This originally inconspicuous cable TV network has successfully confirmed its positioning as a female TV network. The average number of viewers of the two main serious shows in the previous ratings year also exceeded 5 million, which is already a very good result. It can be said that USA's accumulation over many years and the reorganization in the past year have laid a very good foundation for the rise of this cable TV network. The coverage of 72 million viewers is enough for this TV network to show its strength. Therefore, when Desperate Housewives, which has no shortage of topics and attention, was launched, and the quality of the series itself was excellent, many things went smoothly. In the end, on the first day of the broadcast, the average number of viewers for the first episode of Desperate Housewives reached 7.36 million, and the core ratings for the 18 to 49 age group were 4.1. At the same time, the highest number of viewers for the entire first episode of the series reached a high of 8.71 million, and the highest data appeared in the second half of the first episode, which also implicitly indicated that the ratings of subsequent episodes of Desperate Housewives are likely to continue to rise. At the same time, Desperate Housewives also ranks 6th in the ratings on Thursday night. The top 5 are all TV programs of the public television network. In comparison, The Real Housewives of New York, which was originally intended to be a precursor to Desperate Housewives and guide the popularity of this new series, only had an average audience of 5.91 million for the second episode of the second season, with a core audience rating of 2.7, which is much higher than the average audience of 5.76 million for the first episode. Usually, the ratings of a non-premiere sequel are often relatively high. Obviously, The Real Housewives of New York not only failed to guide the popularity of Desperate Housewives, but was influenced by Desperate Housewives and increased its ratings. On Thursday night, the TV series with the highest ratings was Law & Order on NBC, with 17.56 million viewers and a rating of 10.7. The ratings of Law & Order and Desperate Housewives seem to be very different, but NBC's coverage is almost nationwide, while USA's audience coverage is only one-third of the U.S. population. In addition, the positioning of USA TV as a female TV station once again limits the performance of Desperate Housewives. Under the dual influence, Desperate Housewives can still reach an average of 7.36 million viewers, and it is showing a trend of continued rise. As a cable TV series, this has reached a phenomenal level. If the two series are placed on the same standard platform, it is not difficult to imagine that the ratings of Desperate Housewives can definitely surpass Law & Order. With the exposure of the ratings of Desperate Housewives and the heated discussion in the media, many cable TV providers have begun to contact Deaneries Entertainment, hoping to introduce USA TV Network. In order to speed up the promotion of USA TV Network, the cable TV network has not increased the operator share in the past year. However, as more operators request to introduce USA TV Network, the management team can also start to consider increasing the share price. At the same time, the advertising price of USA TV Network has increased immediately. While intensively planning the subsequent development strategy, Deaneries Entertainment did not hold back and directly announced that it would hold a celebration party for the main creative team of the series on the weekend after the broadcast of Desperate Housewives. Although USA Network is jointly owned by Deaneries Entertainment and Paramount Communications, the venue for the celebration party was naturally chosen to be the Activity Center of Deaneries Studios in Malibu. On September 19th, when it got dark, the Employee Activity Center on the second floor of Deaneries Studios was already crowded with people. The three main programs of USA Network have been released recently, not only the newly launched Desperate Housewives, but also the new seasons of the other two main programs, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and The Real Housewives of New York, have also achieved very good ratings. In addition, the creators of some other programs of the TV network were also invited. Therefore, the party hall was obviously full of the meaning of more women than men. Ms. Ward, you are so good and charming as the perfect housewife Bree. I can't wait to see the second episode. Thank you, sir. My name is John Peterson. Oh, I know, Mr. Peterson, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. John Peterson politely shook hands with Lola Ward again, and then said in a casual tone, by the way, Ms. Ward, I happen to have a role in a project that is very suitable for you. Can you leave your contact information? Maybe we can try to chat sometime. Although her status was very low in the past, Lola Ward knew a lot about the internal trends in Hollywood. As the head of the film business of Columbia Pictures under Sony, and one of the most senior producers in Hollywood, she has worked with big names such as Spielberg. If it were other actresses, John Peterson's hints would often be easily caught. However, when hearing what the middle-aged man said, Lola Ward's smile did not change much, but her eyes subconsciously searched in the crowd. Still did not see the figure of a certain guy. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't hesitate any longer. Sometimes, the more straightforward the rejection, the less trouble there is. Relying on the success of Desperate Housewives, although it was just a TV series, she knew very well that she had completely established a foothold in Hollywood. If everything goes well, this series of USA can definitely be easily filmed for more than 3 seasons, and even 5 or 6 seasons are not impossible. Such a long time is enough for her to look for opportunities to go further without relying on external forces. Since someone stuffed her into this TV series, she will probably only be able to mix in the TV circle in the future, but this is actually not bad. She is already 36 years old this year. In the film industry, it is difficult to make much progress without strong support. Quickly making up her mind, Lola Ward shook her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, I didn't bring my business card tonight. It doesn't matter. John Peterson did not feel the woman's refusal again and again, and took out a business card and handed it over, saying, there's my contact information on it, Ms. Ward. If you are interested, you can contact me at any time. Seeing this, Lola Ward had no choice but to reach out and take the other party's business card. As a veteran producer in Hollywood, John Peterson certainly has his own pride. He left decisively after giving a business card. Stella Ward hesitated for a moment with a glass of champagne in one hand and a business card in the other. She was about to put the business card into her handbag. It was not good to throw it directly in such an occasion. She noticed the commotion not far away and looked over inadvertently. She saw the figure of a young man at a glance. Westeros was walking into the hall while chatting with Martin Davis, the chairman of Paramount Communications. There were several other people around him, and the guests in the hall also turned their attention to a young man. As luck would have it, the other party happened to look over and took a look at the business card in her hand with interest. Inexplicably, there was a feeling of being caught. Then she secretly pouted twice in her heart. She had only had a one-night stand with him. Although, okay, that night in Seattle was indeed wonderful, but a certain man rarely appeared in her life afterwards. Hollywood is big, and she is just a small person after all. The eyes of the opposite party were retracted immediately after a slight contact. For a short moment, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Stella Ward noticed that many guests around her were quietly gathering towards Westeros. She couldn't help but feel more guilty. She reacted and quietly pushed in the opposite direction. She also deliberately put the business card into her handbag with a bit of anger, as if to prove that she was not afraid of a certain guy. On the other side, Simon nodded to the guests who came forward from time to time, and finally sat down on a sofa in the corner of the hall. He talked with Martin Davis about the next plan of USA TV network, and the topic turned to the cooperation between the two parties in the film industry. During this period, Simon has been thinking about one thing: whether to continue to postpone the development of the Mission Impossible series. The main reason is that the schedule next year is really crowded. Especially at the end of next year. It's just that if Deaneries Entertainment withdraws all the originally planned films, there will be 3D animations: The Lion King, Forrest Gump and Mission Impossible in cooperation with Paramount Pictures. In addition, Cyborg from the DC movie universe will also be released at the end of next year. Putting aside other things, The Lion King and Forrest Gump, two blockbusters with a box office volume of $300 to $400 million in the original time and space, would have consumed most of the resources of a schedule. If Mission Impossible and Cyborg were included, then the ending would only cause internal friction. Adjusting the schedule is of course possible. However, in the summer of 1994, there was Batman: The Dark Knight Rises. This is another blockbuster with a volume of $300 million. It is actually the same later. It can't be delayed forever. After considering for a long time and discussing with Paramount several times, Simon roughly decided that the development plan of Mission Impossible would remain the same, and the schedule of The Lion King would not change. At the same time, Forrest Gump would be adjusted to the summer of 1994, and the release date would be roughly determined to be the Independence Day holiday in July, 1 month later than Batman: The Dark Knight Rises in June. Independence Day is very suitable for the theme of Forrest Gump. With a difference of 1 month, The Dark Knight Rises will not have too serious an impact on Forrest Gump. As for the end of 1993, with one less $300 million blockbuster, the other films will have enough room to play. Chapter 500, Pound Crisis. At the party, Martin Davis looked around and asked in a low voice, "Simon, do you think the pound can hold up this time?" Just last week, the Quantum Fund led by Soros officially launched an attack on the European monetary system. In just 3 days, the Italian lira was declared lost and took the initiative to devalue. The international hot money, which won the initial victory, immediately turned its attention to the pound. On September 17 and September 18, the two sides fought several times. In order to prevent foreign exchange speculation, the British government raised the short-term lending rate of the pound to an astonishing 15%, and invested nearly £10 billion of foreign exchange reserves to undertake the pound's sell orders in the foreign exchange market, which barely maintained the exchange rate. However, international hot money obviously had no intention of giving up. Just today, for the sake of the overall situation, the German government finally agreed to make a small concession and lowered the bank interest rate by 0.5 percentage points, trying to release money to the market to ease the pressure on other allies in the international currency market. However, this slight concession will not help the overall situation. Right now, the whole world is watching the final battle between the British government and international hot money next week. Once this currency defense war fails, the European community's attempt to establish a European monetary system to counter the US dollar will also collapse. Simon noticed the temptation in Martin Davis's eyes, shook his head, and said with obvious regret in his tone, "Martin, Cersei Capital did not participate in the operation of the European market this time." Martin Davis was a little unconvinced at first, but as a shrewd man who has been working in the business world for many years, he soon realized that Simon should not be lying, and understood why she did so. Cersei Capital is not one of those relatively pure hedge funds. Behind this company is the entire Westeros system. If Cersei Capital participates in this attack on the European monetary system, European countries will inevitably attack other companies in the Westeros system. However, from the tone and demeanor of Simon's answer just now, he also got the answer to his previous question. Simon believes that the pound cannot be defended. The rapid rise of the young man in just 6 years has made the wealthy group in the United States very keen on investing in the financial field in recent years, and Martin Davis is no exception. In this joint attack on the European monetary system, he also invested $20 million in a hedge fund on Wall Street, which is a large part of his family assets. More and more capital forces are coveting Paramount Communications. If nothing unexpected happens, Martin Davis feels that the company he has been in charge of in recent years may change hands, and he will retire at that time. Martin Davis is just a professional manager, far less than Simon's rich family assets. This $20 million investment is directly related to his quality of life after retirement. Although the Italian lira has fallen last week, Martin Davis has always been a little worried about the pound, which has not been forced to devalue for hundreds of years. Simon's understated statement just now gave Martin Davis a reassurance. The two sides have no interests involved in this regard, and Martin Davis believes that Simon will not deliberately mislead him. In his opinion, the judgment of this young man is more reliable than the thousands of words of the best analysts on Wall Street. Of course, the bets have been made. If Simon had just said that international hot money would return empty-handed, Martin Davis would not be able to come up with any effective response strategies now. Relaxed, Martin Davis continued to chat with Simon for a while, and then took the initiative to get up and walk away. Simon had just stood up when a small figure came over. It was Sarah Michelle Gellar, who played Susan Meyer's daughter Julie Meyer in Desperate Housewives. The girl was wearing a sky blue dress full of girlishness. She raised her little face and greeted with a little excitement in her tone, "Hi, Simon, good evening." Simon looked at the girl and smiled and said, "Good evening, Sarah, you are so beautiful tonight." Sarah Michelle Gellar heard Simon's compliment, and her expression became more reserved and said, "Thank you." The girl continued to get closer, and the height difference between the two became more and more obvious. Simon simply stepped back 2 steps and sat down on the sofa again. Sarah noticed that the man had finished his drink, so she took the initiative to ask for a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and handed it to Simon. Then she sat down next to him and took the initiative to find a topic. "Simon, have you seen my performance?" Simon nodded and said, "Of course, it's very good." The girl actually knew that she had very few roles in the series, and she just asked casually. She was very happy to hear Simon's praise. Her petite body couldn't help but lean towards the man, and carefully looked at Simon to see that he didn't show any disgust. Only then did she feel relieved and took the initiative to talk about other topics. Simon certainly noticed the girl's various little actions, but he just felt that this precocious girl was very interesting. After patiently chatting with the girl for a while, Simon stood up and said, "Well, Sarah, I have to say hello to the other guests." Sarah quickly stood up and followed Simon. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Simon, you said last time that you would take me to Europe to play." Seeing the girl's resentful look, Simon smiled and said, "But, you should know that men's words can't be trusted." But," the girl looked at Simon's playful expression and said pitifully, "You are Simon Westeros, how can you lie?" Simon didn't answer again, but raised his hand and knocked the girl on the head, smiling, "Go and have fun, don't drink, and go home early." Although it didn't hurt after being knocked by Simon, Sarah's expression became even more pitiful. However, the girl also realized something, and watched Simon walk away, and didn't chase him again. I don't know why, probably because of the details of John Peters chatting with her before. Sela Ward tried to avoid a certain guy at the subsequent parties. However, she always noticed the other person. This continued until nearly 10 o'clock. She ran to the bathroom to touch up her makeup, thinking that she could leave soon. When she returned to the lobby, she saw the guy chatting with a couple. The other party was the actors of The Real Housewives of New York, one of the main reality shows of USA. Kris Jenner and Bruce Jenner. Noticing that Simon also saw her, he knew that he could not escape, so he had to take the initiative to approach her. After introducing each other and greeting each other, the couple who were chatting with him walked away very tactfully. I don't know if it was an illusion, or perhaps it was the unique sensitivity of women. She noticed that the woman secretly cast a coquettish eye at the man when she left. Really? Playboy? Are you happy tonight? Not at all. She blurted out subconsciously, and then she found that she actually said it, and in front of the host. She was embarrassed and wanted to run away. Simon just smiled and said, "You are so charming, it must be because many men are entangled with you, right?" "Yes. There is one in front of me." This time I was very careful and didn't say it. However, he was praising me for being charming. Should I say thank you? It was just that it felt a bit strange that a little man who was so much younger than me was praising me. He looked around and suddenly found a topic. Your wife didn't come tonight. She's in New York. He immediately regretted asking this question. So stupid. Since you are not happy, why don't we leave early and go to Seattle? Here we go again. It was like this last time. That's it. Like this. Such a matter-of-fact tone. Damn it. He turned his thoughts and found an excuse. Why don't you take that little girl to Seattle just now? She should be willing to do it. How do you know she is willing? How do you know? I am not blind, I can see it at a glance. I didn't answer. I just rolled my eyes at him. You look beautiful when you roll your eyes. There's a special charm to it. You're so good at complimenting women, why don't you go find other women? At least half of the people in this hall will be willing. Which half do you belong to? The half that doesn't want to. Coincidentally, I also prefer the half that doesn't want to. You're so overbearing. Well, how about I take you home? It's late, and you're not happy. Is there a worse excuse than this? She wanted to roll her eyes at him again, but she held back when she remembered what he just said, so as not to let this little bastard see anything. Then, she saw him directly order someone to prepare the car. She quickly said, "I drove here by myself." That's even worse. You've been drinking. How can you drive after drinking? I only had a few glasses of champagne, it's okay. You're a big star now. If you get caught, it will be a scandal, and desperate housewives will also be implicated. Now, let's go, I'll take you home. The man made a gesture of invitation. She paused, subconsciously looked around, and found an excuse in her mind. I just don't want to embarrass him. Then I walked out. Then I got in the car. Then I couldn't help myself. The villa on the island in the middle of Seattle Lake is really nice. The next morning, I stood on the balcony of the bedroom on the second floor of the villa again and looked around. I couldn't help but think about when I could afford such a villa. I didn't dare to think about it before. Now, although Desperate Housewives has only aired the first episode, the popularity of several of their leading actors has risen rapidly due to the ratings. Although the pay for starring in this TV series itself is not too high, advertisers have already contacted her for endorsements. However, it seems that it is still not easy to pay for such a villa. Perhaps, finding a richer man to marry should be a good choice. At her age, she should have married a long time ago. I never thought about this problem before. I think it's good to be alone and don't want to be bound by marriage. But at a certain moment, being hugged tightly by a very strong arm, it is inevitable to have an idea that it is probably time to get married. As a beautiful woman, she certainly has no shortage of suitors around her. It was just because I didn't plan to get married before, so the few relationships between men and women didn't last long. Now that my career has stabilized, some years have naturally developed. A certain little man hugged me from behind again. I didn't resist, and found a more comfortable position to lean on him. This little bastard is really strong. Thinking that I was only wearing a man's shirt, I blushed for some reason. All my clothes last night were torn to pieces by him. Of course, I must resist verbally. He said he would compensate me and promised to compensate me with 100 pieces. So I gave up resistance. Anyway, resistance is useless. At this time, I remembered that I couldn't suffer a loss, so I said, "You don't regret it." The man behind me seemed to be stunned for a moment, pretending to be horrified and said, "Did I do anything?" It was completely like a posture of waking up from drunkenness and wanting to cheat. Bastard. Shaking my lips, I really wanted to bite him, clothes. The man suddenly remembered and smiled. "I understand, 100 pieces. suddenly realized that even 10,000 pieces would not be a big deal to him. This guy has $65 billion. $65 billion. Well, if it is converted into banknotes, I wonder if it can fill up Lake Washington in front of us. What are you thinking about? He quickly put away a certain useless idea and said, get married. He rolled his eyes lightly, but was curious, why did you get married so early? I felt that I found the right person, so I got married. He hugged another woman like this and said it as a matter of course. I couldn't help but tease, then you are still pestering me. Yet, I'm not a good man. Just admit it like that? Exclamation mark. How can I continue to tease you if you don't even quibble? Do you want to hear my quibble and then tease me? Yes. He said in a tone of what can you do to me? It's really easy for a man to do what he wants to a woman, especially a strong and energetic man. So she was carried directly back to the bedroom. I only remember that I finally bit him hard on the shoulder. It was still sunny in Seattle in the early morning, and it started to rain again at noon. The autumn rain was a little cool and lazy, so she was also lazy, and didn't even want to leave the lakeside villa. However, Desperate Housewives was filmed and broadcast at the same time. Although the filming started 2 months in advance and the accumulated episodes were enough for a few weeks, she couldn't stop the crew just because of herself. Although, because of the little man beside her, she felt that it seemed okay to do so. But, she was not a willful little girl after all. It was inappropriate for a 36-year-old woman to be willful again. When night fell, the two flew back to Los Angeles on his luxurious Boeing 767 again. It was inevitable to fantasize. It would be great if I could go wherever I wanted. But, after all, it was just a fantasy. Of course, I could afford to take a plane, but I couldn't have the feeling of a private plane after all. The little man seemed to be able to see through the woman's mind easily, saying that she could borrow his private plane in the future. I quickly refused. I didn't plan to be his lover. Although this seemed to be very tempting, I couldn't help but think of my age. If she were that little girl, she might be willing. Even if he doesn't like her anymore in the future, it's not too late to do many things. Now, she can't afford to waste time. It's safest to find a man to marry. So she talked to him about this issue very seriously. There seemed to be some good men pursuing her. The subtext, of course, was, don't bother me anymore in the future. The considerate little man agreed on the spot. However, thinking about the married woman winking at him at the celebration party, she felt that his promise was really not credible at all. How can you believe a man's words? So, she simply stopped thinking about it. A new week, she started working again. She thought that some things were forgotten, but suddenly, someone sent her 100 sets of clothes. Not 100 pieces, but 100 sets. Casual wear, formal wear, professional suits, everything. And since it's a set, of course, there are underwear and shoes. Of course, because it was a little man's handiwork, all the clothes were not cheap, especially some of the high-end custom dresses. She couldn't afford any of them with her salary for the entire season of Desperate Housewives. At some point, she even had some kind of romantic emotion. She quickly broke it up. She even found a reason. Giving a woman underwear was really too rogue. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.